Time being 9:15, we'll go ahead and bring this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Henry.
Here.
Moss.
Here.
Healy.
Here.
Swenson.
Here.
Clevenger.
Here. Next item on the agenda, do any of the commissioners have any reason to abstain for a financial or non-financial conflict of interest at this time?
No.
Do not. No.
No. All right, next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Move approval. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Next item on the agenda is public comment.
I didn't see any as I walked by, and
Anyone care to make a public comment at this time? All right. Just, you got 2 more minutes, Sheriff. Okay, seeing and hearing no public comment, we will move on to the next agenda item. Did you have
I'm
some-
going to give you some dates when we have to,
Okay,
July 16th, we will approve the provisional budget.
okay. July 16th, the provisional budget will be approved, okay?
And then I will advertise in August. And then the annual budget will be approved September 18th.
Okay.
That's not our regular commission meeting, but the convention
Mhm.
in here is 16th and 17th, and the 17th is the next in September.
Okay,
So we'll have, at some meeting, we can't do now because it's not on the agenda.
Sure.
We'll have to change the commission meeting to the 18th.
okay. So if individuals are watching this video, it'll be July 16th will be provisional budget, and then September 18th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and for those viewers at home, we're going to record it. I believe this is the first budget recording. It's probably the most important meeting of the year, so enjoy. Anything else before we get started? Any of the commissioners? All right, next item on the agenda, item number 6, 2020 budget. Sheriff Jim Velakis. Welcome, sir.
You. I imagine you all have had a chance to kind of look over my comments. I have some more as we're finished that I didn't have in some of the areas there, but
Are we going off, which one are we going off? This one, or this one? This one here?
Well, it's the same.
It's the same, okay.
Yeah, this is revenue,
Okay,
so you don't,
Don't
that
need-
is just for your information, it's what,
okay, this one.
yep.
I'm ready.
any preference which budget you want to start with?
The lowest one. Good job, Joe.
That'd be 24/7. I'll start out with the sheriff's office budget. Pretty much in all these budgets, I've left everything the same except for the areas that I've highlighted in the notes there. In my budget, the one that I've increased is for the part-time transporters, and that was a $25,000 increase. The reason is we've already burned through that in the first 5 months of this year. That's because we have additional federal prisoners that we transport. In return, in the first 5 months, we've expended the $25,000, but we've received about $50,000 in payment from them. So, we're still making money by doing that. So next year I increased it in anticipation that, it'll stay the same. Our out-of-state extraditions, we've been around the country a few times this year, picking up prisoners in Oklahoma and Minnesota and Texas so far. So that's part of the increase too.
And Sheriff, when we go and pick up somebody, we get reimbursement for that? We
No,
don't?
there are prisoners.
If there are prisoners, bring it back?
Right.
But when we haul prisoners for somebody else, or do we pay for that?
Yes,
Okay.
that's where I'm at. 50,000 we received is for hauling for prisoners for the feds.
Okay.
And that's also covered, our expenses and our own prisoners we pick up, so
Thank
works in our favor.
So if you take the juveniles and kids to Sioux Falls, if they are in a detention situation,
Yes,
you transport them down there and back,
yes.
what does that cost roughly per trip?
We bring somebody in there, I mean, the transporters get 13, whatever an hour. You can plan on a 3-hour trip back and forth to Sioux Falls, plus, you know, mileage and gas. So, you know, probably costs us $150 every time we do that.
And then to house them one day down there?
$230 a day. You'll see another bill coming through for $13,000 for last month for housing juveniles.
That appears like that trend is increasing, would you say?
Increasing, we have, the judges are utilized, for whatever reason this year, have really been sending kids to detention. We have no control over that, but,
I just had a question.
yes.
When Milt White and I were deputies and we took a prisoner up to Sioux Falls, are the doors the same? Because we walked through the doorway and this door slammed back behind us. Milt didn't tell me about that.
Everything is pretty much the same, 100 years old or whatever it is.
Milt says, "Did you get scared, Gary?"
Yeah.
Then the other one opened up, you know, but it's pretty neat how that works.
So when you take a state kid down there and they're $230 a day, and the judge determines how many days he stays.
Yep, they don't get released until the judge
And
says.
if they have to come back for another hearing, you have to go up and get them and bring them back.
We do. I've had a conversation with the city recently. Historically, over the years, we've always transported, you know, all juveniles. Well, Attorney General opinions that if we contract with another facility, the arresting officer is responsible to take that person to our contract facility. So in the next budget year, the juveniles we take for the city will be billing them for the cost of doing that.
So I'm going to be asking the state's attorney probably the same kind of line of questions.
Yep.
Do you see any evidence that the teen court provides any reduction in this kind of traffic?
I don't know. You know, that's a better question from him. He attends all juvenile court hearings, and I don't know. They have so many different programs going on that hopefully it's doing some good.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is replacement of vehicles. We've been on a schedule. When we exceed 100,000 miles, you have to look at it this way, it's probably 200,000 because those vehicles are sitting at accident scenes running all the equipment. And so when it says 100,000 on the odometer, it's really, you know, you can double that probably.
Is that
Hours on it.
Yeah.
machinery and auto equipment? Is that
Right.
what line you're on?
I am. We go through the state bid process, which is usually the best price, and local dealers have the option of being a part of the state bid. They choose not to, so you know, a lot of them don't. They don't make enough money from that to, you know, so. And with the state bid, we don't have to, you know, go out and get other bids and so forth.
Typically, how long will a patrol car last your
A
department?
patrol car, probably 2 to 3 years. And they're different than like our transport vehicles, you know, the van, that's got well over 100,000, but those are driven on the highway at normal, you know, normal conditions, so we can drive those longer.
What's it cost to set up a regular car and then get it ready with the radios and everything in it? Any idea?
The transfer of the equipment is right around $2,500 to $3,000. If we have to add new equipment, if it's worn out, then
Sure.
it can increase. Most of our equipment is in pretty good shape. Right now, we've replaced all the light bars in the last few years and radios and so forth. And that's putting on, the striping and
Yeah.
all of that, so,
That's not too bad.
no.
Furniture and minor equipment, like what kind of purchases is that? Is that just for office chairs and things of that nature?
Office chairs, computers, anything that doesn't fit into the other categories. This year, we're planning to, we've got computers that are scheduled for replacement, so.
Jim, when we do our refresh, that's not with you.
No, we keep ours a lot longer than you do here. I mean, you usually, every 3 years, you refresh. We've got, it costs a lot more if we try to do that. We've got a lot more computers. So we just replace as they start getting to be 5 years old, we'll surplus them and replace them.
I see some of the city officers, they have their vehicle by their house. Is that when they're on call, or is that just normal procedure?
No, those are their canine officers.
Oh,
And so they keep their dogs at home.
yeah, because somebody was asking me that day, and they said, well, how come he gets to take it home?
Yeah.
I don't know.
As far as I know, that's just their canine people. And probably their investigators that are on call, but you wouldn't notice those
Sure.
guys, so.
Thank you.
I see your maintenance contract went up quite a bit from
No, that's just kind of for you guys to
like
look at.
5,803 and you're requesting 10 on maintenance contract. Do you have some maintenance that you're planning on, like some additional maintenance or?
No, it's the same as last year, Dan. Which budget are you
Those were the
looking at?
actuals,
Yeah, the actual.
but if you look at the, in this packet,
Mhm.
we budgeted 10,
Okay.
it looks like.
Compare the two.
The sheets in your binder do have what is budgeted this year and what is requested. And what's been used. But what's been used is as of May.
Yeah. I'm just saying, 2016, 2017, and 2018 was 3, 6, and 5. And so we've never really even came close to the 10. And it's good to have a buffer, I would say, as well. But,
Yeah, and sometimes our maintenance, what's included in that is, our mail used to be done, we'd have the Pitney Bowes thing, and we had a maintenance contract with them. Now we have the mail service, so, that comes out of the maintenance contract. Probably, there's a lot of things that come out that probably don't fit that category, but historically,
Sure.
that's where it's come out of.
yeah, because there's a repair and maintenance column, and then there's maintenance
The
contract.
repair and maintenance, is 99% of that is vehicle maintenance. And say there'd be a, accident, the deductible would come out of that too. Luckily, we haven't had any of those for a while.
My brother's driving, right? So-
He had a couple. And then expenditures, I usually wait, like on equipment and things till towards the end of the year, to start replacing. 'Cause you never know. I mean, if we would lose a car for whatever reason and have to replace it, it's being a pretty good expenditure, so we just,
And it's expensive because a law enforcement vehicle, you can't let the tires become bald like
No,
some people. You
no.
need to replace them early.
maintenance is done regularly.
Yeah.
I mean, every time the oil change is done, they're rotated and they're checked, and yeah, if they get below the standards, we have to replace them.
You start the hydroplane with a
Yeah.
smooth tire,
Yeah.
yeah. Too dangerous.
How often are you guys replacing your ballistic vest? I see that you have a budget. Is that a yearly thing? You
So many
replace them
each
as-
year, but that
Okay.
money is federal money. We get a federal grant to do that. We budget it, but it's replaced with a federal grant.
Okay.
So, and Congress just approved that to be a permanent grant, so. Life expectancy on a vest is about 5 years. After that, you have to get rid of it.
Well, they deteriorate, sweat and just daily wear. It can deteriorate that. And
Manufacturer said 5 years, and then,
Yeah. you want it to work when you need it.
yeah, no kidding.
That's for sure. What, law enforcement equipment, is that kind of another general? Is it?
No, that's where we replace the lights on the cars, the radios,
Okay.
firearms that need to be replaced. And we're usually on a schedule now, we're scheduled to replace some of the in-car camera systems. And they're about $6,000 a piece, so towards the end of the year, we'll be ordering some of those, and we have the money there. so-
Do all the patrol vehicles have cameras?
Yes.
Do the officers have body cam?
No,
No.
no.
Any thoughts on that?
Most of your sheriff's offices in the state don't have them. I think it's still a newer technology. It's the storage that's the problem. You have to store all of that
Sure.
video for months on end. And a lot of agencies that have issues, I should say, put cameras on their officers. But we've been fine with our in-car videos. It's quite expenditure too, they're
Yeah.
not cheap.
Were you adding personnel?
No.
Because your personnel services went up 7.4% from current budget anyway.
See, that includes the step increases for current employees.
Gotcha.
Plus, I've got, if you should decide for a cost of living adjustment, I have that
You had
built in there.
3% in there, right? Yeah,
Right.
okay. Gotcha.
The operating expenses and insurance, is that insurance for the vehicles and the building? Or what does that insurance cover?
That would be, the vehicles and so
The
forth.
421
Yeah, correct?
liability.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
all put into one.
That's for your, is it insurance on the building as well, or is that separate, or?
No.
It's just for vehicles if they get damaged?
And
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. That's correct, Sheriff? That's what okay,
Right.
thank you.
The county has a total liability insurance, but there's ones for the sheriff, the ambulance, and emergency management separate.
Are all of those insurances separate? Like you negotiate your insurance and?
No, Roger Smith, or
Does
Smith
all
Insurance
those.
does the county's insurance, and I think maybe emergency management does something different. They're under
Well,
a
the
different
ambulance
program.
and emergency management are on a separate insurance policy.
Right.
That's with a different company, isn't it, Patty, or is it the same?
No, it's through Roger.
Is it-
Everything is through.
Everything's through Smith, okay.
What are
She does a wonderful job.
professional services? What are some of the items that would fall under?
The
under that?
2,500, that's like the membership in the South Dakota Sheriff's Association, which is
Okay.
about 3/4 of that.
Sure. Understood.
I get mine for, I think, $50 a year,
What's that?
membership to the South Dakota Sheriff's Association.
Yes, you do. We appreciate it.
I think I'm a member of them, but they must have gave my name to the police and all, like, because
You get a lot of
I
calls.
get a lot of calls
That is a
now.
donation.
Yeah, I get a lot of calls. All very good organizations.
I got that little license plate
Yeah.
deal around my,
The trouble with the calls is, you ask them, just about every one of them, 83% goes to administrative costs of the fund drive.
Yeah.
17% goes
Actually goes to the sheriff's.
One thing, you'll never get a phone call from the South Dakota Sheriff's Association. They won't do that. So if you get a call, somebody saying that, no, it's all by letter.
Stacy Ackerman still?
She is,
Yeah.
she is, yeah. And I should point out too, under travel, that's not just travel for training, that's travel for when we pay Pennington County to haul prisoners down here for us and picking up, that all comes out of that.
Utilities, is that for gas and electric for the building, or what is
No, that'd be our
internet?
monthly internet and.
Phones?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's,
Jim, do you feel it adequately, have adequately planned for a disastrous event, school shooting, whatever?
sure, I mean,
Do
that's,
do we need any other equipment, trucks?
no,
We don't need a Bearcat or anything?
we don't.
Okay.
Okay.
People don't know what it is. It's a big modified Ford or Dodge truck with looks like a little tank, doesn't it, Jim?
If we need one, I know where we can get it.
Okay.
I think
We brought it.
problem with a lot of those is maybe there's government grants, but maintenance and parts on those things are just.
Storage,
They're
yeah.
terrible,
Kind
yeah.
of like owning a Cadillac.
Yeah.
They're used so
Chevy.
very rarely that,
Yeah.
the state has availability,
Yeah.
and if we need one,
I
We can
know.
go find a payloader to smash the building down easier.
that'll work.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got 20,000 in repairs and maintenance. A lot of the bigger things come out of the jail fund, like the remodel that we're doing, and that comes out of that
Correct. That
separate
jail
fund.
fund is for the jail, not for the sheriff's office.
Okay.
So the repair and maintenance line item in the sheriff's office, that's, like I said, 90% is just vehicle maintenance
Okay.
and tires.
That
and-
can't come out of that other fund.
No.
Okay.
And I'll speak to that in a little bit too, about that
Okay.
that fund.
How many vehicles did you say were you gonna replace this year?
Two of the patrol vehicles.
How many patrol vehicles do you have total?
The actual patrol vehicles, there's 4.
Okay, there's
Total
4.
vehicles in the sheriff's office, we take all the transport vehicles. We have about 11, and then we surplused one recently. The vehicles, there's two investigators, one's a drug investigator and regular. They have one, the drug vehicle was paid for by Attorney General's office. They gave it to us, new vehicle, a couple of years ago.
And whenever Jim surpluses a vehicle, it usually Lori from the assessor's office takes it, and then we sell the one that she.
Surplus hers.
Yeah. We had one this year that it needed about $3,000 in repairs, and we just surplused it, and they didn't want it. And I don't blame them.
Sure, yeah.
Jim, I want to ask, skip over to revenue now for a second.
Sure.
I see that you've increased federal prisoner holds from 400,000 to 600,000.
What page are you on, Don?
That would
It's
be
on
on
the
the
revenue.
revenue, in the revenue package.
What page?
2.
Two, got it,
Yeah.
thank you.
Towards the bottom, 10 or so up the bottom.
I'm thinking Patty prepared that. Those aren't my numbers.
That's what I do. And those are just estimations from what has been through the,
To date, or end of May, we've taken in $880-some thousand already in revenue in the jail. if you add to that the sheriff's fees, and we're already pushing $1 million in 5 months, so we're doing pretty good. We're on track. So,
You know, the revenue might not reflect that because the state auditor has always said not to
Not to count that.
count that because it can go away.
they like you to look at the end of the year and
Just
say,
the plus.
this is great. They don't want you to anticipate that money, because it could go away.
Okay. Do you see with, you know, any chance of that changing? Or, I know we can't look years down the road, but.
Look at it, and I tell every commission, look at it as a gift. It could end tomorrow. Federal government could do something, say, oh, we're not gonna do this anymore, we're gonna do
Well,
something.
we have a real threat of losing, don't we, in Lincoln County's business, aren't they building a new jail or?
They are, they're looking at it, but we don't hold many for Lincoln County at all. Minnehaha holds most of theirs.
We bid the fee for the federal prisoners, is that correct?
Sorry?
We bid that out, the federal prison contract, if I remember right? Or how do we achieve that?
You mean, we don't have a contract with the federal prison anymore, but
Not the federal prison, just the,
we have to negotiate with the Department of Justice in Washington DC on a
Right.
daily rate. And it's a long process.
Sheriff, what percentage of the time would you say that the jail is at maximum or near maximum capacity?
Our maximum right now is about 130. We're averaging 115 yesterday, and it fluctuates between 90 and 115.
You're pretty full most of the time then. I just had one suggestion that the guy had coffee this morning. He turned 100 years old today. We were celebrating his birthday. He says, he telling people, he said, why don't you buy the old post office and move the courthouse over there so sheriff can have more room for prisoners.
Yeah.
And so that was his suggestion at age 100. So,
Yeah,
What's
I
worth
mean,
So we do have, there is a possibility that this mental wellness issue could affect jail populations.
most of the people in jail, shouldn't say most, a good percentage have issues. Either they're drug addicts or have other issues. And it's a problem. It's costly to the county because the people that come in with drug issues end up going to the hospital and we end up paying their, it's,
But the cost of, apparently, of servicing a person in a mental health environment is apparently less than in a jail environment. It's a question, I guess. Because at our 8-county meeting before the last one of the discussion points was somebody was talking about getting a regionalized mental facility to hold jail clients, not in the future.
I don't see that happening.
Okay.
They need treatment, and some people that are in jail don't, people with mental illness do not belong in jail. Simple as that. I mean, we're not mental illness professionals. And sometimes we end up with people that there's no place else for them to go. And so.
Do you have like a detox area? No.
No. We don't accept prisoners above a certain blood alcohol until they've been medically cleared.
So their withdrawal won't affect you, yeah.
Well, it does, though.
It does, yeah.
As at Lewis and Clark's facility in Avera over here, where they have two detox beds, I believe. Does that provide any assistance to you, to the county?
I think it's great for the county because the options for detox are few. And they're away from here. So the more they can have here, the better. And I think Tom Stanage is working on another program right now to try to save the county money as well as.
He is.
And I think that's a good thing.
It was the triage, I think is what they were calling it up in Minnehaha, and the hospitals are going in on it because of the emergency room costs. They end up paying for it as well, so
Everybody that
tag in with Dawn.
goes to, say, HSC or to Sioux Falls on a mental illness hold has to be medically cleared. You take them to Sacred Heart Hospital, emergency room, it's cost on the county and it's expensive.
And those are claims
Yeah.
that are sent to the county.
Mhm.
Right, and that's what they're all trying to work together to minimize those and send them to a place that's for that, but it's not free.
No.
Anybody
And-
else? You
Yeah.
still got the
Yep.
jail to go. We don't
Yeah.
want to have you run out of time. Anything else for Sheriff on the Sheriff's? I don't think so.
In the jail, go
I
ahead.
just want to say, I think you're doing a great job
Thank you.
managing that money and meeting the expectations.
Great.
Agreed.
I wish all the departments were making money.
Well, yeah, that'd be great.
But then the county isn't supposed to make money. They're there to serve the people.
Yes.
In the jail, I increased professional services, that's the medical line item. This year, it's gone, we've had more expenditures, and the reason is we're holding more local prisoners. It's a guess. I don't know. So, we've been pretty close for years, but you just never know. All it takes is one major, somebody to have a heart attack in there, and we do carry the insurance, though, for catastrophic medical expenses. So we're only responsible for the first 10,000.
No, that's 24/7.
So if somebody has a heart attack while they're in jail, you don't get stuck with the $200,000 bill?
No,
Good.
we would otherwise, but
Yeah.
with this insurance, we don't.
So it looks like 2018, we were at 97,000 actual. 2019, we budgeted
Yep.
close to
Thank you. Sorry.
80,000.
Thank you.
We've used 35,000 to date. And so we're increasing that budget to 100. That's where we're at, right?
Right, and that's a guess.
Right.
It's only I can do is guess.
Right.
And,
But it looks like the trend is,
and why I increase it instead of leaving that the same is, if we don't have enough, then we end up having to pay money to advertise to supplement the, it's easier just to, if we don't use it, great.
And that reverts all back to the county. If they
Right.
don't use their budget.
Yeah.
right?
Vaccinations, are you finding yourself having to vaccinate? Is this? the
Just
prisoners?
employees.
You don't know the type of people you're getting.
Right,
Yeah,
and we
that's-
offer
that's
them the
important,
standard,
yeah.
Hep B,
Yeah.
3 series. Some choose not to get it, but we always budget so it's available to them.
Yeah. That's serious, some of the prison
Yeah,
population
and,
have hepatitis.
yep, and even our,
Serious.
I offer it to our clerical staff people, because they're going back to the jail, If you have, you're exposed to that type of thing.
TV.
Well, that's money well spent as opposed to the healthcare costs if somebody would contract it.
Sure.
It'd almost be mandatory, but I think that's good.
Maintenance contract, I increased in the jail, that's for the automated fingerprint identification system. Very expensive piece of equipment, and we have to carry a maintenance contract on it. If that goes down operations in the jail stop.
Is that for processing?
Processing, it automatically, fingerprints are sent out immediately, and you get people identified.
So is that when you get a new person in, they scan their fingerprints?
Yeah.
It does what? It sends them?
It's all connected through the FBI and DCI, and it goes to the central repository, and that's where, you know, if somebody's giving you the wrong name or so forth, they're identified in the system pretty
That's
rapidly.
probably really almost a cost saver too in time, because you could probably process people faster or.
No, it's inkless, you know, that's the only thing, but you still have to go through the rolling each
Oh, you
print.
still have
But
to do that?
there's no ink, it's just, you know, almost looks like your scanners at the grocery store, the little red lights coming up reading the,
We'll come to that, a self-processing
Yeah.
at the jail, just scan your fingerprint.
Retinal.
Yeah. Do they do any retinal scanning anymore?
No. Technology's out there, and some places are starting to use that, but, you know, fingerprints are still your
If it works, right?
number one.
It's like food costs are going up.
They have built in, you know, to CPI or whatever, they go up a little bit each year. We renegotiated a contract a couple of years ago with them, or put it out for bids. It's gone pretty well.
How many meals do you serve a year?
Oh, if you look in that monthly report, it's in there, it's,
A huge number, it's just absolutely
yeah,
huge.
huge.
Yeah, who supplies the food right now?
We contract out the food service to CVM, which was just bought out by Summit Foods,
They're
which
not all local.
owns
No.
practically all of the food, institutional food services, Aramark, and all of them, they bought them all out. But when you can put out a meal for, you know, $1.25, you know, at the most, it's
I can
pretty
do
easy.
much better than that, yeah.
You know, they quantity buy, so they ship it from their facility in Sioux Falls, and, you know. It's not five-star dining by any means, but it's 3,000 calories a day.
3?
3.
I know when we did the tour, I mean, there was a line when the food came, so.
I don't have it in there, but I've run into this issue now. Kind of historically, about 7 years ago, when we started increasing numbers in the jail, they had a full-time person in the jail that did all of the accounting and, you know, billing and so forth. And instead of hiring another jailer, I moved that accounting up to the front office with my gals up front. And now that it's doubled in the process, I need to increase for some part-time assistance in the accounting area. The gals up front can't do it all anymore. Terry's coming in at nights and weekends after a full week because they just can't keep up. You have to understand that every prisoner in the jail has an account with money in it normally for their account, and that has to be reconciled every day. And when you get 100 people in the jail, you know, it's difficult. So,
And some of these accounts are like $14.20.
oh, some of them are, yeah.
Have you explored any contracting services or software or anything to ease that process, or?
We have
It's,
it. We have the software, and it's just time consuming. And they not only take care of that, they take care of all the 24/7 monies coming in, all the bond monies coming in. And when it comes to public money, it has to be accurate. And so it takes time. And, you know, I think if I can get by with, you know, 10 to 15 hours a week with somebody part-time, and I'd like to do that to relieve some of the stress from the gals that are up front, that are having to come in the evenings.
Do you see that that person could be shared with other departments?
You mean,
A full-time person, you're
Yeah.
allocated 15 hours.
yeah. If you had a full-time person, I'd only need them for, 10 to 15 hours.
The ambulance and the state's attorney already share one, too.
I think that's the way to explore, is we can't afford to keep adding, people, and, because then it's the benefits and the insurance, and it just kind of snowballs.
I assume currently that people doing this are coming in nights and weekends, we're paying overtime for that.
Some,
Or they shift,
I don't
that's-
budget overtime, so we give them a lot of comp time.
Right, okay.
So, yeah, it's costing us, and it's a drag on them too. I mean, they don't want to, you work 40 hours a week, you don't want to work the weekend too, and it's happening. But-
Is there any way to, I guess, fund it partially? Can you raise your commissary fees or to fund any of that? Is that an option, or?
Currently, in that jail account, there's 1,100,000 as of May 31st. After if you approve the jail construction in the old area, I'm assuming that's gonna go down. There'll still be about 500,000 in that. That is adequate as a cushion. And so instead of taking 25% of that income and putting it in this fund, I think if you reduce that to 10, that'll give the county an extra $200,000-300,000 to do what they need to do, for whatever you need to.
So you'd recommend us reducing the
Reducing,
percentage to
yeah.
10%?
Yep.
Because that is quarterly now, that is taken out of all the
Okay.
jail fees. There's only certain amounts,
Okay.
and 25% is taken out of that, put in that jail.
Okay.
For your bottom comfort level on that account. We reduce this to 10 and we have some large
they'll be-
expenditures and we get to 200, 300,000, we look at increasing again, or?
If there's 500,000 in that fund, I think that's more than adequate.
I would think so, but.
Yeah.
When would you want us to decrease that from 25% to 10? Is that,
I think you could do that whenever you want.
let's schedule that for the next meeting. Well, do you, a resolution to do that, or?
No, just one.
Okay, well, we'll get that. Yeah, there's no sense having a lot of money sitting in a.
Maybe you want to wait until after the bids come in. But it's,
Yeah.
Are we getting a 0.1% interest on that $1 million?
it's wherever you have it deposited.
The general fund?
1%
Or no, it's
maybe.
in, the 1 million is in a special fund. 210, I think it is, and it strictly goes in there.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that, depending on that, that'll leave a few $100,000 to do with as you need.
There's always a place to
There's-
spend it.
There are, yeah.
Stone Church Bridge, it looks good.
So, one other thing in the jail, I don't have it in the budget, but I'd like to reclassify the jail administrator position equal to a lieutenant's position in the office. And the reason for that is we're fortunate to have the person we have. He's an excellent manager. He's responsible for 19 full-time employees as well as part-time employees. And compared to his counterparts in other counties, he's paid less and has actually more responsibilities. Just, Brookings pays their jail, and their jail is about a quarter of our size. Their jail administrator gets $72,000 a year. Hughes County 64, and Cottington is 57. By reclassifying his position to that level is only like a $2,000 expenditure. And he's an excellent employee, and I don't want to lose him.
What were the, from to what classes?
To the same level as a lieutenant in the sheriff's office, yeah. And that, I mean, currently he gets paid $56,410. I'd like to increase that to $58,440, which is a bargain.
And
Would
what
you be
position is that from what to Jim? From the-
It'd still be jail administrator, but along the same.
Do we want to call him like a lieutenant, or does he want the title? or-
No, I mean,
This 58,440, is that, would you be looking for the 3% on top of that coming the next year, or we start at that 58 coming?
yeah, no,
2020?
that's without whatever COLA you give. I
So
mean,
that's prior to? and then-
yeah. Next year, you know, whatever it is.
And that isn't in your budget?
No, it's not in there at this time, so. And the part-time isn't in, this year for the part-time, I have some salary salvage because we're down a jailer, so for the last couple months, so there'll be several $1,000s available to have this part-time person do some accounting stuff there, so I'm not worried about that. Just next year when.
So that part-time person isn't in your 2020 budget,
Is not.
right? I just want to clarify that, so.
Yeah, like Don said, I think we should explore, like, sharing with other departments. I think that was a good idea.
Yeah, and I see there's some open positions. You want to leave those in here, I take it? that you-
Some they've been filled since that was
Since this?
prepared.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just vacant at the time the budget was being prepared.
So the numbers are,
Numbers are accurate, yeah.
The inmate medical liability insurance, maybe you touched on that. That's an inmate.
That's the
insured.
catastrophic insurance. It's that if we have an inmate that incurs in excess of $10,000 in medical costs, it's covered after that.
It's probably
And that's actually sponsored by the County Commissioners Association is who, you know,
it's important to have that.
yeah.
There hasn't been too many injuries in the jail.
Injuries, no. Right after we put that in place, that catastrophic insurance, we had a kid go down the steps with, end up in Sioux Falls with neurosurgery, and it paid for itself 10 times over the first month we had it. But,
We got any other questions for
I
this year?
just got a comment. When I worked for the pipeline, we made a catastrophic list, and I'll explain that. Our office was in Wichita. One day, the president, vice president, executive secretaries all came up in the same airplane. They lost an engine, but they landed okay. After that, they created a catastrophic list. And what they did, all retired personnel, vice presidents, secretaries, they put them on a list and asked them what would happen if that plane would have gone down, or in the future. Can we have you step up to the plate and fill in until we can get reorganized? It's just a suggestion that I've always given out to other companies I work for, that something in the back of your head that something would happen to you and 4 or 5 of your deputies at once. So just a suggestion, so just keep it in the back of your mind.
I don't want to think like
I
that.
know you
but-
don't. I didn't want to put you in that
But yeah, it's a
situation.
secession plan.
It's just a, yeah, it's a plan.
Yeah, that's,
Hope never
yeah,
happens.
that's how you train your, subordinates, and, you hope that when the time comes, they're ready to step up, so. we better-
I could leave for 6 months, and I am confident that the same level of service would be accomplished in the, I have faith in the people there that they do a good job.
We better move on to get him out of here. The last one, juvenile detention. Any other questions for Sheriff on the jail before we?
We got the 24/7 there, and that's
24/7.
essentially the same. There's no changes in that.
Are you concerned about the balance in that fund dropping over the last 6 years? In 2014, it had 100,000, it went to 88, 73, 56. 2018,
It
it
could.
balanced at 38.
It depends on the numbers,
Is it under the
and
sheriff?
24/7 is supposed to be self-supporting.
Right,
At the point it isn't,
right.
if we went to stop it, you'd have judges and everybody up here going, oh.
Right.
But I'm not concerned about that right now.
Okay. Okay. And those fees for that are all set by
State statute,
state?
yeah. They are.
Is there any talk of raising those fees at
They
the
just
state?
did.
or-
They raise them by administrative rule, and that was just done a couple of years ago, if I recall.
And
They used to give us money to pay for our part-time person that operates that program, but when they saw that we had $100,000 sitting in an account, they said no.
Maybe it's good that it is dropping.
So,
do the fees don't cover the cost of running
yeah,
that
it
program?
does.
They do?
Yeah, 100%.
100%, good.
So far. And it should continue.
You see a lot of good with this program?
It's a good program. They keep adding on. I mean, like you have your Hope Court and different things that now are part of the 24/7 program where they ask us to do the work. And it's labor intensive. It used to be that everybody was put on the twice-a-day alcohol testing. Now the judges like the drug patch, which now, it has to be sent into the lab and examined. And
How does that, is that a one a day patch? or
Week.
how-
Week.
Okay, so
Good
they
for-
only have to come in once a week as opposed to twice a day?
Correct.
That.
But some are on both.
Some are on both.
Yeah.
Do they still do the ankle brace or the, whatever the brace
Yeah,
is?
the CAM, it's called, continuing, but that's self-pay. They have to pay for, they have to be able to afford it. It's like $6 a day to have that on. Where to come in and blow is a couple bucks a day. But if you're working, it's a great deal.
Beats having somebody sit in jail, that's
Mhm.
for sure. I see there's 7,000 for furniture and minor equipment. Like, what would that be for that program? I mean, are there chairs? that
Computer
people-
replacement, chairs, the PBT units have to be replaced, the
What are those?
portable breath tester units. We have to replace those every so often, so.
Understood. When they come in, when they're on a drug patch or bracelet, do they still have to blow in the alcohol?
Some do, some don't. It's up to the court to determine what they're gonna,
Well, it's nice that they're utilizing the technology like the patches to reduce costs. so, Good. Any other questions for the sheriff on this program? What was the next, what were we gonna do? Was there one more we had to do?
Juvenile
Juvenile detention.
Juvenile detention. I think we talked about that a little bit. I think we've gone through half that budget already this year for housing juveniles. It could go down and we'll be just fine, or it could go up.
What would cause a juvenile to be, it's up to the judge to decide if he's going,
Right,
but what?
they go through many different, what they've been arrested for, whether their parents are available. if there's treatment here for them, or if they're dangerous. I mean, some are just plain dangerous, and they need to be locked up.
Are they in with the general population? No, they're segregated.
No, we can't hold them,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
period. We have 6 hours,
No, but I mean, while you're holding them, that's what I meant.
unless they're charged with a crime. A lot of your juveniles aren't charged with a status offense, whether it's curfew or probation violation. None of those can be kept anywhere near the jail.
Yeah.
But if a kid goes out and shoots somebody, yeah, we can hold them 6 hours. And then they have to be taken to juvenile detention facility. Juvenile detention, I mean, as you can see why all these counties belong to that compact. They're really expensive. You have to have
I guess
health
that's-
care, teachers, they still have to go to school while they're there.
Where do you put them for 6 hours then?
If they're charged with a crime, we can hold them in a holding cell. If they're a status offender, somebody has to sit with them in a conference room, or they can't be anywhere near, they can't be put in the jail.
How many individual juveniles have we had so far this year? Is it just a couple? Is it getting more?
Probably less than 15,
Okay, so it's
but it's
very expensive per individual.
$230 a day.
Do you see that trend of increasing? Was it less than 15 and it's getting higher? Or just, you just?
We have different judges now, and,
All righty. Any other questions for the sheriff?
my suggestion, if it really starts getting bad, it'd be time for the state's attorney or whatever to sit down and have a discussion with the courts to see if there's something we can do differently. And that's happened in other counties, but it's out of our control.
Any more questions for Sheriff? And I'd like to reiterate what Don said, as we appreciate what a wonderful job you're doing for the
Thank
county.
you.
And thank you very much.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Next item on the agenda is the treasurer, Ms. Patty Varva. Welcome.
Good morning. First off, I'd like to thank all of you for granting us the 5th of July off. My entire staff really appreciates that, as well as I. No, you guys can hear me. I could be in my office talking and you'd hear me. My budget really isn't changing a whole lot, other than, I know CPI is 2.4. I did put 3% for everybody. I don't have any steps next year, but I do have one longevity, but that's only $100. And then, my other items, as far as my operating expenses, I try and keep those pretty close to what they have been in the past.
What insurance, what do you have that's insured?
I believe that is my bonding.
Your bonding, okay.
Yeah.
For the 421?
Yeah.
That's liability for each department.
Oh, okay.
Charge liability.
In case somebody gets a paper cut or something in the office. Suppose it's something we have to have.
Yeah.
I was just curious with the liability. The publishings you do, those are newspaper publishings, I assume?
Yeah, what that is our delinquent tax list that we publish in December.
The
Or
naughty list, you
the
don't want to
naughty
be on
list.
that one.
And we really don't have any control over that, because
Yeah.
it's, depends on who doesn't pay their taxes.
For rentals, what do you have that you rent?
Our computers, we rent. We have had a folding machine that the 3 offices we shared rental on it. We have discontinued that lease. We still have the machine, but we've discontinued. That was with that $105. So I decreased it a little bit, because that was $1,300 a year.
What
split.
kind of
Just for
machine was
A
that?
maintenance
folding,
on the machine?
a folding machine, no, just to lease it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that?
To fold the letters and stuff.
Yeah. When you send out that many, you
It's, yeah.
you have, that's a
But
big time saver.
We can make it without it. That's our delinquent letters now is all we have left. Our notices are sent out by a mail service. And the notices that go out in January, that's our big supplies cost every year.
And that's the computer rental, the refresh one?
Yes, yeah,
So do you rent your computers then? Is
Yeah.
that different than other offices? I guess
no, we all,
everywhere.
we're on a 3-year refresh program, every 3 years. Like in our case, we put the 4 computers up front, we replace them and in my office, and the 4 that are up front go back to the back desks. And then the 4 that are on the desks get surplused.
Do you
And
think-
mine goes to a corner.
Do you think
desk.
that's adequate?
It's worked out really well for
Worked
us.
out really well?
I mean-
We wouldn't want to try to go to 4 years to stretch that out? Are
I
you guys
don't think
happy?
so, because we got to keep up with the programs we're running. In most cases, it's, a lot of cases, it's the state and
Sure.
Tyler, which is primarily everything we do.
Supplies, those are just your office supplies?
Yeah, and then the big, like I said, the big chunk of that is our postage when our notices go out in January. The service does that for us. And then we do pay the service to do our mail, which has saved us a lot of time and grief. And I think all of us can agree it's been worth it. I think somebody would have said otherwise.
For travel, is those for conferences or what?
Yeah, and isn't that Sudeco fees as well, which have gone up? And we may have some additional travel next year because we are getting new state program. So I did put a little bit more in there because, well,
What is the utilities?
that's primarily VAST, our telephone system.
That's how much the phone costs for that?
Yeah, yep. Let's see.
Wow. That seems kind of a lot for phone.
The phone and the faxes and.
Do we each have individual numbers, or do we have one, main number for the office that we share?
There's just one, and then it directs you to which office you want.
But then we do each have individual numbers as well.
Yeah, and that's what, Brian is the one that voice that comes up, but it says which.
Yeah, it's
office.
VRU.
Yeah.
Patty, roughly 90% of your budget is in personnel services, people, which is pretty normal, I would suspect. If you were, we've seen in some of the other areas of the county where maybe some new software or computer programs has made significant savings in personnel expenses. Do you know of any area that if you were required to reduce your budget by, say, 10%, that you could get some software that would expedite your work?
We've pretty much kind of done that already, just even with just Excel programs where our reports take us less time in the morning, just because we've got a gal who's pretty proficient and she has this report, feeding into the next one.
Walk in where I don't see everyone in there doing something, meeting customers and working, so.
Yeah, sometimes it's feast or famine, at the end of the month, it's crazy. We sometimes can't even get the phone answered and stuff, but then, like now, it's kind of a little quieter and stuff for the next few days, and then it'll pick up again. It's unfortunately just the nature of the business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got any other questions?
I don't have much going on. Not like Jim.
That's all right, that's all right.
It's easy for me.
You're important where.
Patty, we'd rather see a
money comes
human in there than a robot, buying our license plates, so.
We do a pretty good online business, but yeah, there are still people that, we still even will go out and put their decals right on for them if they need a little assistance with
Just
it.
good customer service.
Don't have a license plate vending machine?
We do, in Hy-Vee.
Maybe, yep.
Is that
Yeah, you walk
something
right by it and-
that
I
we could look at expanding, the kiosks? Is that machine in Hy-Vee, is that our machine or is it
No,
the state?
it's
It's
state.
the
We
state.
have absolutely nothing to do with it. I mean,
And
most
with-
of us
With
have never
that,
even used
do you-
it.
Do you get a report on
Yes.
that? How have you seen, how many customers does that vending machine use? Or-
It's, ironically, if the last day of the month falls on a weekend,
Yeah.
we see a lot of increase in it. Numbers, I'd have to look, because, like last month, I think total was around $30,000 or something like that.
Through that machine?
Through that machine,
Really?
just that.
That's actually-
Well, I shouldn't say that, because you can use, there's multiple machines in the state, and you can use any machine in the state to renew, but the county you live in still gets the money. So then, twice a month, they crank out a report for any internet or the SST renewals, and then that money gets deposited into our account, and then once, at the end of the month, we receipt it all in, once the second.
So,
Yeah.
so currently, there's kind of a problem with the state, isn't there, on the license?
Always, Don.
Well, we've had 3 of the little sets of cards, and all 3 of them had maybe 1 out of 8 vehicles that we own is on that list.
They still can't get that down. The first batch of cards was just a plain error on their part, or the machine, or the program, or whatever. But yeah, then and they,
So-
wonderfully sent those out on the last couple days of taxes, and we had a bazillion phone calls. People, I don't own these vehicles, and
I think we got 5 last year, so that's 5 stamps they could all put it all in the same card.
in part, it's because of the program. If like one of your titles has your middle initial in it, then the computer can't read that it's, that's a different person to the program. So, yeah, I'm sure there's always room for improvement there, but
Do you have any notaries in your office?
we don't. And it is something I have kind of considered.
We had a discussion, was it
Tuesday.
about that, and I don't know if that's something that you'd want to look into for customer support.
In our case, we're kind of lucky in that if it's a state, if it's a state document that's just going through our office, we can sign it and put our office seal on it, and that's considered notarized, but we're not actually
Sure.
licensed
Probably
notaries.
don't have a lot of public interaction where people need.
No, because it's usually
Notary
DMV
for-
documents,
Right.
and we can stamp those and sign those, so that's usually what we get. And I was kind of debating it when we lost our other notary, whether somebody in our office should maybe,
I guess it wouldn't be maybe a bad thing for customer service if they have an ability to do that, so.
Patty, that one time when the internet went down, are we still being served by VAST, or is it, yeah?
Yeah,
Have
that's-
you had any more problems since that time? Okay.
no, sometimes we have minor outages, but that's oftentimes, that might even be the state, and we have absolutely no control over that.
Yeah.
But our network doesn't go down
I'm just wondering if
very
they're
much.
doing a better job now or so.
It seems like it.
Good.
Every now and then, something will be slow, but
Because
that's
that just put everybody out of a job, didn't it? You were, with your internet down.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then our phone,
For very long.
no,
No.
Because then our phones go down too, so you
Yeah.
can't do any, which is kind of a blessing, because you can't do anything, so it's good the phones aren't ringing.
Unless there's a fire.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Is there anything else you think we could do, if, decrease bank fees or any areas we could be saving some money in your office? you know,
I-
get more interest on some of the accounts we have?
You know, I did switch one of them just I think it was last March, you know, a year ago.
Sure.
And, you know, of course, there's all sorts of fees involved with the account, but
Okay.
then our balances offset all that. So we don't have any hard charges, you know, as far as anything go, unless we have something kind of odd, but we don't even have that anymore, where it's all offset by the interest we earn, and it's been paying pretty good.
Sure. Yeah, I know in the monthly report, we see a lot of fees taken out. I know those get offset, but I don't know if there'd be any possibility of trying to renegotiate so there's less fees taken out. You know, any time we can save some money for the counties, it's always good, so.
What do we get for interest on the majority?
The one we get the most on, I believe, is just over .5. None of them really pay that well.
It's too bad we can't use online banks, because you can get much higher interest rate, but we have to use a county bank, correct?
No, I don't know about an online bank, but we can use any bank in the state.
I checked with the credit union, and they're actually offering like pretty decent interest rates for a year, like where if we looked at transferring some money, it could be tens of thousands of dollars, you know, so that might be something to look into too, anything that we can do to save money, so. Any other questions for?
The interest that some of the,
Goes to the general.
every month it gets transferred into different special accounts, general, highway,
Yeah.
emergency management. I mean, so it
Jail.
gets distributed to different departments.
Yeah, majority goes in general, but
What's the reason that it goes?
It's just through the state.
laws,
It can't go into another
No.
fund?
mm-mm.
The interest
Can't
has
go
to-
into a slush fund.
The account balance on that fund.
Sure, okay. Any other questions for Ms. Barba? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate the hard work you do for
Thank you.
Yankton County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patty.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Bring the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda, item number 8, emergency management. Mr. Schurslick, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much for having us here this morning. I don't know kind of where, with me, my department, it's a little bit different, or at least I think it's different to start out with, but every year we try to put together and emphasize the importance of, so everybody understands what we all do and what we're all responsible for. And I sent a letter over, I think Patty, you said you gave it out to everybody, but you know, we're in charge of all the plans and all the mitigation processes that go out, recovery, contingency plans for the county. We're in the process of working with the hazardous materials update of the plan right now, but all the planning, if you will, for the county. Our office also oversees the search and rescue team here in the county with 24 members. And these are all volunteers that I'm referring to. Yankton County Skywarn team. We also have the critical incident stress debriefing team that we also take care of within our organization. There's 19 members there. We currently have to make sure that we maintain 2 emergency operations centers within our budget. And all this stuff is being paid for through my budget. So, I mean, it isn't just emergency management. I mean, and this has been something that I necessarily haven't started. It's been there, and we've been doing it for years, and we're just trying to keep it either efficient, move it up, make it better, and so forth like that. We have all the computers over there. We have sometimes we'll have you come over, take a look at everything that we have. We have a plotter, we have radios, a bunch of pagers for all the emergency services that we run out of our area. There's just a boatload of stuff. One of the things that isn't in the budget that I actually got approached to here last week about is that for those of you may or may not know, but the Yankton Fire Department, back in 2004, Homeland Security money was plentiful. And the county bought a rescue truck. And right now it's called Rescue 2, and the Yankton Fire Department operates it. But that truck is a piece of county equipment, and it's under my budget. They want to replace it in the next 3 to 4 years because it's getting to that age. Now, what we do with it, I personally think we need to sit down, few of the city commission, few of you guys, myself, Mr. Hawkins, Kurtenbach with the fire department, and come up with a plan, because you're probably looking at about a $300,000 truck to replace it. But back in 2004, the commission back then, the Homeland Security monies for the Yankton County at that time were about $200,000. And we needed a truck really bad, so they allowed that truck to be bought, be housed in Yankton. The county would take care of it, but that truck would have to respond to all ambulance Signal 1 or motor vehicle accidents in the county. Because at that time, and we're still having issues right now, that there are little towns don't have the means to like cut somebody out of a car. So that truck has to roll. And so if we need to figure out how we need to maintain that. Part of the plan, I don't know, Patty and I talked a little bit about the capital outlay or accumulation account, excuse me. I don't know if that's still in here or not. That's something I think we should at least talk about. It used to be, or was, the $25,000 was put away in a accumulation account for my department, so that if we need, excuse me, a new pickup, or not a new, but get a new boat, or get a new something equipment, or a vehicle to pull a trailer over in my office, we had a means to start putting a little money away here and there, and then, and do that. And I know when Steve comes here this afternoon to talk to you, he's gonna bring that up also. And maybe we need to look at taking something like that in that account and combining our accounts, because if we have to look at a truck, I mean, he's got an ambulance he's gonna need to replace here pretty soon, because he's got 100,000 miles on everything. But I don't know we're gonna figure that out, but I think we need to sit down and look at that. There's nothing that has to be done for next year as far as that truck, but the accumulation account, to me, is important. Now, whether it's 25,000 or less, but it's the idea that stuff does need to be replaced in the bigger equipment. And we put that account there because if you put it in your budget, if I come in and says, I need a new pickup next year, my budget goes to $50,000 under vehicle. Well, the following year, I don't need a truck, and it goes to zero. So I was instructed 3 years ago or 4 years ago that we need to try to keep the budgets flatlined, if you will, and then we'll create that account so we can put money over there, and then that line item doesn't have to do this every 2, 3, 4 years.
Is this truck absolutely necessary on a call?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah, it carries all the extrication equipment, rescue equipment that it's needed. I mean, like right now, an example, in Lesterville, we have Hearst Tools, and Gable has Hearst Tools, and so does Irene.
And did we have a truck like that before FEMA?
Yes, it was a pickup.
It was a pickup.
The county owned a 4-door Chevy pickup with a utility box. But as time went on, we needed more and more equipment. I mean, this truck carries grain bin rescue equipment, high angle rescue equipment. It carries the jaws, struts, trench rescue equipment. I mean, it carries a lot of stuff on it. It's almost to the point now you can't put more stuff on it.
It's like a 2-ton or bigger?
No, it's a bigger truck. It's like 2.5 ton, like a 4400 Series International.
Gas, diesel?
Diesel.
Diesel, yeah. Good.
And the tires, our budget, my budget just put tires on it last year. But it all comes out of the line item. My budget maintains and keeps that truck going as of right now.
How many vehicles do you have in your department right now?
We have I got it wrote down here. 5 pickups, I believe it is. Let me turn the page here.
On that county accumulations, it doesn't show up here on Paul's budget, but what you'll see, it's called a resolution page. At the end, on his budget, it will say county accumulations for whatever he wants. The 25 or...
Whatever you guys decide.
And then that will go into his...
I'm gonna give it just a quick with you down here. We have the rescue truck. I have 5 pickups, 4 generators, 5 trailers, 3 boats, 4 storm sirens, and 5 county repeaters are more the bigger things that we take care of.
What's a repeater?
We have radio communications for fire departments or EMS or anybody for that matter.
Yep.
We have one on the water towers out here on Yankton, out by the lake, the one on Napa Junction, and all the water towers.
That's a piece of equipment, but that's not a vehicle, is that
Correct.
Okay,
right.
got it.
And those sites are right around $9,000 a piece just to maintain them.
This truck we were just talking about, when you go to replace it, are you going to go to another bigger truck because you went to a
It would
bigger
have to be a
plastic?
bigger truck because we're running out of room. But again, to me, it needs to be, and again, we need to sit down as a group, but could it be, you know, a joint city, county, and maybe some of the other communities kick in something to go towards it, or it could be the fire districts, you know.
Or could you take one of your other vehicles and eliminate that?
No.
And upgrade this one?
Unfortunately, the vehicles that I have are just pickups. I mean, they're not big enough to carry all of the equipment on. I'm talking a full-size truck
Yeah.
that we have there. And I can get you a picture of what they've got up
Yeah,
there.
I kind of know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
but it's a lot. I have nothing. All my stuff is there is just, the biggest truck I got is a 3/4 ton Chevy pickup.
So what you're telling me, you can't go with anything less, but you need more?
No. For my department,
Yeah,
I'm fine with pickups.
yeah.
The rescue truck that's being used at Fire Station 1 here in Yankton, that Yankton Fire Department mans and operates, is the county truck that I'm looking at that is gonna eventually have to be replaced. And that would have to be bigger, because it has a bigger mission behind it than what I do,
Sure.
okay? I mean, does that make sense? Okay.
Yep.
So anyway, back to my, so with all that in mind and all the different things that going on here, going down through my budget, I've got a few increases that I have put in there, but for the most part, everything has stayed the same. The big thing that probably you're gonna see, and I will start down on the top of your budget sheet here, I sent you a copy attached this. Do they have this one, Patty? Is our salaries for the office over there. And I'm, you know, and again, whether we, you know, I don't know what the goal is here. I know we're trying to save money anywhere where we can. I've been here, I started in January of 2011. And I am asking for an increase, whether you do a 2% or 3% or no percent, I'm actually asking for an increase in my salary of $6,000 overall. That's like $500 a month, just a little extra more than a percentage. And I'm also looking at taking the deputy's position and bringing it up some more to a higher rate. But remembering our salaries are paid 50% by the state through the SLA program. So through that process, or that spreadsheet I have here, yeah, it goes up considerably when you look at it, but the state is gonna would reimburse 62,000 of that back to our salaries. And I don't,
Just for the record, what's your salary and your assistance right now?
my salary, just give me a second here, Gary.
Because the people on TV can't see it.
Yeah, they see it in the paper every month. It's 59, my proposed salary would be 59,000. And the new budget, and the deputies would be 37,324. So that would be, I'm looking at taking my salary up another $6,000 from the, what I'm right now, my salary per year is 59,000. Well, I gotta take that back. You gotta include FICA, all the insurances. I would say right around 62,000 is what my salary is. And I'm 40 hours a week is what I am. But I'm averaging about 240 hours a month is what I'm doing right now. And we're trying to keep, with Erin, keeping her down to 40 hours a week, no overtime, anything we can, you know, because the more overtime, it's double pay, and we're trying to keep cut back. But I'm looking at just getting an increase. If you don't have this sheet in your thing, I actually made copies.
Yeah, you don't get paid overtime.
No.
You're just salaried, right?
Yes, correct.
So-
Yeah, I have no overtime. I always said that we need to do that when we go into disaster, that I need to go to hourly, and then when we're out of the disaster, go back to salary. But that never happened. But anyway,
You're dreaming.
but putting, yeah, I know, I'm just saying, it'd be cool. But you can see with that, there's an increase in there. Otherwise, whatever your increases are gonna be for is what we're asking for. Going down through the operating expenses, I have actually only raised the cost in my budgets to the line what is actually costing us today. There was something I did not know. Roger Smith and I had a discussion because my insurance took a huge jump in payment and couldn't figure out why. Well, I don't know. The county decided to go from a $3 million liability to a $5 million liability. Our insurance with the Emergency Management Department and EMS is not with the county. Our liability is with another group called One Beacon. Well, he took our insurance and raised it to $5 million, and that added an additional $8,000 in expenses on my side that I didn't know was coming. So next year, we're preparing for it, which is fine, but I did not have that. We went over in my line items because of that.
So he didn't tell you about it?
No, I didn't know about it, and that's fine. I mean, we'll make it work.
Why don't you use the same insurance that the county does
There isn't enough exact coverage.
Okay.
I mean, like,
Sure.
paramedics coverage aren't covered under the county's insurance. We have,
And Roger doesn't want to touch?
Roger talked to Steve and Paul about it.
Okay.
So
Oh,
they
I thought he
knew-
said he didn't.
They
Understood.
knew that there was insurance.
we haven't, we know the insurance was there. The reason the difference in the insurance is the fact that we have specialties that the counties doesn't have, and it's actually cheaper to go what we're doing here if we wanted what we have to go with the insurances of the
You
state.
just didn't know it was gonna increase in.
We didn't know it was gonna go up that high.
When Roger did. tell you.
We did not know that that was gonna go that high. I did.
And the commission, the board increased the umbrella to that million.
Yeah, right, the board, did. Yeah, and I have it within my budget somewhere to make sure it's covered. I mean, we're not gonna have a problem,
Yeah, nobody likes surprises.
but, and then, the travel.
Could I
oh,
ask one
yes.
thing? Don, could you were here at the time, do you know why it went from 3 million to 5 million? Why did you guys increase the coverage?
No, I don't remember.
I mean, because you know, and let me know, you know, is 3 million adequate? I know 5 million's better, but I mean, 3 million, that's.
3 million was actually, for us, for what we're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I can't say that I can't make a $3 million mistake, but I think.
We know you can.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
But I mean, you know, whether paramedics, I mean, they weren't, or, you know, when they're doing drugs and stuff, they have their own liability and all this other stuff going on. The 3 million was adequate back when we signed up for it.
Yeah, and,
That's for the whole county. That's not just his office or the
Okay.
ambulance office.
Right.
It's for the whole
3
county.
million
Right,
is for
but-
the whole company.
Right.
I
And then they
see.
moved up to 5 million. It's for the whole county.
I think
Okay.
Roger
Recommended.
recommended it.
Yeah, because he come in
Based
and
on a
talk.
lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
His lawsuits are getting more.
Wasn't that
Expensive.
Right,
From our meeting in Pier,
okay.
back with that information.
And that very well could be, but again, your liability that you have on the coverage for the county is totally different than what we have. I mean, we have liability and we have all other stuff, but it raised everything in the county, and we didn't know that was coming.
But then 3 million wasn't just for you.
No, no.
Or it was the whole county.
It's the whole county, okay.
Yeah,
I-
the whole
I can
county was set
probably
at $3 million
see-
at that time.
I could probably see 5 million with the whole
Has the
county.
county ever gone to a different insurance company to try to get a lower rate for?
I can't.
You see it on TV all the time.
Right, well, I can't speak for the other county, the insurance that we have for the emergency management, anything in public safety, for its ambulances, fire, all that stuff, this is unique just for them. I mean, it will cover, if I needed to commandeer a bunch of boats because we got a drowning on the lake and one sinks, my insurance will replace it at no cost. I mean, there are special things in this insurance. Steve has the same thing for his paramedics, his ambulances, or, you know, that stuff. Our deductibles are less. It was a win-win, because before, the deductibles were like $5,000 if we had a truck accident.
Can you ask Roger if he can go to a higher deductible to get a lower premium?
For us,
Yeah, for all of us.
our premiums, we're set at $5,000, right, or $2,500 for our deductibles on all of our insurances over there right
That'd be a
now.
way of trimming some of the budget, you know.
Smith
Well-
Insurance has done the county's insurance
For your, and
And he's doing a wonderful job.
yeah,
And
I've got no
whenever-
problems with Roger.
When everything comes up, he, you know, contacts us and wants to meet with you and,
I'm just saying if we had a higher deductible, maybe we could save some money.
Well, if we're gonna do that, then we're gonna have to readjust the budgets in different line items, because if I have something crash or something, motor blows up or something like that, I need now that $5,000 or whatever we raise that deductible, that isn't in here, because it's based off of the cheaper deductible that we have. Not saying we can't,
Yeah.
but that is not, I can't reflect that within the budget here right now.
yeah, I think that's a question for Roger, and if you want him to come in and.
Talk about that, yeah, how that would work. And then the only other two things in my budget, everything else either remained the same or went down a little bit, was the travel and the utilities. And my utilities are going up based on the fact that the phone system I have in my office needs new phones. The old phones are dying. And those are gonna be used phones, not new ones. And I just threw that in there to make sure we covered that cost.
Why is your utilities, you know, so high compared, you know, to other departments? Like, what does that utility cover? Phone, internet?
Phone, I have actually, well, I have Vast over there also.
Okay.
We have 2 phone systems. I have to have 2 phone systems in place, one at our office and one at the fire station 2,
Okay.
or the emergency operations center. So I
Does
got
the
dual
city- Does the
systems.
city or anybody chip in the cost
No.
of fire station too?
No,
Okay. Why?
because it's a county's EOC, is how it's looked
That's the
at.
fire,
At the fire-
is there any sharing agreement with fire station?
Just
two?
the use of the station at no cost. I have an MOU wrote with them to be able to use that facility if ours gets wiped out
Okay.
and move up there and use their systems.
They're not, the city's not scared to ask us for funds for sharing buildings.
And then what the utilities is also the tablets, the Verizon, the hotspots, basically the Verizon bill. We did a bunch of cutting, I can't tell you right now, but it used to be about $400 a month. At our office, we got between Steve and I, we've cut a lot of stuff, narrowed down. We haven't seen the last bill we got from Verizon is actually $36 credit. So I don't know where that's gonna go when we're done, but I'm hoping it's gonna be around that $200 a month. It's kind of where we were headed for. But again, I haven't seen that bill yet.
That
But
just- yeah.
a lot of that is because of, we're over there. And then the power, I have power at light, well,
Water.
but I have like the sirens that are out in the county. I pay, and granted, that isn't a lot, but that's $37 to $40 a month that I pay for them out there. Because
Okay.
we were originally putting sirens out at, was one at Riverside Acres, two at the campgrounds, and one at the Boy Scout camps.
Yeah, that's great that you're explaining to us and the public, where some of this money goes, because I didn't know that you had to pay for the sirens out by the lake, and,
Yep.
when you need them, and it's worth it.
Right, and we maintain all them. I have a generator at my office, but there's also a generator. We're still working on that other one. We are.
That was my next
We're
question.
working on it. We're getting closer, but Gayville, Vollen, Irene, Utica, we have generators that we maintain. They're through a Homeland Security grant. We didn't actually pay for them, but my office maintains them.
We maintain, is there any, if, we maintain these generators in these small towns, are they pitching in a little bit for the maintenance of that?
No, not on the maintenance, but back in the day when we put them in there, the agreement was that if we can get grant money to put the generator in, if we maintain them, they'll make sure the building is there, clean, ready to go. So, because I have MOUs on all them buildings to create a Red Cross shelter or a gathering point to bring people in the event of a disaster. So that was kind of the agreement that we made, back then. And granted, the maintenance on a generator is like $350 a month. I mean, or $350 a year to go change the oil, make sure everything's good. And then they pay for the electricity to start it, charge the batteries on it. I mean, we don't, but they do. But that's my cost and some of that stuff.
Well, if you need it, you'll be glad
Yep.
you have it.
And then the rest, like I said, the rest of it, like I said, I either kept the same from the year before. Anything on the rest, or on my budget, I'll
Yeah.
move to the search and rescue.
What are
Oh,
these
go ahead.
professional services?
Professional services, the fees are different softwares, packages, so like, our Salamander product that we use to check people in, our accountability, the fobs that make the cards to allow you guys into the buildings and stuff like that. We pay a month or a yearly subscription to that. That's part of that user's fees for that. Through Midwest Card, that's about $3,200 a year for that service. The Esri, the GIS that like Lori and Matt use upstairs, I have a contract, so I have the mapping over there. They come over, update me, because they're way more smarter than I am about that. But
Is there a way you could, piggyback off of their account for your own?
I'm
use
paying
to
for
say-
just my, well, I have to have correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I have to have a user's license or
That is correct.
and that's what I'm paying for. They have the main
Okay.
thingamajobber, or the thingamajobber. That's how much I know about Ezra.
You help them a lot, don't you?
But they come
Matt?
over there, between Jeff and Matt, they come over and update my system, make sure it's ready to go. District 3 comes over and puts the layers for the new 911 addressing map. We are right now in the process of putting up a program for disaster management. That's going in there so that we can start doing historical data, Mike is gonna be putting like culverts where all they are. I mean, he's got something now, but this is gonna be a time that we can share between them. Matt's gonna be a user. If we gotta go out and do assessments of damages of structures in the house, we can tie back into their program. So we're gonna be sharing that. I'm paying for it out of my budget, but it's gonna be Mike, Matt, anybody that needs to be on it can be a user for that, on that.
And Paul, the benefit of that, which I'm sure you're getting to, is if we're getting damage in the same place year after year, then we have an option of floodplain, or flood damage mitigation.
Correct.
But we, for the viewers at home, we have to show damage over a time period. And so that's why it's so important to
Right.
have this, just like you're saying, build
Right. We need-
databases for this.
Correct.
type
We
of
need,
thing,
what
so.
the FEMA's famous words are historical data.
Exactly.
And we need to have that. I mean, we have paper, pen, Mike's got files and files out there. We're gonna try downloading some of this, nothing else. If this site, it might be a PDF with a window showing that here's a form, because we can't upload it. But anything new, pictures, stuff like that can be updated, because that's a requirement.
Digital copies instead of
Yes.
those, yep.
Yep.
I would agree.
So, but that is, again, that's some software that's coming out of there that we're using for everybody, if you will. And Matt and those guys are gonna be helping a lot on that one, because, again, I'm a basic user.
Sure. The 211 program, is that paid for partially by the state now?
Well, this year, it's going to be. And what happened is that they offered the 211 folks in Sioux Falls went to the legislator and tried to, they got it passed through that the state will only pick up half. And so if they put on all 62 counties, our rates went up. So instead of the $14,700 that we normally paid, it's gonna be $20,000 and some odd dollars. But I have actually an application, I don't know, did you get one too, Patty? I got one from the 211 that I need to fill out, submit it in there. They will pay $10,460, I believe it is, and then we're still gonna need to pay $14,000. I mean, we'll have to, the 10 is the basic program, but we have services, we have the texting messages like we use to get people for the flood. And then statistics of what's going on, the United Way, different people use it for other things out of the data that they're gathering, and that isn't a free. I mean, if I wanted them to run me a report of what happened, technically for them to gather it all, it costs $500. So, but it's a package deal of $4,500 plus the 10. So what I have in here is it hasn't gone up any, it stayed the same from what we had last year, but it's the fee.
Now, my understanding is that legislation that was passed, there's a certain amount of dollars set aside in the state, and once it's used, it's used. So
First come, first
First
served,
come,
they
first
said,
served.
so.
Ours is already sent in.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
good.
But this is on TV, we'll talk about it later.
Okay. So for the viewers at home and the public, the 211 with the disaster that we sustained, worth it, not worth it?
Worth it.
Okay.
We
And
gathered.
why?
We had after the flood, all the people that had individual damage, or any kind of damage for that matter, we sent a list of questions to the 211 and told everybody, call 211, and they're gonna ask you these questions. By all them questions being answered, when FEMA came in here, they looked at that sheet and they could see what kind of damage was here. That's what's got us the IA for the eventually for the individual assistance. I mean, we went out they had to go out and verify them, but when they looked at it, says, I had a wall caved in, we went out there, by golly it is, but they knew that before we went there, and it was just a verification. I mean, it was very instrumental.
Okay.
The other side to it is that if something's going on, we found out when Sioux Falls put it online, when they had the ice storm, they had parts of Sioux Falls that had damage, and people were calling 211 and saying, when you coming up, pick up my trees? So they were able to identify other areas of the community that were having problems based off of this going to 211. So
Rentals, what do you rent?
rentals, we rent some of our computers, not the ones we get from Craig, but I've got a program called Dragonfly that allows us to create different properties or programs that we use there. I gotta go across the line here. Our rentals are at
pretty
Looks
good
like-
increase this year.
Yeah, it looks like last
I gotta
year,
think what that was for.
8,439, and it went up quite a bit. And you've actually only used, it says 1,082.
The rentals are the copy machines in my office.
Would it be cheaper to purchase a copy machine, or?
No.
No? All right.
Nobody knows how to work on how to
Well,
fix it.
Paper jam?
Well, the problem with it probably would be cheaper to buy it, but then now you gotta buy a contract, somebody to come fix it.
All right.
And so we've got 2 machines that need to be updated, that's why it went up.
Could you
And we get them from-
get by with one machine, or do you have to have 2?
I have one in my office and one in the EOC. I mean, I suppose walking back and forth, it's just that not that I'm lazy,
Sure.
but depending on what the operation's going on, or if search and rescue or somebody else is using the training room, my copy machines, there's always been 2 there. And I'm able to pick them up and take them to the fire station 2 in the event we need them, because they work on our network.
Yeah, we're just looking
Sure,
for
no,
every
it's a good
dollar we
question.
can save, and if we could, cut that in half, that goes a long way. What else did I have? Supplies, give us,
Well, supplies, that's a wide range of things. Supplies covers a lot of stuff if I need to buy a part for a truck, that comes out of there, even though that's not necessarily, you would think it'd be maintenance and repairs, but yet the supply is the part that goes on the truck. The repairs is the guy that fixes it. So, it could be anything from light bulbs to parts for the vehicles, fixing tires on the trailers, paper, office supplies. We don't go through a lot of stuff, but all that category, I'm just trying to find my supply notes here.
I guess I'm trying to see, so we got an idea, you have repairs and maintenance and supplies, and, we differentiate between that. So, office supplies are one thing, repair parts for vehicles are another, and repair, so.
Correct.
I just, for myself and the public, these are tax dollars, so we want to know what.
Well, also supply, we have maintenance on all the trucks and all of the 5 that I referred to, the trailers, the boats, that all comes out of there. Day-to-day operations, granted there isn't a whole lot on a day-to-day, but we also making sure that we run, right now we're at 62 calls for search and rescue assisting EMS on cardiac arrest, everything else. We don't pay them, they're all volunteer, but we make sure that our trucks have got gas in them, things of that nature. That all comes out of there. So we're just going through here, we have the enclosed trailers that we have to do stuff on. We also have radio equipment. We need to buy batteries for all the pagers, radios that we have. We're upgrading some supplies. We try to replace some of the big cost in here, Dan, is also that with all the state digital radios, everybody got free E.F. Johnson radios way back when. Well, we're trying to replace them out because we have to make, in 2023, everything is going to P25 compliant. And Steve, I know, is going to be talking about that. Well, I've got about 20 radios that's got to be replaced, or don't put them in there, but I need them for my team or for whatever. They're about $3,000 a piece. So if we buy a couple this year, I've been buying a few each year, trying to get rid of them and getting them updated, and buying that P25 chip, leaving it in this thing, into the radio, but it's not being turned on. Sure. So once the P25 goes on, they just come in, program it, the chip is in there, we're good to go.
And that's statewide?
That's actually statewide, that's actually nationwide. P25 is gonna go. There's gonna be no more standard, but yeah, South Dakota will be going P25, and when they turn the switch, our stuff's either gonna work or not.
Yeah, I guess just from my, point of view, you add those 2 numbers up, that's over 50,000, and I guess I'd like to see, individually how much we're spending on, maintenance for vehicles versus office supplies versus, supplies for the vehicles, just so that we can justify, it to the taxpayers, so.
I have just a quick question, but Patty, did they get a copy of my narrative? Mm-hmm. Okay. Because in there, I talk a lot more about
Sure, yeah.
what some of the stuff is doing.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
I just
you
wanted to make sure,
justified
that
it,
might help you also.
Yeah, I
Okay.
read through that. Last thing I had is, furniture and minor equipment. So what would that be going towards this year then?
Just next year, I need to replace all the chairs and tables in the search and rescue in their training room. We have the old metal, there's nothing in here like it, but all the bottoms are breaking out and they're cutting the carpet, so I need to replace all the chairs and the tables. And that's where we're gonna be using that, to buy that, and they're not cheap. And granted, we're not buying cozy, cushy chairs, we're just buying a stackable chair or something like this, but you're still looking at $100, $150 for a chair, and we have 25 chairs in that room for the training, because we have 24 members.
Any other questions for Paul?
I got two things.
I'd keep my eye out for some out-of-business sales on
Well-
the chair. You know, we usually buy that stuff about 25 cents on the dollar if we can,
Right.
you know, if you can.
The EOC, we've got a bunch of those chairs, and actually, they're called dent and scratch chairs, and I'm always up there looking. But down in Norfolk, they'll get an order in, and I've got 7 of those chairs. We paid $20 a piece for it 3 years ago because somebody got them and says, well, they got a little scratch, I don't want them. So if I can find them, we'll use them, but if I have to replace, I wanted to make sure I had it in my budget. Gary, you had a
Yeah,
question?
I got two things. Your drone that you got, and that was a grant too, wasn't it?
Yep, all grant money.
And
Yep.
that's working okay?
Perfect.
Nobody tried shooting it down like the
Nope.
Iranians or anything?
Nope,
Good,
nope.
good.
They know better.
And the other thing, I feel sorry for you because I've been after you for 2 years to get a generator for here with a grant. Every time you see me, I think you probably see a generator coming at you.
Yeah,
because
I try to run and turn the other way. No. One of the problems that we're having, and I shouldn't say problems, is that the generator we're trying to get through pre-disaster mitigation funding. And there's only so many applicants that can be running at the same time. And we got the big one going on right now. And I think you guys know about it, but the one at the Boy Scout camp, because you're going to start seeing some check requests coming through. And what that means is that when the boys, it's like $1 million for the 7 shelters that are going out at the Boy Scout camp. But we could Yankton County, we're only allowed so many projects to be running at one time. So we're on the list, it's just a matter of getting it and going. We've got the data, we know what the generator is gonna cost, we know what the power wattage is, we know all this stuff. The gas line that's coming in here is big enough to handle it. I mean, those are all things that we had to find out first. Because if we had to buy a bigger gas service, or not buy, but put in a bigger one because of the demand of a generator, that cost had to be in on that project.
It isn't a multi-fuel like some of them.
No, this is natural gas.
Propane.
Yeah, this will be natural gas.
I guess
But it could run on propane though, couldn't it?
Yes, it could. That one could be switched over, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
that would take.
I guess my opinion, is, for a generator here, when we have disasters, we close this down and go to the EOC anyway. There's not gonna be, if we're having a disaster in the area, I guess I wouldn't see the point in having this building.
Well,
Well,
that's many
open,
employees in
but,
here. though.
well, yeah, but if we're having a disaster, that's why we have 2 emergency operation centers, but I guess, I could see why it would be useful, but the more generators we have, the more maintenance and the more cost that we have, so I don't.
I would say we get knocked out for a while, for a week or two. Your business and license plate business is out of business.
I guess that's something you guys are gonna have to determine whether you're gonna wanna do it or not. I mean, I have no problem going after mitigation money to try to find it.
What is the price of the generator and?
About $94,000. But that would all be, and then 20% of it is our match. But that could be having the guys forming up and, knocking the concrete out. I mean, there's ways of mitigating, like payment in kind kind of stuff. But we found out it had to be like I think it was a 150K generator that had to sit out here to run this whole
I had a
building.
constituent the other day said, why don't you get a GoFundMe thing for all your projects? Okay.
But again, that's something, I mean, if you guys choose differently, let me know. But we're still working on it. It's still a ways out yet, but it's something that. And then the last thing with the search and rescue budget, I don't know unless there was any questions on that. That is basically the same thing. I need to replace a couple BCs. They're getting old and they're no longer certifiable. No.
What's
They can no longer be certified. Maybe I better say it that way.
What's your supplies for the search and rescue? Like, what does that cover?
Supplies we have to update every year, the tanks or the cylinders they use have to be visualized. We have to take them to Sioux Falls. There's nobody that can do scuba around here. Okay. Some of that, we're buying extra, there's gear. We have to upgrade replace out the ice rescue equipment when things expire. That's a little more higher, in all honesty, it's a higher maintenance operation, but yet we're able to manage with what we've got.
It looks like your insurance for the search and rescue is actually even higher than your other department.
Yeah.
I guess why aren't those 2 together as one insurance policy?
They are, but I think the way, correct me if I'm wrong, Patty, it's budgeted in my budget separately, but yet when the bill comes, she takes money out of each account to pay one bill. Is that a fair statement?
Okay.
we kept it separated, but yet
So
it's,
that's,
It's
that's,
allocated.
yeah. it's-
Roger does that over,
right, but, we're not-
rates it into,
but we make sure that we can show you guys what the different insurances are, stuff like that, but yet it comes out of one check pays for, it's under emergency management, search and rescue, one policy.
Any other questions for Paul? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
If you have anything, make sure you guys come over and see the
I will.
DRC.
Thanks, Paul.
Hey, Paul, one more
Thanks,
thing.
Paul.
We were talking about, Sherry, with you about, we're getting the townships are gonna be coming in for that meeting. What day is that meeting? on?
July 17th, we're having the
July
kickoff
17th.
PA meeting. Would it be a good day to meet a little earlier if you guys wanted to meet with the townships prior to that?
Just, it might be an opportunity. All the townships are coming in anyway. If we do something as advertised, they come in a little bit earlier, and if we as a commission are gonna be there, or even a few of us, we could, we've all talked about trying to visit more with the townships. This might be a good opportunity if they just come in a little bit earlier. So I think we should do that, and it starts at 3. Do we
That one
wanna
starts
meet
at 3.
Meet at 2, if any of the township people wanna come in early and meet with the commission about concerns. And so they could go
The
right
only
in.
thing that I want to, and I know this is on TV, and I don't want to sound like a bad person, but this is not a public meeting.
Sure.
I mean, we don't need a whole bunch of, I mean, we want to, FEMA will probably walk out the door if people are complaining about, well, my road didn't get fixed, or this didn't get fixed. That's not what this meeting's about. They're there to see your spreadsheet, and they're going to tell you, this is how we're going to proceed, and we're going to then eventually send out teams to look at your damage. That's what this meeting is about. I mean, I don't have not a problem with you guys meeting with them. I just want to make sure that if you advertise it, that you know, and I know you have to, is that it's not really a closed meeting, it's not an open meeting, it's a meeting for the people that are supposed to be there. So I don't know how you want to word that, but I just need, I have to emphasize that.
Depends
Mark-
on how many of us show up. If it's just 2 of us, we don't.
I'm not gonna be here, I'm in Germany.
You got room? Need somebody to haul your luggage?
I'll go with Don.
So if only 2 of us show up, then it's not really
Right.
an advertised meeting.
I
I don't think I would probably
July
advertise an official meeting or anything because just keep it
Yeah.
separate.
I could, I was just saying we could invite them to come earlier, and if 2 of us are there and not a quorum, we could have an opportunity
Yeah,
to
that'd
visit
be
with
great.
them.
I think that.
That's the
just
route
wanna
I
make
want
sure
to
that We
take,
don't
so.
go blowing, because when Mark was here the other night, I had to correct him, or make sure he has, that this was not for the general public to be at.
Right.
Okay.
It's not that
So
they
we
can't
can't
be.
stay?
We're gonna have a problem that day. I'm gonna have the sheriff there that day.
Why don't you just send an
Yep.
email to the townships and say, at least one commissioner will be available if they want to just
they have
discuss
questions and
anything in
answers.
general an hour before, and it's mostly for
I'll
the
shoot you
townships.
an
and-
email, what we're gonna send out about your part of it.
Thank you.
And then we'll fill that. Gary?
The,
I want to
the,
make sure though that there's only 2.
2, and.
Just Sherry and I?
I think, Don, one of us should be there because it would be a good time to hit on the road thing. So probably me,
You and I probably. Did you want to go,
unless
Joe?
you
There
wanted
should
to
be
go,
2
Joe.
of the- should be 2.
Joe.
I can find something to do.
So,
Dan and Sherry are like.
Either way, I can,
okay. If something comes up,
So I
you
don't
can
have to-
go.
yeah.
All right.
The county truck that you drive daily, how many miles are on that?
21,
21,000? Yeah, it's running good?
perfect.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
thank
Appreciate
you.
it. All right. Anybody need a break? Keep on moving? All right.
Nope.
Next item on the agenda, item number 9, Director of Equalization. Welcome, Lori.
Well, mine's going to go a little quicker, and it's not quite as complicated. So I didn't write up a narrative because I really didn't make much for changes. So I'll answer any questions you may have.
Insurance, again, that's liability for the
Correct.
office.
That's liability building-wise. The group insurance is the health insurance.
What's your professional services? What is that?
Professional fees and services, I keep some in the budget there. We've used it in the past. The last instance that we used it, it went towards a deductible on a on a former employee, there was a claim, yeah.
Okay.
So I keep it in there. It usually doesn't get used, which is a good thing.
Rentals, what kind of things do you rent?
The computer leases fall under rentals, so those get allocated. We pay for those over a 3-year period.
And you're happy with the computer replacement?
Pardon?
Computer replacement every 3 years, you're happy with
Yes.
that process? Okay.
Yes.
Repairs and maintenance?
Repairs and maintenance is my largest field. A lot of things fall under there. The Esri licenses, Paul was talking about the licenses that he has. We have the master license and then end user licenses that fall under there. With the mapping, there's a toolbar that we pay for that Jeff has on his computer to aid in the mapping procedure. Our Marshall and Swift, we have to have the printed manuals, and then we have to have the electronic cost tables. Microfilm imaging we pay for. That's our connection to Register of Deeds. They have their deeds scanned, and there's a software tool that allows two in our office. The two that need to look those deeds up is Jeff with his mapping and Nancy with transfers to look up those deeds easily, uses microfilm imaging. All our vehicle repair falls under there, our shredding services, the ProVal maintenance. ProVal is our costing software. The Beacon maintenance falls under there. So we pay for Beacon out of repairs and maintenance, but the money that we collect on Beacon is just collected and goes back into the general fund. Miller Consulting, which is Craig coming in to do any work for us throughout the year. We do have one leased copier. The fees for that come out of this. And we have Verizon data plans for our mobile devices for the assessors out in the field. That's the big hitters in our repairs and maintenance.
So your current budget is showing like a 10% increase in salaries over 2019. Was that because that budget didn't reflect the adjustment that was made?
I actually, on the way down here, we were talking about things, and I came across an error. I looked in my formula. I showed him this handy spreadsheet I make, and I've got an error, and I want to work with Patty. My rough calculations have an overall decrease in that upper part of the budget, the personnel services, a reduction of about $5,000. So that'll change.
Okay, so the 405,700 will change to
Roughly 400,500. And I want to double check those numbers before we set that in stone. So I'll run those and get them back down to Patty.
You already have 405,000.
400,000.
500.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
So that's
Yeah.
an 8.5% increase over the current budget for 2019?
Possibly. I calculated was going off of 2.5% salary increase, and then we've got longevity increases, and I think we had a step increase in there as well. But I'll rerun those numbers and get those down to Patty.
Because I know some of your salaries were adjusted last year, and I'm wondering if that wasn't reflected in the 2019 budget, if they were made after the budget was approved. Do you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
So comparing to the 2019.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was.
Wouldn't reflect
That did come mid-year.
What was actually approved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And how many
We'll probably
employees
run
do
a
you have?
deficit on that.
There's 6 of us total in the office. That includes me.
Okay, and the other question was that you have had the Beacon, and that was similar to what was just approved.
Correct.
On Tuesday. How many years have you had that in operation?
Since 2012.
Since
So 7
2012.
years already.
Okay, and did that cost the $25,000 like this one's gonna cost? Was that the installation fee too?
No,
Yes, I-
it was lower than, they go off parcel count, and the cost was also adjusted because Matt works with the behind-the-scenes table. He does a lot of that techie kind of stuff that normally people would have to pay for and spend extra time getting set up. And Matt did that for us, and it was a great cost savings for us. I don't think we spent $25,000 back then. I think it was more like 14 something.
And you pay like the $6,900 a year, you pay
Yes.
that every year?
Yes, we
That's
pay a
kind of
maintenance fee.
locked-in
Mhm.
Price. And
Yep.
you're happy with it?
Yes,
Yeah, good.
extremely.
So in the future, do you think that if you get like that, when that guy explained it that night, there's an upgrade package or something, would that help reduce any employees with this new package that he's talking
The
about?
package that he's proposing would be a tab that goes on our Beacon site, and it'd be for permitting, and that would save time and effort in the zoning office. But yes, it would also save us time in our office, because between their office and ours, there's a lot of double entering of the same data.
Yeah.
And if you can just import that or just pull it up,
So you think maybe in the future, you could maybe eliminate an employee or something?
I don't know if we would save that much time. It really depends. Each year, we increase our parcel count, and that, the more parcels you have, the more work you have.
Sure.
So I wouldn't want to make a blanket statement and say, yeah, that would save us a whole employee
I know
by
you keep
adding the
trying.
permitting in the other office, so, but,
In conversations, it sounds like if you had not had that software, you would have requested additional head by now.
exactly, we would have needed more help.
Well, and just, from a citizen, they're able to go to the county website and look up so much information on Beacon, and every time somebody is at their home and does it, they're not in your office, and it's convenient. They can do it at midnight, at 2 in the morning if they want. They don't have to come in at normal office hours, so it's a service that we provide, and it's also a savings to the county in the
True.
long run.
And honestly, I feel that the Beacon site has made our information much more available to people, because, the people that used to come to the counter all the time were the realtors, the insurance people, the bankers, and the regular citizen didn't come all that often unless they had something specific to look up. And now they have the ease of just hopping on there and looking up to their heart's delight, seeing what's out
Do you have
there.
a record of how many users that?
We do. I didn't bring the usage along down with me. I think it's like, I'm thinking from the last stats we ran, it was like 40-some thousand inquiries a day. Is that right?
Wow.
Or no, a year. No, that's not a year.
40,000 a
either.
year, day?
No,
No.
per month probably.
It's well over 100,000 a year.
Yeah,
You can get that information to me.
sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, and that would, if all those people came in,
There's a lot of driving on our roads.
Exactly. No, I think that's a clear case where embracing technology has savings to the county in the long run. And I appreciate you guys looking into that for the zoning office.
Can you tell when
Insurance.
they click on if they're from Yankton County or someplace else?
All we see is an IP address, and those are pretty anonymous, so no,
You could have somebody in New York looking at your site, yeah.
possibly.
Yeah.
Well, somebody from New York might own property in Yankton.
Could be.
Too. So,
Yep.
They're wanting to buy some here.
I think this is a good conversation, but we got a long day.
Yep.
Stick to budget,
Please. Anything else for Lori?
Thank
I
you.
just
Did
want
you
to
have
thank
some?
you for sharing Matt on the next phase.
Yep. We're looking forward to getting that up and going for zoning. That should be a good tool for them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
All right, anybody need a break? All right, next item number 10, Daniel McFarland for extension.
Look at that, we're ahead.
Welcome.
Well, this year I really don't have a whole lot to say. Basically, we did our salary increases, which would be the 3%, and that was my only change in the budget from last year.
Find your tab. Okay, so you budgeted 3% across the board.
Yep, just 3% across the board. And I can't remember if I had a longevity upgrade in there. I'd have to look what last year, I forgot to write that down, but that would have been the only change. If it's a little bit more than 3%, would have been that.
Your insurance is a lot lower. You must be safer there than some of the other departments.
Well, there's technically only 2 of us that are full-time employees there, so.
For rentals, what kind of things do you rent? Is that computers?
Like our copy machine, our computers, those kind of things are usually what we rent. Our laptops are rented, or leased, I guess, which comes out of that area.
It's with our refreshers.
Yep. Our rugs, we do a rug cleaning service. Those kind of things come out of there.
This grounds maintenance, do you contract that out then?
Are you talking the $10,000 one?
Yeah.
Is that one? Okay, that is actually money that you guys have gave towards our 4-H building to try and help keep that up and in good working order. So that is stuff that they use it for, so keeping the maintenance up, lawn mowing, utilities, that kind of thing. It's owned by our Leaders Association, but we also use it for our county fair. A lot of other counties, actually, their 4-H grounds are owned and operated by the county, not by a private entity, kind of like how ours are. So that's been several years ago we asked for that assistance. So it's been in there, I think, 3 years, but I'd have to look back for sure.
Your repairs and maintenance, do you have some roof work done?
Not recently, no.
Well, I didn't think that, but-
We've, a lot of that stuff anymore is maintained within the county, which is nice. We still do have to, periodically ask for help, or, like when they come in to do our furnaces and air conditioners, that kind of stuff. We did have to upgrade that.
Anything major like that roof repair, that doesn't come out of the extension,
Yep.
that comes out of the county building fund.
That's what I would think, yeah.
And that's
Okay.
generated by taxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they did have to do a little bit of roof repair just because we had windows that kept leaking, and then our roof started leaking last year. So it wasn't anything really major, but we did have some water issues.
Looks like your utility bill took a huge jump from 2017 to 2018. What was that about? 5,000 to 19,000?
That was there was an error
Oh, yes, that was fixing that error from the previous year.
on the, it had to do with the phone line.
Mm-hmm. We didn't get billed for
Yep.
several months, almost 6 months. So was fixing that. So that will not be in existence this year. That's all fixed.
Can you clarify that? What do you mean you didn't get billed for 6 months?
We got billed, but we only got a billed for a portion of our bill, not all of our bill. So we got billed for our fax line. We redid our phone system, and so I didn't know what our bill should really be. And so we were getting billed for a fax line and I think one other line or something, and that was it.
So you got a whole bunch of late fees.
I don't think we paid the late fees. We
No,
just had to
they-
pay the
they
bill.
canceled the-
They canceled all the late fees. It was just, we had to pay the bill and we had to make that up last year. That's why it was a big chunk of money last year.
What is the other line? What does that cover?
That is, so we have our office supply budget, but then we also, that's our 4-H programming budget is the other category. So that's what we use to do for programmings for the libraries, Boys and Girls Club, anything like that. We try to run a lot of that outside of our general budget. So, and if we need to, we still tap into like our supplies budget if we need to for paper and that kind of stuff. But we use that a lot. Like Katie's doing a workshop now at the Boys and Girls Club. They have a garden program there. So then we do some of that through there so that we can provide nutritional stuff and
Yeah, that's-
educational outreach through
I
there.
know my kids go to the Boys and Girls Club.
Oh,
and they-
so they might be
That's
involved
great,
in the
yeah.
library, or yeah.
Yeah, well, when I look at it, an average person, you see other and they don't know what it is.
Nope.
Could you turn that into, outreach programs or something?
Well, that's
or is
kind of
that-
hard because.
is it?
It's with
all
the
departments
program.
use that.
Oh.
You
Yeah.
get the same formula or whatever, same format.
Because you never know what other is.
Yeah,
and
for us, other
and
is 4-H. For other people, I don't know what their other is, but ours
No,
is 4-H.
it's
yeah.
good programs, but
Yep.
when the average person sees it, they don't know.
They don't know, but that's it. Yeah,
things
that I
you
think
do.
is how it is through the budgeting system, so.
What's your past history been for the last 3 or 4 years on enrollment? How many kids?
Enrollment, we've stayed pretty steady.
How many kids?
We range about 125 kids in active 4-H, but that's not including like our library programs, our boys and girls club programs, all of our outreach stuff. That is a little bit harder to calculate in that, but we have right around 125 Yankton County 4-H
Do
members.
you have programs that you'd like to implement to increase the education of children?
Yeah, Katie's always working on doing new things. We're trying to also implement, we have a whole bunch of changes coming into our county fair this year, which are trying to bring more people in that way, which hopefully in turn will help our 4-H numbers in future. Just getting them down and involved, seeing what we do. A lot of people still think 4-H and think ag, and we're so much more than ag anymore. We have so many different outreaches and different things that we can do. And I know Katie's always looking for opportunities for new places she can teach. It's hard to get into the schools and that kind of stuff during the school year. It's kind of hard to get in there because they want something very structured, and she gets pulled in a lot of directions sometimes. So she's only one person. But yeah, if you guys have any ideas of things that you think would be great and places that would be good for her to try and do some outreach in, just let us know. She's always willing to try new things.
Last time I was in there, you talked about the horse showing, or we're
Yep.
partnering up with what, Clay County?
We are
Or Suffolk
Clay and
County?
Union County. We currently only have 5 members in our horse program, so instead of us paying a judge, because judges are expensive, so a judge for a horse show is going to be $250, $300. So it's ridiculous for us to pay for one, so we've been co-oping the last 2 years with Clay and Union County. So, yep, they go and do that next week, actually, so.
So, quick suggestion that you might check on. The bridge had this walking kids storybook lane.
Oh,
And apparently about 3/4 of the signs were taken off and thrown in the river. And they're in the process, the library's in the process of redoing it. And I think it'd be nice if we had not just a story about whatever, Hansel and Gretel, but also a story to educate people in farming and 4-H.
That would be
So
great.
I might get together with the library and see if you can co-opt it. Then you could help me make the signs, because I made it before.
Okay. Yeah, I will talk to Katie about that when I get back
Do
this
it.
afternoon, so,
She's in the process, I think, right now
of working on
of
that.
working on it.
Yeah, that would be great to have something like
Could
that.
you tell us more about your library program? Like what you guys
Our
do?
library
Yeah.
program? Well, it all depends on kind of what they're looking for. They do a science portion of it, usually every year. Katie does library science is what she calls it. So then every week during the school year, well, I think it's week, but it might be bi-weekly. I would have to look at her schedule to know 100%. But she goes into the library and teaches them all different kinds of things about science. 4-H is really trying to gear towards technology and science and that kind of thing, science and technology, just because it's such a broad area and it's so great for kids to get involved. But she also has been going to the library for Seed Library. She's worked through that with the kids. It kind of depends on what programming they're looking for as to what she provides. She does a babysitting class there every summer. She has about 30 kids that participate in that. That's a 2-day class. Then they go and they go to the EMTs, and she teaches them all about safety and, what you should do and shouldn't do while babysitting. And, it's kind of what they're looking for. We try to incorporate whatever we can to help them out and do some outreach programming.
My kids went through the babysitting class, another good class that you guys.
Yeah, she really enjoys that class. Sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge, but she really enjoys
It's
it.
important. What do you guys get for renting the building? I know you have events there. Do you charge to rent?
That is with our Leaders Association, so I really don't know. They take care of all of that aspect. I know really for most of the renting, there's not a lot of renting facilities here in town, especially when we do our big hockey building. Basically, what we get in rent pays for lights. It's about all it does. Because if you charge too much, no one wants to come in, and there's some great events that they have there every once in a while, like the Ag Gala that was just this last week. So, but a lot of what they charge for renting, like I said, you'd have to check with them because I don't
Sure.
take part in that, but it's to cover facility as much as I can.
Okay.
That hockey building is a little expensive too,
Sure.
air condition
I suppose.
and lights.
Any other questions?
Are you a farm kid from Yankton County that was in 4-H?
I definitely was, yes.
Okay, me too.
Yep.
Any other questions for Ms. McFarland? Well, thank you very much. We appreciate all the services that you offer.
Not a
the-
problem. And like I said, if you guys come up with some things that you think would be great for outreach, just let us know.
I'll have a couple, I'll email you.
Okay, sounds wonderful. Thank you.
you very much.
Thanks, Daniel.
Did you want to go early or?
We can go ahead and do mine and then,
Turn this a little bit, everybody's in the TV, that they're always complaining, they always see the back of people, so it's gonna turn it just a hair.
Do we need a break or do we want to go into the auditor?
Let's go.
I think
All right.
we finish the
Let's
auditor
go.
real quick, zero, just,
you're funny.
yeah.
I also want to put the election one with mine, it's with the other departments.
Okay.
And on my salary, now with the budget, that 170,000, that is not with the raise that we received this year, the 2.1. So what my budget for salary is with the plus the 2.1 that we received, and then the 3% that I put in for next year. And then I do have longevity for in that amount. And that is the only thing that increased, or no, we got 2%, I'm sorry. What is right in there? So the only thing on mine that increased was just the personal services.
So, did the rest of the people, rest of the departments put that 2.?
I don't know.
I think we have to
That's a
Yeah, we
big
better
difference if they didn't do that.
standardize it fairly.
Yeah, I think so.
See, and how I calculated that, I just put what we are, each person in my office, what they're making now, and just took that, times the rest of the
Times
year,
two.
and then I added 3% to the end of that total, which it would be at the end of the year.
So, somebody, you have to go back to the departments and have them redo that then? Or can you do it yourself for everybody?
It is whatever you request me to do, I can email them and tell them to put, because that all
I
the
think maybe
budgets-
at least email them and have them verify if their
All the
numbers
budgets
reflect ending of this year's salary
Are
plus
less
their
than that
percentage
2%,
rate.
so-
Right, yep, yep.
So some will probably have to supplement by the end of the year. Because that 2% isn't in there.
Yep.
So that's why it's kind of nice where, either way you guys decide to do, is to put in the budget. So we don't have,
Mhm.
you know,
Mhm.
a shortage.
Do I understand correctly with the utilities that every department's got a fax line? Is that true?
Correct.
So how many faxes do you get? I mean, you probably get a lot in the auditor's office, or do you?
I guess I'm not sure, I mean,
Okay.
you'd have to check each office on
Well,
how much.
you know, some things I've found is that faxing has really dropped off. Most people scan and email things, and it's, you know, do we need to pay for an extra fax line if we're getting 1 or 2 faxes a month? I think, you know, the fax has gone away, and I don't know, I guess I could ask you, and we should probably have the ability to fax to at least one office, but I don't know if every office needs that anymore. So, I mean, I know that's what we did with our James River, is we found out we were not getting and it's just how it had always been done. In the 90s and 2000s, everybody faxed, but everybody's got a scanner, everybody emails
Fax machine
it.
is
That was
almost
email.
synonymous with
What's that?
dinosaurs.
I mean,
Yeah,
fax
it's
was
email.
email.
Well, yeah, and
Back
that
then.
is
Now we
gone,
have
but
email.
everybody still is paying for the second line that they never use.
I could check with each office and.
Okay.
and
Because
See how much it costs and
Yeah.
if they use it.
I really think that's something that we need to check into, department-wide, and I'm perfectly fine having, maybe one office, like, the auditor's office, okay, we have a fax line, it's this number, and then that
For the
number
whole
can be
building.
sent to the whole building.
Absolutely.
And the 1 or 2 faxes we get a month, if we get that many, can go there. But I think we need to explore that option, because the
Tell you
potential.
people graduating don't know how to send a fax.
What's a fax?
I don't, I guess, I don't think I've sent a fax and you owe him a coffee now or
You
something.
have to bring donuts next time or
I
something.
guess I'll just check with the
Yeah.
telephone company and.
But yeah, I would like to know, A, how many faxes this building receives, and B, how much we could save by eliminating all but one number for
I
the
wonder if we
county.
should check in some of the other departments, if they're like the highway department.
That's what
Yeah,
I mean.
yeah,
Well, I mean,
let's
you're
do
gonna check
that,
all of them.
even,
Oh, good.
even emergency management or some of those, I would say maybe
I'd say we put one in this building, no matter
yeah,
what.
one per
Yeah.
building, one at the highway, one at emergency management, but let's look into that and see what we can save. That was really my only thing. Are we in agreement on that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess, do we want to call Julie and see if she can come here?
Yeah, I wonder if it do the.
Oh,
We got
oh, I'm
election,
sorry.
right? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Where's
Election.
that down? That was in others.
Yeah, what is that under?
It's other.
Let's see, second
What-
page.
What colored tab?
It's the first page,
The very first.
very
Oh,
first,
Okay, gee, that's why I was confused.
Second page.
Second page. Elections, okay.
This year, or for the, next year for the election, which will be the presidential, which will be very busy, I will be getting, as I had stated in my, I will be getting a new ballot counting machine and 7 express votes, and they replace those, and I don't know if you remember going to a vote center, those big, that are on a stand. Those are for the handicapped or, well, these will replace that. Because there's quite a few counties last year that got them, but I didn't because the express votes wasn't comparable to the ballot counter I have. But I will be getting a new ballot counter through a grant that the state will be getting.
Okay.
So that I will be getting that, and 7 vote centers, or the express votes, and then I will have to buy 1 for the absentee board
Okay.
when I have them.
I remember you talking about that last year.
Yeah, I wanted to, set aside money for them, but, because we knew we were gonna get a grant through the state and,
so you have to budget for it, but we're going to get money to reimburse a lot of this budget then,
I just have to budget for the 1
for the
express
one.
vote.
Okay,
And then B Pro is, like IT for the poll books on election day, they come from here. And, I think that's a necessity because, if anything goes wrong, they are there to help each, if they have to go to the vote center, they do, and
Which number is that? The B Pro?
That's
Right.
an actual person.
Professional services?
Professional
God.
yes.
I think that's worth it, was it the primary where those counties had that problem with
With
them
the-
not working?
Yeah, with just the, whoever had poll books, yeah.
Okay. And Yankton County didn't have any of those
We had a
problems? did-
little, we had a
Okay.
little bit of, they were going
Okay.
off, but not for very long.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine, that's,
And I did increase the poll workers' wage, because it is a long day. And I did increase the absentee board.
what is the absentee board? do?
They come, I have them come in the morning and they do the absentees. They open up the envelope, put them in the ballot box for me to write. And they come in the morning.
And that is, absentee balloting has really increased, has it
Oh,
not?
correct. And this year it's gonna be,
So-
November is gonna be.
What percent, was
I already
it
voted.
around 25% was absentee? And that's, I think that's a really good option to get people that may not normally vote, you know, in and being part of the process. I think that's excellent.
And I put this in the budget for next year. Now in January, when we reorganize, this will be in there, and you'll make a motion to. And I am thinking of maybe changing a vote center. I have talked to the party that I want to move it to. It'd be just better, because I can have the election, because the day before, or the Friday before election, I have an election school with all the poll workers, and I always have it here, so when we have absentees, they have to move. I mean, we have to have absentee in the office. And it's just, to me, it's better to have, I can have the school at this, if I change this vote center, I can have the election school there, and we don't have to move out of here for absentees.
Sure.
Just so I'm clear, under supplies, that is the express, the one express machine that we have budget for?
No, it should be under furniture and minor equipment, the 5,000.
Oh, okay, that's the 5. So what's all in supplies?
Ballots for election.
Yeah.
Ballots, mostly ballots, and then we have publishing,
Okay.
repairs and maintenance, that is, for the, counting machine.
Sure.
And those are, you have to store those too? Is there, we store those,
The
correct?
express votes.
Well, yeah, the voting machines or?
The voting, I have
Okay.
a room, and it's there.
What type of maintenance is there any to do on those, or what?
That's what the maintenance,
Okay.
but repairs and maintenance.
So it's not as simple as sticking it in the closet and bringing it out. There's a lot more to
They
that
come
that
and-
you have to
There's an
do.
individual, they're from Omaha,
Really?
and they
Okay.
come and they service the machine.
Okay. Anything else, Patty, or any questions from the board?
So what did go ahead, Don.
Are we gonna, the comprehensive plan, we don't have to have an election to approve that?
Not unless it's a
Not to amend it.
special,
Unless it's.
not unless it gets referred, I would think, a
Referred.
special election. How much does like a special election cost? Do you have an idea, rough
Oh,
estimate?
Ballots, see, and with the poll books and where people can vote anywhere they want to, I have to order, to be safe, so I make sure I have enough ballots, I order 100%. So I can, so you know, there's a cost there. I guess I'm not really sure. I'd have to look at 12, maybe
So
15,000.
15,000.
And that's just, you know, and that's not gonna be that.
Did you have something, Joe?
Is there
Yeah.
a fund for that
I'm
money?
slow.
in case
What
you
was
need-
the B Pro?
Joe's got a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What exactly was the B Pro line
That
item?
is maintenance on the poll books.
Okay.
Then the program and, well, the program comes from the initial, like all the ballots and stuff like that. And B Pro is strictly the poll books, maintenance on the poll books.
Okay.
Gary, you had something?
That special election money, is that always set aside then?
No, it's just an election.
Okay, it just has to take out of your,
And the county, their elections are only the primary and the general.
sure.
And I do, when the city or school have election, the only thing I do is I run their ballots through the machine, because they use the poll books.
They use ours. Do we have any type of agreement with them for
Mhm.
that?
Right.
They,
Yep.
they help with the cost, right? All right. Any other questions? Well, we thank you, Patty, for all the hard work you do. Whose phone is that? Is it- Okay. Do we want to take a break? Do we want to call Julie and get her here early, or do we want to take a break for a half an hour? Let's take a 5-minute break. I can walk down and see if she's ready.
She's there?
Are we going to be able to leave?
Okay, we're coming off break. Entertain a motion to, recess the meeting until, for a half an hour till 12:30?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we will be back at 12:30. Entertain a motion to come back into regular session.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're back into regular session. Next item on the agenda, item number 12, Julie DeYoung, the health nurse. Welcome,
Hi.
Julie.
Hello. I'm going to have Shannon step up with me also.
Welcome, Shannon.
Shannon Pavel is our community health secretary. She actually calculates out the budget, the public health nurse budget every year. She does it under the guidance of the auditor. And so Patty, please interrupt me because this is new. We've never presented our budget to the commission before. Patty's kind of done that for us. If you look at our public health budget, it's pretty much Shannon's wages. And then she does get 40 hours that are taken out of the WIC budget. The WIC budget is coordinated from the state WIC office with the auditor. It's kind of a set, isn't it? And then they can do an addendum to that later in the year if it falls short. So we do have another secretary in our office who's part-time, Diane Myers. She works up to 16 hours a week. That comes out of the WIC budget. 40 hours a month comes out of the WIC budget for Shannon. The remainder of it comes of Shannon's wage then comes out of the public health nurse budget, and then the little bit of supplies that we use from the county. A lot of our supplies comes from the state. So if you have questions regarding the calculations of those, I'm going to refer those over to Shannon. And then, of course, if you have any questions for our office, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Looks like a pretty lean budget you're running here.
Yeah,
so I
it's pretty
applaud you.
small. Thank goodness.
Could you go through, the expenses of others? What is included in that, just so we as a board knows and the audience knows how their tax dollars are being spent?
Are you speaking under the other category?
Yeah, other the 42900.
That would be, I believe, is it what the state pays to have us in this building?
So that's what we send?
Yep.
See, that's why the other, you can't,
Sure.
I mean, there's so many different
Right.
departments. It's for other things.
So we pay that to the state for having them here?
It's in the contract.
Okay. Well, you guys are worth it. I just want to say that. That's a good
We
deal
got
for
that
you
on
to
video
come.
now.
Yeah, no, you are, no, that's a bargain that the county can get the
Yeah,
service for that.
You know, the way to think of it is that you support our office by offering us clerical in an office setting. And of course, I think you guys pay for like our mailings
Sure.
and a copier machine, that kind of thing. As far as like syringes and 2x2s, all that stuff, that comes out of the state. And our computers are state computers. We run off the state computer line for internet and all of that. We're not on the county system for that, so.
What does the utilities then for?
Utilities, I believe that's just.
The VAS?
Yep.
Okay.
And the rental for the nurse's office is their copier.
Sure.
Yes.
So, how are we set for being prepared for kind of like emergencies, like an outbreak of measles?
Very fortunately, I am the pod planner for Yankton County, so you picked the right nurse to ask that question to. I work with a number of community agencies, including the county emergency manager, and we have a really awesome pod team in town, point-of dispensing team. So if there was an outbreak, we would be activated. We have a plan in place. I've been working under that plan for 11 years. I help organize the committee. I help pull in people to be on the commands. We have a command staff that are 3 layers deep. So we have 21 key people, and Patty's one of our finance chief officers on that. And we would go on ahead and activate. We have a plan in place that if we needed to set up a full site, we would do that at the Yankton High School. We have an MOU with them. We have a plan in place on how to bring in volunteers, and we would operate out of that big gym. This fall, we exercise every year too, and so this fall we're doing school flu clinics, and that is actually exercising the travel team piece where we go into the school. So it would be like a measles outbreak. If we wanted to reach a number of kids very quickly, where do you find them in the school setting?
So like, are you the commander-in-chief of that?
No.
That thing, that group?
But I need one. Are you thinking that you
I
would
think
like to?
that's a volunteer.
We are, we've had a few people retire in the last year, and we are actively seeking new members for our command staff and also on our committee. And so Brian Paulson, the police chief, he resigned. Tom Kirchenbach stepped down, so I do need a pod manager, and that would be our commander-in-chief, yeah. And that would be a manager-type person.
Don has a lot of leadership experience.
I think you all do, actually.
Thanks, Dan.
You brought it.
But yeah.
We have you on schedule for a while. You want to take this opportunity? I know you've been here before telling us about what your office does. I mean, do you want to go
Can I
through a
run
few
down that
things
a little bit with you?
the
Sure.
people watching at home,
Get
you
an
do so
idea.
much that people might not realize.
All right. Well, as far as our staffing in our office, we have 2 community health nurses, myself and Jen Weschler, and I'm a .8 FTE, so I usually work Monday through Thursday, and Jen is a .7. She's actually full-time, though, with the Department of Health. She's the community health nurse also for Union County, which is their offices in Elk Point. And she goes down there at least once a week, if not twice a week, just depending what week of the month it is and stuff. As far as our services, our largest program is the WIC program, and that's the Women, Infants, Children program. It's a nutrition program. And we're really fortunate we can utilize that program to often, I say the word capture, it doesn't sound right, but to help them with referrals and provide immunizations. A lot of times we'll catch people that maybe haven't brought their child in for a well-child checkup, or maybe are dealing with a medical concern with their child, and they just didn't know that they should see a doctor, that kind of thing. And so, we often utilize WIC to see what other services we can help that family with. So the other thing that we do is with the pregnant women that come into our office, we provide them quite a bit of prenatal education. Usually we have them come in monthly, so they meet with one of us nurses. We can check a blood pressure, provide information on pregnancy. So our goal is always healthy outcomes, and so by providing education, referral resources, hopefully that will improve the health of that individual and hopefully their family too, because it's a family usually that we're dealing with. So that's another piece. We also provide postpartum services. We can go into the home, not just for women who are on WIC or on Medicaid, but in general, we receive referrals from the hospital, and we follow up with women after they've had their babies, see how they're doing. And I'm finding that so many people respond to text messages that they're not answering their phones now, and that's a little bit of a frustration. So I try to leave messages and sound like I know what I'm talking about, so hopefully they call me back and all of that. Oftentimes it's just touching base, but I know a lot of times first-time parents really appreciate that phone call because it's pretty frightening coming home with their new babies and all of that.
There's no owner's manual for the new
There
baby.
is not.
Yeah.
It's pretty intimidating, this little itty-bitty baby. So yeah, we work with pregnant women, postpartum women. Right now, we're helping with the DRC in town. We were notified rather quickly about
What's
the disaster.
DRC, what is that?
The Disaster Recovery
Okay.
Center that's tied to FEMA. And so Jen and I have been over there this past week, offering up information on mold cleanup. I'm learning again about mold cleanup, and there's new information on that. So that's mitigation, and also regarding health status and referrals and all of that. So.
Any other questions for Julie?
Yeah.
Well, we really appreciate the service that you offer to the citizens of Yankton County, so.
Thank you.
I'd like to
We
thank
appreciate
for
you
stopping
guys
in.
too.
Yeah.
We couldn't do it without you, so,
Alrighty.
all right.
All right.
Do you give flu shots too?
Oh, yeah, county flu shots in the fall. Our busiest time of season is the fall, so if you see me in the fall, usually I look a little harried. Because I have all this pod stuff usually tied into stuff too. But yeah, so in the fall, probably late summer, we'll ask if you're interested in having us vaccinate your county employees. We've been doing that for a number of years. And yeah, they're kind of used to coming down to us and getting their flu shots done. And we do state employees too, and the general public also. And hopefully we'll immunize a lot of kids this year by going into all the Yankton County schools. I've been working on that for a few months. So.
Are you seeing that as a trend, that there being, fewer vaccinations? And
When I started, I saw, we audit kindergarten immune records for the schools, and then also any transfer students that come in that have never been in the South Dakota school system. And when I first started, I saw a number of exemptions that were happening, and that was a lot of times kind of tied to that study about MMR causing autism. It was a false study that they came out with later. And I've actually seen a decrease as far as at least the records that I'm auditing. The number of people that I work with that are bringing in their children, I've seen a decrease too as far as exemptions. I hope that's a true sign of what's going on in our county.
I hope so.
Yeah. So hopefully we're kind of over that hurdle. And people, things like the measles outbreak, whooping cough outbreaks, a lot of times that puts parents on their toes and makes them realize that immunizations are important. Unfortunately, it takes something major like that to happen, but we have not had any measles outbreak in our state recently. It's been a few years, so.
Are there any other things that you see that we can do to enable the effectiveness of your team?
Oh, boy. I can't think of anything offhand. I'm working right now on getting our grant request into the state. And my only concern is by the time that grant gets approved, I'm hoping it gets approved here shortly, I may not be able to get the supplies that I need for this fall. I've requested, along with the committee, they approved it, a portable fridge for the vaccine. It's about a $9,000 refrigerator. And I've requested to order 10 coolers, vaccine coolers that keep the vaccine at the right temperature for a long period of time. And those are all transport pieces and pieces that we can use on site. The pod committee wants those things because we know we'll need them, and we'll use them too with exercises. I'm just waiting for the state to come back and say, yeah, you can go on ahead and use grant money for that and approve it. My question is, if we get approved, could the county offer us that money up and then we reimburse them once that grant comes in? And I don't know if that's something I have to come before you once I find out approval. Yeah, I kind of thought I'd probably have to come before you. Yeah. So that's the only thing that right now is kind of in the back of my mind is I want to get our supplies for that, of course. But
Will the grant check be written to?
it will be to Paul. Yeah, just like before, it's the pod, so it would go into Paul's county emergency manager fund, and yeah.
Yeah, he gets all the other pod monies we've gotten. It goes into his fund, and then it is classified as designated for pod.
Yeah.
So that goes in special, that you can't use it for anything but that.
Yeah. So I've talked to him a little bit about that. Really, it's on the state side right now, seeing if they're going to approve us to to get those grant monies. But I can let you know when that comes up, and hopefully it will be here real soon. So that's the only thing I can think of offhand.
Gary, did you
One
have
more thing. Because this is the first budget meeting that we've televised, could you just go over your title, your hours, where your office is at?
Oh, sorry.
For the people that are going to watch this on TV?
Sure. I had started and then I went off track. So, our office is open Monday through Friday. Shannon is our full-time secretary in our office, and I mentioned Diane Myers is our part-time secretary. So we have someone in the office every day. Usually a nurse is in the office every day. As far as our location, we're in the Government Center at 321 West 3rd in the basement. What else did you want for information? Was that everything?
Phone number is
You're
just,
open at 8.
Yeah, we open before the county office is open. We open at 8. We're usually open till noon, work then 1 to 5.
and every county resident can come here.
Yeah, definitely. And our phone number is 260-4400, option 1. So if they want to give us a call ahead of time, it might be easier to do that, to see what services they're seeking. So.
Because I think we forget about you in the basement, you know. We go upstairs and we go on the first level.
I don't feel forgotten. So.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Anything else?
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda, item number 14, State's Attorney's Office. Rob Clemish, welcome.
I'm already losing somebody, but that was quick.
Jeez, Rob.
Karen said to come early because it was lunch, so I'm ready to eat. Okay, it's a little bit, does everybody have, I did, there's a letter too I wrote. And then too, Gary, did you want, I know you asked them about information, do you want me to have information, just state where we're located and stuff like that? Is that something?
That'd be good, too.
Just a little bit of background? I know you guys know we're at 410 Walnut, and we're in Suite 101. And Suite 101 or 100, and that's right when we come in the doors, and it's right to the right. It's where the sheriff's office used to be before they remodeled. We have 2 full-time deputy state's attorneys, 2 secretaries who are full-time, and then we have a part-time secretary that would have just been approved, where they part-time state's attorney, part-time with the ambulance department collecting debt, and that's kind of the staff. And then me, which I'm considered 80% is what my designation has been at the time too. Okay, and then too, guys, regarding my request, my budgets over the years has always stayed the same. I haven't made any requests over the years, or they've been minimal requests. The request I made is, I think it's been a couple years, we did have part-time staff for a period of time, and then we ended up having part-time staff again. So again, there'd be my changes. Since I've been there, it's always looked the same, except for now we have Tara Schmidt. And Tara Schmidt is, again, half-time, and she does work with me, and then she spends half the time with Steve Hawkins collecting debt for him too. And what we do, and just a little bit more background, we also collect restitution for the county. So anytime there's a victim, it could be a juvenile incident, can be an adult incident, and we collect, or we ensure that there's restitution. So there's restitution sheets we file, and we do that. And I know you guys know, and we also do the MI hearings. So every Tuesday, Friday, which is their mental illness hearings. So we staff that, and then we go out to the Human Services Center, and then we bill accordingly, and then that money comes back. I did ask on this year, guys, I don't know if I put it in here, but last year, I think Karen looked up and it was 87,000 is what we generated for the MI billing. And then I did ask Tara, and this has probably been a week or so, and so far for the ambulance, she would have collected $10,787.93, and that's what she's collected so far. And I think when she started last year, she collected about the same. I know one month she, I think, got over 6,000, and then since then, we try to ensure that she spends at least half the time collecting debt. Probably need to maybe be a little more aggressive with her. What I mean aggressive is do some more discovery where you're asking for assets and stuff. We're a little more pressing on people that owe money, which we haven't started yet, which she'll start getting more aggressive. Now it's more like, you owe money, could you pay type of thing. We write letters and do that stuff, but it's pretty soft is probably a good word to say how it is.
Got out the baseball bat yet?
Nothing yet, nothing, Joe, good point. And nothing would be that difficult, but a difficulty would be if I'm sending you something and I'm saying, please provide me with a list of all your assets. People do not like that, and that's discoverable under debt collection. Because what I'm requesting is, maybe I'm not requesting it in the right place at the right time with the budget, but I am requesting a wage increase for the three staff that I have, the three legal assistants that I have. The primary reason is I have Laura Swenson there. Laura Swenson there, I believe, has been there 22 years. So she's been over 20 years. And right now, I think the difference in wages between her and Lisa's been there 7 years, is 64 cents per hour. So honestly, I do feel bad about it, and I'm trying to figure out what to do to determine to maybe give her more money. Laura in our office does a fantastic job. She's on top of anything. If somebody's not getting something done, she gets it done. She stays late. She addresses any issues, and a lot of times she probably knows more than the attorney dealing with the matter because she stays up to date on what's happening and what's going on. As just a little bit of information, I didn't provide you, and I know this isn't necessarily the right place to provide you with a different job description. My hope in the office, at least with Laura's position and possibly with the other two, would be to have a different job description. Laura is an invaluable employee for the county. Again, she handles everything that we need to handle. There's nothing in the office she can't do. And I can't say that about each member because, like Tara, she does my juvenile work for me, but she doesn't know how to do magistrate. She can't do felony. You know what I mean? So she's not cross-training, and we will do some cross-training with her. But Lisa's been there for 7 years, and you still have Laura, who probably does a nice job of making sure Lisa gets it done, which is probably not fair to Lisa because Lisa needs to learn and make mistakes while Laura takes over and makes sure it gets done and does a great job, guys. And she'll give you a document and there'll never be a mistake. You know what I mean? And that's not normal. We all make mistakes and we do things, and she does a fantastic job. Guys, just a couple comments I'm going to make on wages. And again, I don't know if I'm bringing it in the right time. We keep talking to human resources person. We keep talking about how we're going to address it. I did contact Brookings. Brookings, they are similar to Yankton. They have a full-time state's attorney, and they have 2 full-time deputies, similar to us. Ours is an 80%. And then they have 4 legal assistants, and their pay goes from $42,794 up to $54,273. And they do have somebody making the $54,000, and that's a 12-year legal assistant who's making that at this time. Their structure is a little different. I did look up other places, and there's some more, there's some less. I can't say that there isn't lower numbers and less numbers. I didn't find anybody that had anybody that's been there for 22 years. Anything over the 12 was one of the highest, if not the highest, that anybody's been at the same job. And then so guys, I'm just making that request. I think I'm not even looking at the amount of the request. The workload at the state's attorney's office has increased significantly. It's gone up a lot. The work when I first started is nowhere near where it is today. It's getting it's a pretty rush position and a lot of work where maybe it needs to be watched over a little better sometimes. But it's a busy office, and we're busy all the time.
Is that more judge how they're sentencing or how they're changing methods, or is it
good
more
question.
people, or is it a combination?
With the change of judges, the current change has really significantly put a big damper in our system. The current judge has. The current judge is very smart, very detailed in everything, so everything has to be how the judge wants it. So it isn't like they submit it and then it gets resubmitted and then it goes back and forth. And so it's a very detailed, slow process. So our system criminally has gone from a pretty good speed to really slow down, and so now it takes lots of time. And then also the Odyssey, how we file takes a lot of time too. So you file with the clerk and you file yourself. Before you'd go drop it off the clerk and walk away and they would file it, so it was an easy process. Now it's you scan it in, put it in, it has to be accepted. When they say it, then they have to, you know what I mean? Then you get it back after it's taken care of, and then you send it out. So our process, that filing really has taken a toll on the office, because something that was a 5-minute walk upstairs, file 100 things, now as you scan each one in, you have to document it, then they have to accept it, and then it comes back, and then you send it out. So the process has really slowed down. You would think electronic filing would speed you up, but it has complicated us in our system. And then my private practice, I notice it too. You know what I mean? It's a lot harder, but I don't do a lot over there to justify that. But time-wise, it takes a lot of time. So guys, I believe my budget looks exactly the same. There might be something that's just a little bit different. I don't remember if there is furniture or something that was just a little different, but I think most all of it should be the same, except for a request in wages. My understanding is we, as the state's attorney office, do not have a deputy clerical position where everybody else has one, and the Register of Deeds has 2. And we don't have one of the designations for that. So no matter what, I do request that somebody be designated. And I did ask Lisa, believing Laura is more of a legal, paralegal kind of person. So I am requesting that, but we don't have that designation at this time. So believing I would ask that we have it. You know, so at Laura minimum, or if you would agree, Lisa could be, or Laura could be bumped up, then Lisa would be the designation as a deputy. And guys, and you guys know, in the legal world, I mean, it's knowledge, and it's a form-driven, complicated thing. And so, I mean, it does take specialized training and knowledge and stuff. And especially Laura, she's been there long enough where, again, she could be the attorney doing the work, because she does such a good job of paying attention. And again, and she's one that'll pay attention. And if you bring up Don Kettering, she'll bring up everybody affiliated with Don that has anything to do with Don, because she'll remember everybody's name and where everybody goes and all the other stuff, and you need to check this type of thing. So guys, she does do a fantastic job for us, for the county as a general. As a matter of fact, I was going to give her services to upstairs to say you might want her to use her for a little while, because she's very detailed, very organized, very does a nice job, but then I'm scared to lose her. So I was going to say good idea for you guys, but then I thought bad idea for Rob. So guys, I'm sorry, I'm rambling on a little bit on the stuff too, but that's what my request is. I've been trying in the past to be careful on requests. Like I said, I've made no additional requests since I've started this position. I think I'm in year 15. I think I'll finish 15 this year, and this will be technically my second request of an increase that I've ever requested, and that last one would have been Tara Schmidt a couple years ago, or a year ago, when I asked for her. So, and guys, I don't know necessarily if it's the right place, so I do apologize if it's not the right place. So,
any questions for Rob?
I just want to clarify something.
Yep.
Everybody knows here that Laura Swenson is not related to me.
Oh, yeah.
She's a S-O-N Swenson, I'm a S-E-N Swenson.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't want the people that are going to watch this new tape going, we got
Oh.
something going on here, conflict
Two
of interest.
Swensons.
So, but
Yeah.
we're no relation.
yeah. And Gary, honestly, I didn't necessarily know that myself. Didn't know if you were listed. I didn't catch the E and the O, so.
I'm a Dave.
Rob,
Yeah.
I asked this question earlier today. You're part of teen court.
Yeah.
Have you seen any usefulness of that process in reduction of the juvenile
Yeah.
instances?
And Donna, my answer is yes. My answer is yes. I think it's a nice diversion program, and they do a fantastic job, and they do a lot more than we would ever do in the court system on the offenses they're dealing with. So sometimes what happens is some of the kids find out that they can go to court and pay a fine instead of go to the teen court. But the kids who go through teen court do seem to do better, and I don't seem to see them. So I don't, like if I put them in a teen court for whatever, say petty theft, right? Most of the time, I don't see those kids again. It's a pretty low rescission rate, which I see them. I do, Don, I can't say I don't, but I do like the program, and it's been a wonderful addition to the program, and I believe it's helped our truancy too, tremendously. And so they do a great job of watching over the school and making sure the kids are in there. I'm gonna say probably 5-6 years ago, I really wanted to keep kids in school, so we had a task force getting together with the school and stuff, and so I kind of put together a program, like when you contact me, and then I'm gonna write out a letter, and then we're gonna go, and so we have a program in place, and that program has helped the teen courts help that truancy. And there's been a little lag. We've had a lot of turnover running the teen court. So it's gone up and down a little bit, but as a general, the whole teen court's done a great job for us. And it's been a wonderful addition to Yankton County. You want me to start all over? No, I'm teasing.
So for your rentals, I'm sure that's like computer equipment and things like of that nature for
Yeah.
on your rental line? It's really gone up in the last couple of years, from 2016 to 2018. Do you have more equipment, or what's?
No, the only equipment we would have would be, we would have added a computer 2 years ago to the thing. That should be it. I probably have to defer to Patty. I don't know.
Do you have copiers and stuff like that?
We have one
Yeah,
copier.
that's rental.
Yeah, and then the computers too would be a Dan. I don't know of anything else we have. I think it's just the number of what it is. That's not anything. The only thing we would have would be an additional computer with Terra. That would have been added in the last couple of years. So I'm not sure of anything else. I think when I ask for increase, I think I'm just referencing anything out of the ordinary of what's
And
happening.
I don't think you're on our refresh, are you, on our computer system?
I don't think so.
I can look, see quick and see. what that
Are
is.
you on your own, or how does that?
I honestly,
Okay.
Patty'd have to say, I don't know, Dan. I'm sorry about that. I don't know if we've got computers the last few times. I don't think we've updated.
So if and when a lawsuit is filed against the county and we turn it over to our insurance, as I recall, that deductible went from 2,500 up to 10,000. Is that represented in this budget?
And when I first wrote the letter, originally when Paula was here, I helped with the legal budget. The legal budget this year could be significant. I referenced that in that letter where I talk 100,000. That number comes from the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office is going to be prosecuting, and it's free. It doesn't cost us a dime to have them come prosecute the Falkenberg case, but the anticipated costs are going to be significant, and that's the number they used, was when they were telling me that it could cost the county to bring in witnesses and experts and stuff on that, and we're crossing, into Minnesota, and so you have that cost too, where you have experts from different areas. So we'll see, that could be pled or something could happen, so. So sorry, Don, the question is that, not that budget is a separate budget. I used to do it and help with it, but I haven't for a while. So that was something you would see someplace else. So that increase would be there. And guys, and the other thing too, I know some of that stuff is a little bit different, but some of the litigation stuff we could keep in-house. We could keep it in-house. The $2,500 deductible, that's fair, right? That ain't crazy. 10,000 is getting expensive. So some of those we can keep in-house. Some of the stuff I just keep. You know what I mean? If you remember, you don't necessarily know, but some of the litigation, Gershner's, we dealt with in-house. We deal with some of the stuff in-house on some of our stuff. So that could be handled more in-house on what we're dealing with. The hogs, you would keep it the same because it's all the same. I don't know if they're adding anything on. If there's anything more on that in the future, I don't know, but nothing I'm aware of.
Jury selection and that's someplace else.
That's out of court.
Yeah. Because Patty, that's a separate budget, right? All of that stuff is separate.
That's
Yeah.
the court, that's under other budgets.
Does he do that one too?
No. That rental is through Century Business.
Mhm.
It's about 200 and some every month.
I believe that's a copier, I would think.
Any other questions?
So am I supposed to run somewhere and get you guys sandwiches?
You already ate.
Had one.
Should have done that before the budget. So, any other questions for State's Attorney? All righty.
Okay,
Well,
thanks,
thank you
guys.
very much. Appreciate
Gary,
it.
if you want to come today at 4?
Great.
Is that okay?
That's what I was going to ask you.
Yep, 2:30 at Paul Schurslick, going over some interstate thing, and then I should be done by then.
4 o'clock.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, like $1,000.
Thanks, Rob.
Guess we'll go ahead, we'll take a, is Mr. McDonald on?
Wait, yep, he's coming.
Do we need to take a break, or?
No.
Is that- all right.
I mean, that's up to you.
Anybody need to take a break?
I think we can slip the coroner in wherever too.
Pardon me?
I think we can move the coroner. I think Patty said she was working today, so she wouldn't be here to present anyway.
He had some, he's got a customer.
So, the coroner is not gonna be here. Can we move hers up and go, or should we wait for her to be available before we go over
Well,
this?
you know, I was talking to Joe about her, and hers is pretty simple. I mean, you can't, hers goes by the coroner calls, and that, you know, that is out of her control. And that's out of anybody. We don't know how many coroner calls you're gonna have a year.
We hope none. Can we move hers up and do hers now, or
I
should
don't
we
know,
wait?
she's working,
Okay.
so I can't call her.
Okay.
If you wanna see her, I told her that we would, when you guys meet again, which you will have to, we can have her come then, because Brian, the register of deeds, will have to come, because he's out of town.
The steward.
Do a preliminary, and then
That's
she'll
what I
come
was
in person?
Getting at, if we can just go
Okay.
through
Oh,
her
sure,
numbers
sure.
Okay.
and
Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Any objection? All right, so we're gonna do a preliminary review of the coroner budget.
And like I said, if you want to see her, I can have her come, but hers is usually pretty straightforward.
Do you wanna explain that, I guess, to the
Those things.
coroner budget is?
Howdy.
I don't know that number off. What's that second number? 4, 5, and then what's the next?
5234280 utilities. That one?
Hey,
We're on that.
Is that the corner?
Yeah. We're going through the budget, the coroner budget real quick,
okay.
and we'll be. Does anybody have any comments on the coroner budget?
I don't.
No. I
Buddy?
mean, if you have any questions, I'll try to. But it's basically straightforward.
Is the professional, what is the professional service?
That's autopsies.
That's, okay. Explains that. All right. Anybody have any questions?
Nope.
All right. Move on to the next item. Item number 15, Veteran Service. Mr. McDonald, welcome.
Hi.
There we go. Found ya.
Yep, it's pretty simple. I used the factors that you gave me, and I plugged them in with the exception of salary. And I figured in what I would receive if I got, I think it was 2%. And I multiplied it out through the course of a year, and I put that figure down instead of the one that would have come up with the figures that you gave me. Because the last couple of years, I've always I've made it under my budget on other things other than salary, because the salary ended up being more than what you budgeted it for. And so I just figured I would cut to the chase, and if you don't like that, then fine, we can do what we need to do. One other thing that I put down too is that seeing that we have a new commission, or part of a new commission, everybody that works full-time
receives a stipend of about $660 a month towards health insurance. I'm a federal retiree. I have a federal insurance plan that is less than what yours is, and I get better coverage. Okay? But that doesn't deny the fact that everybody else is getting about $660 more a month than I am. And I would ask for a second time that you consider maybe taking that $660 or whatever I'm paying for my insurance and putting that in the retirement system for me instead. And if you don't, I'm sticking around. But if you do, thank you. And other than that, I will work with what you give me. And if it runs into that I gotta spend something more, I'll tell you. But generally, since I've been here, I've been under budget every year, and I don't waste your money.
How many hours do you work a week?
35.
35.
I should tell you one other thing, too. I've got this VA printout that I showed Joe the other day, and I think I've showed Don before. It's an expenditure of what the VA spends in Yankton County. In fiscal year '09, we had almost 2,200 veterans in the county. In fiscal year '18, we have 1,619. We've lost about 22% of the veterans in our county. The money, the total expenditures from the VA back in 2009 were $7,286,000 in Yankton County. And last year, they spent $10,087,000 in Yankton County. So even with a loss of 22% of our veteran population, I've been pretty aggressive in pursuing federal dollars to come into the county. I think we're getting good bang for the buck by having the Veterans Office open 35 hours a week, and as long as we pursue, assisting these guys and helping them when it comes to filling out the paperwork and influencing them to seek help, because part of it is the stigma that you deal with some guys. I've picked up 2 guys this year, both that had never been in to see the veteran service officer at all, and in the course of a 25-minute interview, got them to file a claim with the VA, and both of them came in at 90%. And if we don't have those doors open, we're not going to get those people. So, and as long as I'm here, I'm going to ask questions and see if we can get guys connected with the VA for either the healthcare services or hearing aids or whatever we can get lined up for them. I'm going to try to get it done.
Any questions?
No, I don't.
Go ahead.
Repeat the same thing, that being we're televising this, if you can tell them where your office is at and your hours. Oh, sure. The VSO is open Monday through Friday, 9 till noon, 1 to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. If I am not going to be in the office, I usually put something in the Preston-Dakotan. I try to go over to KYNT every now and then and leave them a message with, so they can put it on their morning coffee program and stuff like that. I'm not so great about that as I am putting it in the P&D, though. And I always put a note on my door when I'm gone.
Mike, do you tell us, I know you usually tell me when, do you ever put it on the website?
I could tell Valley.
Yeah, tell Valley, and then we can get it on the county website.
Yeah, I should do that. That's a good idea. Me and modern technology have our
drawbacks.
And your office is just right?
Yeah, and
directly above.
it's second floor right in the middle of the west side of the building. And if this broadcast goes out beyond the city limits or county limits, if you're from Bottom County, if you're from Cedar and Knox County, Clay County, Hutchinson County, Turner County, and you do trade here in Yankton, I will help you. You know, it's just a matter that we need, yeah, you're going to trade with us, we need to do some stuff for you. So.
I got a couple questions for you, if you don't
Sure.
mind. Wagner Community-Based Outreach Clinic, is that still open, or is that?
It's still open, but I understand one of their PAs is very sick.
Okay.
Oh, and that's another thing, we have a DAV van bus that can get you up to Sioux Falls on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we are always looking for volunteer drivers. You have to go through a protocol through the VA to become a sanctioned DAV driver, but if you're interested in doing that, like one day out of every 6 or 7 weeks, please come see me. I'd be happy to help you get those applications filled out.
You don't need any special license to drive the van?
Nope. Nope, just, you gotta have proof of insurance and proof that you were a safe driver and no criminal record, you know, felonies and that kind of thing.
And you don't have to be a veteran?
Nope, don't have to be a veteran, and I have 2 or 3 people who are not veterans that use this opportunity to pay it back, and I appreciate everything that they do. In fact, I'll tell you right now, my drivers, I shouldn't say my drivers, but the folks that drive for the DAV van make me look like $1 million, because it helps a lot of families, you know, and it's not just necessarily the veteran in his home or he and his spouse. It's helping out their kids or a niece or a nephew or some family member that would have to take that veteran up to Sioux Falls and lose a day of work. Literally, those drivers make me look like $1 million, and I can't express that any harder than that.
And Mike has helped me years ago, and he always did a good job for me. So, thank you, Mike.
You bet.
Back to the Wagner C. So I've heard there may be plans of closing that. Have you heard anything at the?
I haven't heard anything about that. I would also let you know that there is a new CBOC in North Sioux City.
Okay.
And I'm starting to hear, you know, different veterans that go to that CBOC instead of the one in Wagner.
Okay.
Usually they're guys that are living in Gayville or, you know, closer to Vermillion. But it's another opportunity if a guy doesn't want to drive to Sioux Falls, he could seek treatment through the VA, through North Sioux City.
Yeah, when the last town hall I was at in Sioux Falls at the VA, the talk was that may close because they're having such a hard time staffing it. It'd be nice to have that moved to Yankton or something instead of it just being closed. But the second thing I had, is when Bravo Battery returns, I think it may be wise to have some, if we had a table or something set up at the ceremony to just let guys know what services are available for them when they return. Sometimes, especially probably with the National Guard, they get back home and they're just out in the community and they may not get the help that they need.
I went to a deal at the about 3 years ago with Mike Maskey. He was the field officer for the Southeast South Dakota region, and we did that. We did that at a weekend session and that can be arranged so I can get some help from Sioux Falls too to you know, pursue that angle. You bet.
I think that'd be good, because most of those soldiers are going to be in your area. You know, most of them are from area maybe a little further west, and so they're going to be members that are going to be clients of ours probably sooner or later. So.
Yep.
What do they do back?
I'm not sure.
There's guys. They left here December 1st
last year, and they should be back sometime in November. I think they're thinking Thanksgiving weekend. I'm not positive, though, and I have no clue. So if there's a
Nobody knows.
spouse that's watching this, and, oh, they're coming back Thanksgiving, that's just a guess. Don't hold me to that, because I don't want to get your hopes up.
Planes get delayed, missions change, don't they?
Yes.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. McDonald? Just like to thank you again for everything you do for the veterans in our community and surrounding communities. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks,
Yep.
Matt.
Anybody need a break? Keep on trucking. Next item on the agenda, item number 15, Steve Hawkins with the ambulance. Welcome.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm sure it's been a long, fun day for everybody, huh?
Actually, it's been going pretty good.
Good, good, good. I'm not sure what all you have. Do they have this? Print it off so you get another one then. This is just my narrative and stuff, so.
I don't have to flip back and forth anyway.
What's that?
Then I don't have to flip back
There
and
you go.
forth.
Besides, it was just a tree. Well, yeah, maybe that's, I don't know if that's one or two, but. Okay, well, I'm sure you have lots of questions for me, but I think I would like to start, if you would, talking about what I'm calling the three elephants on the back page. And those are the things that I got kind of big increases on, and I wanted to kind of touch on those, and it might answer some of your questions as we go. The first one is going to be the salaries, right at the very top, 411, but that's about I'm kind of guessing a $16,000 increase over what we had last year.
Where are you at? Are you on this one or this one?
I'm on this piece right here, is what I'm looking. I'm looking at this is the same thing as I filled out in pencil, so I just did it on computer, so it's easier for me to, because I can't read my own writing half the time. And I just wanted to touch on that and just kind of point out what that is. And one of them is, we decided, and in the narrative, it explains it as well in here, and that would be like on the second page. It's just kind of some bullet points. We need to start doing our own EMT classes to kind of help fill our slots. Relying on other classes being done, the associations and that type of thing. We need to do classes when we see that we're going to have a need for personnel in the future. And we're going to have a good 4, 5, 6, a good handful, maybe a double handful of EMTs leaving us over the next year. For a number of reasons. One, we know that they're going to be going off to school. Some of them are accepted into PA school or medical school, that type of thing. So we know we're going to have some nutrition there. We did get that, so I added salary money for that EMT class that we want to hold next January. But I just recently, last week, found out that grant money that we obtained for the EMT education, we can use that grant money for those salaries. So it will just be reimbursed, that grant money will be able to reimburse that line item once we complete that class. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's kind of a wash, although it has to be in the budget. But we'll just, at the end of the year, the end of that class, we'll just roll that grant money back into that line item.
If you budget that grant money in the actual budget, it won't get rolled in there, because you already have it in there.
But I thought you
No.
said I had to have it in there. I'm
If it's not in
confused.
your budget, like some of that grant money that you don't budget for through the year,
Mhm.
that's unanticipated revenue. That goes back into the budget. But so
Okay,
if you don't want it, don't put it in your budget if you want it to transfer.
so should I go back then and adjust that line, that salary line item, and pull that 5,000 or 6,000, whatever it was, out
Is there
and
one we do
resubmit?
that?
Will you guys allow me to do that? Okay, okay,
Because,
okay.
like the highway, like the weed department, they
Okay.
budget a grant, and they budget that into their budget.
Oh, when you said budget into it, you don't mean put the money into it, you meant put that in there as a ghost money, if you will, kind of thing.
When you get that check
Okay.
back, we'll put that in
I'm not used to
there
using MUGGAT.
as an unanticipated grant revenue.
Okay.
And that goes back into his budget.
Okay, then we'll have some adjustments to do as we go here then for that. So then there's CPR classes. I had to put some money in for education there, for instruction for the instructors, and then our step increases. So when I go back and adjust my salaries for that EMT class, I will pull that money out, so there'll be less money, you know, I'll have, what I want to try, that line item will be smaller then, okay. And I can get that to you tomorrow if that's soon enough, or Monday anyhow, or something, okay. Okay, well, that's easy enough. Well, then it's gonna make a couple other things easy. Let's see, what's the next elephant I have highlighted? Then that's gonna be the travel, and I put 16,000 for grant money in that line item that I now just realized I did it incorrectly, and I need to pull that out. So that line item's gonna go down, because that's grant money that we'll just, as we use it, we'll just put it right back into that line item, correct?
You know, and
Okay.
it really doesn't matter.
That
As
was
long as
my
you're
con-
spending that, I mean, you're counting on that grant money anyway, so that's why you put it in the budget.
Right.
I mean.
I just misunderstood you when we had that conversation, and that's my fault for not being clearer with that.
Either way you do it, you're gonna get that money into your budget, so.
Okay.
I guess it's up to you how.
Okay, well, I think taking it out makes the bottom line look better, so it'll be easier for them to explain and all that, so I'll take that out. Okay, all right, so,
So travel will be less.
it'll be about
16,000.
7 to 800, something like that, yeah, yeah. And then I will get that cleared up and sent back to you, so you guys have it. Or I'll get it to Patty, so then she can do her magic and then get it out to you. And then the next elephant is the minor equipment, and unfortunately, I don't have grant money for that one, so that's not gonna, we're not gonna get to make that one go away. And that's, what I have is, we have our life packs. That's our life pack defibrillator, our monitor defibrillator. Believe it or not, when you look at it, that thing is like $25,000 a piece, and they're really expensive. And it's not much bigger than this, but it has a lot of electronics in it. And our monitors are 7 to 10 years old, and they kind of recommend that they get replaced every seven years or so. We do have a very robust preventive maintenance policy that we pay for, and we go through to make sure that they are all updated and so forth, but we still are dealing with 10-year-old hardware, 10-year-old stuff. So Fusion Control is the vendor that we use for these things, have a program in which we can finance four, which is what I need, finance 4. We get 4 right off the bat, but then we only pay for 1 a year. All right, the highest finance is 5%, the highest finance rate is 5%, but I'm confident that I can negotiate that down. So this 24,500 is like the high end, and it should be a little less than that. So, but I do think that we need to replace those, because those are vital equipment. If they fail, that's just horrible situation for the patient, obviously, and bad for the county, because that's just zeros, you know what I mean, on a lawsuit. So, there's some things that we can do without, some things we can stretch out, but when it comes to life packs, ambulance gurneys, and ambulances, we need to make sure that we have stuff that we're solid and comfortable with them.
So you have 4 of those today?
Yeah, I have
And then
4
you wanna
currently. Just,
replace
like I said, I got some that were 7 to 10 years in age. 2 of the oldest ones we were given through a grant through the state of South Dakota 10 years ago, or 9 years ago. But of course, that money is no longer
There's no more grants for those?
There's no more grant money for that. Isn't that the way they always do it? They always give you grant money to get you started on something and then make you have to fund it after that. But
So how many vehicles does your department have?
we have a total of 6, 4 ambulances and 2 response pickups.
4 ambulances.
So how's that new Dodge that you got, get along with those Fords and Chevys?
The Chevys, we talked about this before. They're getting along a little better than they did.
So we have like 4 fully staffed ambulances,
Yep.
and then what are the 2 response vehicles?
The 2 response vehicles, one is I operate and I respond to incidences in it. And in the back of that, we have equipment, MCI equipment, a whole bunch of what we call personal protective equipment that we need to, if we need to pull that out. We've had to do that a couple, 3 times since that I can recall. And then the other vehicle is the second backup paramedic that's on backup duty. He uses that to respond back and forth.
We had the emergency management was here, and they also have a vehicle. So are we having duplicates? Because from what I understand, emergency management has a vehicle to do that job, and you have.
We have
a
2
vehicle?
separate responsibilities.
Is there a way you could share, I mean, you're in the same building, is there a way we could share those resources? Because if there's an accident, your people are going anyway.
Well, we're kind of geared for kind of the worst case scenario and set up so that if there is a tornado, for instance, that would be the worst case scenario that comes through town, that we can set up aid stations in different locations throughout town. So Paul uses his for emergency response within his job description, and I use mine within my job description, and that is supervising and responding to ambulance calls. To eliminate the one vehicle that the EMTs or the paramedics use, then we'll be responsible to pay for their mileage and insurance through DOL if they're using their vehicle to respond to the station when they're on second call. So that's part of that reason. And snow removal, that's a vehicle we use. We use both vehicles for snow removal.
I guess, my thought of, we have 2 vehicles that are in the same area doing the same job, more or less. We need to look at ways that we can streamline our local government and save tax dollars as much as we can. And,
Okay.
I mean, how many instances, I'm asking because I don't know, is where, you would require both of those vehicles I mean, if there's an accident, there's gonna be an ambulance there?
Yeah, there's gonna be ambulance there. If it's out of town, there's gonna be me, hopefully, there, to supervise and to render assistance. We do that often. Sometimes there'll be BLS ambulances that will call in, and I'll jump in the back of that BLS ambulance, turn it into a paramedic level ambulance using the equipment out of my truck. Pulling, not always is Paul at the same incidences that I'm at, and not always am I at the same incidences Paul's at. His group has to respond to all structure fires. We might have an ambulance respond to a structure fire, but typically I don't respond to a structure fire until we have victims. It starts sounding like we're gonna have victims. Then I go to set up that command structure thing for EMS side.
That's kind of a question I was going to ask you, because being we're televising this, I'm trying to get the feel of when they're watching it, but not every time there's an emergency, do you show up, even if it's in the city or the county?
Not every time. When they call for assistance, I try to go.
Okay.
I mean, the only time that I wouldn't go is if I'm here at a meeting but if they'll respond to a call and then they'll request search and rescue for help, and when they do that, then I'll try to respond as well to lend them a hand. Or like if there's a signal 1, or if it's cardiac arrest, or there's certain types of calls that when they get dispatched know that they're going to need help, then I'll jump in the truck and go right away. But if they get there, sometimes the calls they may come across as a man down, unknown reason, Then they get there and the person's in cardiac arrest,
And
or
your
they're
office
critical,
is-
or they need help getting the patient up.
Your office is where, so they know,
805 Capitol,
and your title?
ambulance administrator.
Okay,
Okay.
Steve Hawkins.
Yeah, Steve Hawkins, yeah.
Do you get any assistance from the city? Does the city contribute anything to?
No,
They're not scared to ask us to help.
no. they're
And what
not.
percentage of the calls that we get come from Yankton? The city of Yankton?
A lot. And I don't have that. I report that every month in my report. But I can't tell you what the exact percentage is. I would say more than 50% come from within the city limits.
And how much, every time you do an ambulance call, how much does it cost?
That varies anywhere from 5 to 500 and something, or maybe 400 to 600 and something. And I think that has to do with how many calls we've had, what our, what we brought, what we spent in supplies, you know what I mean? Because it's all, because my budget covers that whole building. So I always like to tease Paul that he's my tenant, and if he doesn't straighten up, I'm gonna boot him. But he never leaves when I tell him to. But anyhow, so it kind of varies.
And then, so what does it cost? I know it depends on somebody's insurance, but are we breaking even on the calls? Are we losing
Well,
money?
I knew you were gonna ask this, and so I look, and
I know, 'cause you and I
this is something I track, but we don't get it on that report, and I think I'd probably need to figure out a way to get it on the report. Last year, we were 170, a minute, I wrote it down, hang on. $176,773 from breaking even. So out of however much I spent last year, which was, how much did I spend last year? I don't know whatever that was. We were 170 some thousand. However, it doesn't reflect that well because it looks like we spent, we were 300 some thousand, but that was because we got 2 new vehicles. And that's one of the things is that those are tangible equipment that are spread over so many years. But so if you take the 2 vehicles out, we were 170,000, say 180,000 from breaking even.
1 point.
So how many calls do you make a year?
Last year, we did 2,056, which is a 45% increase over the last 10 years.
And you expect that trend to keep?
I do expect that to keep going. And
you and I have talked about looking at, raising the rates. I mean, that's something that you can do. And, I guess my point is if we're helping everybody, you make calls, then you go to Nebraska and you go to other counties. We go all over to help people, which is great. But every time the lights go on, it's costing the county dollars, costing tax dollars.
Right.
And I think we should do whatever we can to recoup those costs to at least.
I think that, I don't think that's unreasonable. We can certainly take a look at our rates, but one of the things that we need to also consider, and this is probably not the right forum, I need to come back and do it at a different, is to realize that regardless of what we charge, Medicaid and Medicare are gonna give us what they're gonna give us. You know what I mean? We can charge, I think, one of our charges is $950 and Medicare pays $300, $350 of that. And they only pay 80% of that, given the 300, and then the patient is responsible for 20% of that, whatever that 300 is. So the more, and that's our primary payers is Medicare and Medicaid. So you have to kind of think about that as well. If you raise, you're gonna do more write-offs. That's gonna, how you want that to look. But I think that raising the rates is not unreasonable. I just had a conversation and people have their rates are just all over the place. Less than us, some are double us. So it's how you and we feel we want to set the rates. So
I guess with me, it's a valuable service we provide for the community, but anywhere we can, make it fair, the people who are using the service, I think, should have to,
Right.
burden the majority.
Right, and
of
there's
the
lots of
share.
things that I've been thinking that we can do to help with that too, but we are, I'll say this since we are on camera, we are a paramedic level service. We have top of the line equipment, very smart, intelligent, good paramedics with lots of experience, and you can't find a service like us unless you go to Sioux Falls, Mitchell. So those are the closest services that have the same level of care that we do. The rest of the services are wonderful services, but they're BLS. Vermilion, I believe, is a part-time ALS part-time paramedic, but we are a full-time paramedic service with 2 ambulances ready to respond with paramedics on them. So you're right. We cost a lot, but we're providing a lot as well.
If you take the $176,000 that we were short of breaking even, divide that by 2,000 calls, it's about $90 a call.
Okay.
They increase. So if you increased it $100 a call, would we be out of line?
No, not necessarily, but you also have, and I get where you're going with that, but just remember that all of those calls are not billable calls,
And doesn't, okay,
But
so
you're right.
Somebody has Blue Cross Blue Shield and they have an ambulance call, is it like 80-90%?
90% usually.
So I mean, and to your point, it's well worth it to me to have an ambulance service if I if we increase it $100, it costs me $10 more, but my family member survives. And I think we really need to look at raising these fees. It'd be ideal to me if we broke even and we provide this great service to our community. And I don't think it's unreasonable to look at it.
There's been, in my tenure, we broke even once. 1 year.
That should
I can't
be the
remember
goal.
when,
That
but
really should
we
be
did.
the goal.
And that was because of there's a lot of factors too,
Sure.
calls, who's the payer, all that kind of stuff. Now, with that being said, we need to review, it's the time for us we have some provider agreements with Avera Sacred Heart, with Avera at Home Health, with Avera Health Plans, Blue Cross Blue Shield. I can't remember. I have them all on my desk. That's that time for us to review and to reduce, maybe adjust, or at least one of them has been rolling over since 2016. It's just, even if we do nothing more than change the date on it.
So how many customers have repeat calls?
Oh, shoot, I don't know. I'd have to try to see if I can beat the computer into that. A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
So a lot of them were making call after call after call.
Yeah.
It's costing us $600-700 to pull
Yeah,
out of the
yeah.
garage and go.
Yes.
And you get there and you say, well, you need a Band-Aid.
Okay,
Am I right?
yeah, maybe,
So
okay.
how do we eliminate that cost?
Well,
Or
we have a fee called lift assist. And when somebody falls down and have no injuries, but they can't get up on their own, and they call us for help, we charge them $50. The insurance doesn't cover that. Insurance doesn't cover that. So, but we charge them $50 and they pay
Is
it.
that lift assist, is that one of the 2,000 calls you make?
Yes, and we can go out on a lift assist on the same person multiple times. And when we get more than 3, I would like to say, and sometimes I miss them and the medics have to come and tell me, but if we get to 3 or 4 of the lift assists on the same person within a short period of time, then I contact the hospital. We try to figure out what's going on with this individual and is there a better way to care for him? Because if they're falling all the time at home, that's just not healthy. So then we try to figure that out. We try to eliminate that, and we do. The other thing that we have is homeless. When we go out and take care and pick up a homeless patient, they're homeless. Where do we send the bill to? There's no place to send the bill to. And by law, if they call 911 and we respond and they want to go to the hospital, we have to take them. There's no, there's people that call 911 to go to the hospital, and there's absolutely no reason for them to be seen in an emergency room. And when that happens, they meet us on the curb, and they'll jump in the back of the ambulance. This doesn't happen a ton of times, but they're a Medicare patient, we can't bill for that. That's a non-medically necessary transport, and we cannot bill. That's just Medicare's rules. And if we, just because we transport, if we bill just because we transported, then that's fraud. That's that stuff you read in the paper about Medicare fraud. That's what that is. So we have to, review those, and then we get a hold of the person and try to educate them on what's appropriate need for ambulances, that type of thing. So.
Steve, does, like Medicare and Medicaid, do they ever increase the amount that they will pay?
Medicare,
I know that's a silly question,
it is kind of silly. The thing that, not really, and one of them 2 years ago dropped. And then they came back up, but I don't think they are up to where they dropped 2 years ago. But the one thing that we watch really, really close is that each year the Congress will pass a, just let me think for what it's called. It's a rural, oh my gosh, rural credit for Medicare. And I'm just going to use that. I don't know if that's the right term. I can't remember. But and then we all sit around biting our fingernails to see if the president's going to sign that. And then we get a little more because of where we're located, because of our zip codes. Last year, 2 years ago, it was Obama was in office, and it was during that whole budget mess that they had in Washington. We didn't get our rural bonus until like May or June. And then it went retrospective. We went back to the first of the year. So, there's, and then you have to watch that. Yeah, so.
On the lift assist, is that an ambulance sent out, or is that a?
It's just an ambulance gets sent out, because the thing is, you don't know if they're hurt or not till you get there. And even dispatch will say that patient claims there's no injuries. Well, that's what the patient's saying. They're not hurt, and you get there and they find out that they were dizzy, and then the medics will talk them in. The EMTs will talk them into going to the hospital.
Is do we set that fee at $50?
Mm-hmm. We did some time ago.
If it costs $500, why, to send an ambulance out, I guess why wouldn't our fee be $500 for that? I mean, at least we're.
Because I'm not that mean. I don't know. I don't know.
It's not being mean.
No, I'm just being trying to be funny.
The budget, and I guess this budget, kind of concerns me. I mean, it's getting bigger and bigger all the time. The needy population is getting big. I mean, in a few years, we could be having 4,000 calls, per month. That could happen.
Absolutely.
And we may be at the point where, this is costing, $500,000, $800,000 of the taxpayer dollars. And so I guess at least in my opinion, our goal should be provide this great service, but let's break even if we can, or come close to it.
And what I do is I take a look at, there's a couple different ways to look at the overall cost of the service. I do it in a very simple way, and that's how much did I spend, how much did we collect for that month, you know what I mean? And just make that simple division, and that's how. But you can break it down to, and it's really a pain, and it would be difficult, a lot of time, man hours, is to say, we rolled one ambulance, and that's how much an ambulance it costs. And then what supplies did we use during that call, and vary it out that way. But then you've got your, bricks and mortar. How do you factor that into that last equation that I put in there? You know what I mean? So that's how I do it, is I factor in the bricks and the mortar and the ambulance and the personnel and all of that money, and that's how much it's costing us to respond on a call.
Yeah, your overhead's not gonna change whether you have 1,000 calls or 2,000.
Right. Unless your personnel happens to change for whatever reason, your personnel, your FTE kind of thing. Yes.
Okay, so you share FTE with the state's attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And what's your success rate in collections?
I looked at that number 2 days ago and now I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what it was. I'll have to get back to you. What,
Did Rob save 10,000?
okay, did he help me? Okay, 10,000 this year? That sounds pretty good. 10,000 sounds pretty close so far this year.
So
Yeah.
you said 10,000, we're probably paying 15,000 in salary to get 10,000. We're paying half.
Yes. However, it's split. So it's split between Rob and I.
I know that.
So,
I'm saying
I mean,
we're probably-
she's paying for her side, my side of her salaries.
We're probably paying 30,000 for the employee at least, maybe 40 with services.
Oh, yeah, with benefits and such,
And
yeah.
back, so
Yeah.
the long and the short of that one is
Yeah.
that's probably something that maybe we should look at discontinuing.
Or
I'm not saying we
change
should,
tactics.
Or reattack it somehow.
Okay, and here, I sit
reattack
on
it.
another board that has the same kind of issues, and they get a report of charge-offs. We never see a report of charge-offs.
Yes, you do.
Individual names,
You cannot see, you can see the names, but I can't put them in the public packet. Okay? Does that make sense? Because of the HIPAA thing. So you get the write-offs, Medicare write-offs,
so
and,
we never, and we see the amount, we see the account and the amount. Maybe
Mhm.
it isn't the name, maybe it's an account and the
right,
amount.
correct.
One person is $85, the next person is 1,600 or 5,000,
Mhm.
okay? So we don't see that. I think maybe we should see that.
Why?
Well, because maybe there are other ways to collect. Maybe our collections process is not effective. Maybe that person quits way early in the process of trying to collect. I don't know.
Okay.
But I know in this case, and we very
If
seldom. We very seldom doubt the results of what they put in, but at least we know when we're signing off on write-off of debt, we know what the situation was. And they'll say $1,740, 5 attempts in jail in Florida. So
Okay.
it makes perfectly.
Okay, I can make
perfectly
that
great
happen.
sense.
Yeah.
Tara gets 36,000 a year.
And she gets 36 and we,
Okay.
so with what Don's saying, were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off, Don. So how, we have this debt collector, we've collected 10,000. What is the debt owed to the county for services?
A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Give us an idea. It's hundreds of thousands.
Over the years, yes.
So, I get.
And the thing is, there's, when we were using credit collections, they would have the thing for 6, 8 months, 12 months, 24 months, come back and say non-collectible, unable to find, That's the same thing that Tara's going through as well, is chasing these people down. So,
Well, in that point,
and
is the county, do we legally have to provide an ambulance service? Is that part of the law, or is that just something that Yankton County has done?
no, it's something that Yankton County's done, yeah.
So, and how many other counties, I guess, are, similar-sized communities, do they have county ambulance, or is it private? What are other communities doing?
It's kind of across the board. Mitchell is fire-based.
What is that?
The fire department does the ambulance. Sioux Falls is private.
They got problems.
Oh, I can go through a list of the issues with private services.
Once a month.
What's that?
They're on the news once a month with
Yeah,
problems.
yeah. Private services don't work, and I'm gonna tell you why they don't work. And the reason they don't work is that they have a contract with the municipality. You have to pay them. So you're giving them a chunk, $100,000 a year, to provide an ambulance service in let's just say in Yankton. That ambulance, because of the call volume, there might only be one ambulance here. They might not have 2 or 3 ambulances like we do. And then they charge, on top of that. But the private service doesn't come in for free. You have to pay them to provide the service.
Or maybe an hour or 2 hours
Yeah.
for the ambulance to show up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Sometimes the hospitals have their.
And in hospital, Brookings is a hospital-based service. Sioux Falls is private. Mitchell is fire-based.
Or the city.
Vermilion is city-based. Moody is county-based. I'm just trying to, the guys that I know and communicate with regularly. Huron is city-based. I can't remember. But every ambulance service, every fire department in Bon County has its own ambulance as well. And so.
Alrighty, you got anything else?
Just got one more thing.
Go ahead, Gary.
My coffee group that I meet with on Thursdays and a lot of other people, there's just one black eye, and I'm not going to single your department out because it's not just your department. But a lot of these people are older, retired, come from back in the 20s, 30s, and when they see your dual-wheel truck sitting at the restaurant with the guys eating, they don't understand why my county money is going to this big diesel idling while these guys could be at the shop having their food delivered from a pizza place or some other place, or one guy can go get the food and bring it back and save the wear and tear on that truck and that diesel fuel running. And it just aggravates the hell out of these people.
Okay.
And it's not just your department. I was sitting with coffee one day and there was 4 city workers over there that were there for 53 minutes because I counted them. Now, I can't do anything about city, but
Right.
it looks bad. It looks bad when they sitting around and these
Yeah,
other people-
I totally understand that the one argument or the way I would kind of address
And I
that,
know
if it
that
was a
you're on call,
complaint,
you have to be
if it was a complaint to me without making any big things, is to let them know that, you know, when that pager goes off, they're not finishing their meal. That meal's going in the garbage and they're
What I'm
getting in
saying
the
is
truck,
they-
you know what I mean?
They think that you
So-
can eat your meals down there and not run that truck and let it sit there and idling while.
Oh, I see what you're getting at, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
That's what they're upset about.
Okay.
That big dual wheel wearing it out, burning up the diesel fuel, and whereas they could have the meal brought in, or somebody could go get it, or all the pizza delivery places that'll deliver to you. And, you know, I mean, it sounds not much, and maybe you didn't even think about it, but these people are out here watching you.
Oh, yeah, I know they are. And we're the biggest billboard you guys have, because what other billboard do you have running down Broadway with lights and sirens?
And they tell
Other
me-
than the.
Any of the other commissioners have any more questions for Mr. Hawkins?
Anything.
Where are you at on future expenditures, big purchases, ambulances, high dollar items?
That was the last thing on my thing, is that we generally put around, what is it, it's like $55,000 to $56,000 away for an ambulance purchase every 4 years. Now, this is the way, Patty's not here, and that not obviously screwed up the one thing that today, so I might need to confirm with her, but you guys set that as a committee for an every 4-year purchase.
Okay.
So at the end of 4 years, whether I need it or not, I gotta buy something. So if it's possible for you, and I don't know what the statutes are or any of that, is to push that out. So maybe I don't need an ambulance that on the 4th year, which my ambulance that's got 4 years on it, the one that we're gonna have for at least another 4 years, has got 100,000 miles on it already. So we rack the miles up on our ambulance, especially going back and forth to Sioux Falls and back. So, but
What Ford?
Chevys,
They're Chevys.
yep, they are Chevys.
Duramax. isn't it?
Duramax, yes. And the only reason, and then the reason that we went that way is the Fords, sounds really goofy. The Fords back set higher. So for a Ford ambulance, you have to put an air dump on it so that the back drops. And in Chevys, you don't have to. That's $20,000. So we just went with the Chevys because of that expense, pretty much.
Any other questions?
So
for Mr.
instead of
Hawkins?
4 years, what would you suggest? Would
Well,
5?
4 years is probably a good thing, but I'm just saying that it has to be spent in, my accumulation has to be spent in 4 years. The question the thing I propose is to push that back a year or 2 years in case I don't need one in 4 years. I could push it back a year. I don't know if that's a good idea or
You
not.
can put it whatever, how many ever year you want to
Yeah.
accumulate that.
So-
You could put 7 to 10 years.
Okay, now
But
that might
it's
not
up
be
to
the
you.
way to do that, but.
So you got them housed at Douglas, is there two at Douglas?
What's that?
The ambulances, where are they?
They're at 8th and Douglas, 8th and
They
Capitol, all
all-
4 of them
all-
are sit
okay,
there,
okay.
yep, all 4 of them
They
sit
used to
there.
have one at the city hall, right?
Oh, yeah, long time
I wasn't
time
sure
ago.
if the fire,
I think that
Fire
was,
2 had one or not.
yeah, I think that was before they built this new station up, or our current station now. And then I know that, and just in closing, I know that Paul talked to you about the rescue truck, and I would support any decision that he would make. However, I didn't get a chance to talk to him before I came, but earlier we talked about having like a group of county, city people talking about it. I don't know if that's what he talked about, but I would support that, because there's some things that we need to make sure that, you know, we're comfortable with as far as response as well. So,
Could you get me the numbers on how many, what percentage of your calls come from the city of Yankton too? I'd appreciate it.
I can, as soon as I get back to the,
Okay.
I can text you or
Just email it.
email it to you.
Okay.
Do you want last year's total, or do you want this year's
The
up to
last
date?
year's and this year's, I'd appreciate
Okay,
it.
up to date, yeah.
Steve,
Any other,
when you, I'm sorry, are you
go
finished?
ahead, go ahead, Gary.
When you replace an ambulance, do you just replace the chassis, or do you replace the whole entire unit?
No, that's the good, thanks Gary for bringing that up. This last purchase, we bought the whole ambulance. The last 3 purchases, we took the box and put it on a new chassis. Okay, so that's considerable amount of savings. The reason we went with brand new was 2 reasons. One, the main reason is the ambulance we replaced, the box wasn't worth keeping. But now we have boxes that we can keep for a while, and we'll just put chassis right underneath them as we go. Okay?
You got something else, Joe?
I just like to say, I mean, you've answered a lot of questions, and we've, you know, asked you quite a few. But don't think that everybody doesn't appreciate the service and what's going on.
Absolutely,
I
absolutely.
know you do.
The
We
debt,
do.
the debt is a real thing, and so we just need to see what we can do to
Do about
help
working
that.
on, right.
But-
And yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Anything else? All right, you guys try to have the rest of a good day, okay?
Thanks, Eric.
Entertain a motion to take a break.
Motion.
Wait,
Entertain a motion to take a break.
I think Don did.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, we're in break.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Back in session. Next item on the agenda, item number 16, Highway Department, Mr. Mike Savacek. Welcome.
Hello. I guess this is my first time where, are you guys gonna ask me questions, or do I gotta go through this?
You got to
It's
go
our
through
first
it.
time too for some of us, so.
You got to go through your budget.
Okay. So you guys got all my sheets there.
How are you going to fix all our roads? First question.
Not sure yet. We're working on it slowly. Figure out which fire to put out first. Anyways, salary. 2019's approved was 867. And I added on 2.5% because that's what you guys gave us this year. Brought it to 913,090, and then I added another 3% on top of that because I didn't, you know, in case you guys give another. I don't know what your percentage is, if you're going to give us one or not. So that's why I have 940, 482, 70 there.
So that reflects what the raise, the increase from this year plus a 3%.
Right.
Assumed for next year, okay.
Questions on that? Next,
How many full-time employees do you have right now?
counting weed department or not?
Yep, yes.
Counting weed department?
Everybody that's in this budget, this
Well, weed
number
department
right
has
here.
their own.
Okay. Okay. How many are in this budget, your proposed budget?
16.
That includes you.
17. That's right.
And you got a couple of certified welders, do you, or?
I don't, not certified, but
The welders,
yeah.
the guys that can weld.
So, I know there's been a lot of questions on the number of employees that we carry. Beetle has 18, Bonhomme 15, Brookings 19, Brown 26, Coddington has 17, Davison has 12, Lawrence County is 22, that would be Spearfish area. So Union's got 16, I'm not even gonna list Minnehaha and Pennington. Meade County's got 23. So we are not out of line. Sorry to interrupt you, Mike.
Nope, you're good. The next was OASI.
You don't have to go through those.
No?
Yeah, those are all set.
You can drop down to operating.
All right.
As long as you follow the ratio, you don't have to go through it.
What's that?
You followed the formula.
No. Insurance 2019 actuals 53,203, and I just put it at 55,000 for, there's always somewhat of an increase.
You never know what that is.
Right. Professional services, that's like Clark Engineering. I didn't change it on my sheet here, but I had 85,000. I knocked it down to 35 because of the bridge inspections. It's not that, it was not 85. My figure was wrong on that sheet, so.
Because the state pays 80%.
Yeah. Full prices,
Full price was 85.
right.
Okay.
Publishings. The 2019 actual was, right now, was 1387. So I figure we're kind of halfway through the year, so I figured $3,000 was pretty close to covering it. Repairs and maintenance, I have 130,000. Some of my figures there, I kind of broke some of that down, like tires, I got a high number there, and I'm not saying we're gonna use them quantities either, but just in case. Brakes, oil, filters, grease, all the shop supplies, figure roughly around 77,000. That leaves me with 53,000 in case there's a major expense.
I think we skipped the rentals too,
Oh,
Mike.
sorry.
Yeah, what do you rent? What is all those?
Rentals, like right now, we rented a sheep's foot, padded foot roller, for building, some of the roads back up. We're hauling clay.
How much is that to rent?
Oh, what was that? Sherry, do you remember what I told you? I thought it was like 35 for the month. Or was it?
3,500.
I think that's what it was, 3,500 for the month.
That's not one, the attachment that goes on the excavator, it's a
No, this is a
self-propelled
self-propelled
Okay.
roller.
You don't envision us using it that often?
Well, it just depends on the job. Would I like to have one? Yeah, but not for what they want.
Sure, okay.
How big is the roller? Is it, they got the mini ones and they got the
It's-
8-footers,
It's about 6 foot wide.
6 foot wide? Okay.
It's the same one we rented last year. When we do like, we have some of them, we have 2 bridges we want to,
Steel on the front, rubber on the back? Or?
Right.
Yeah.
like when we have 2 bridges we want to take out and replace with culverts, we'll have to rent it again. There's just certain jobs will need it.
What was the rental on that?
I want to say, if I remember right, it was 35 for the month.
That's not really so bad, I guess.
No, they wanted like, I don't remember, it was like 1,300 for a week, so it didn't make no sense to.
Time those projects, get
Right.
your money out of it.
We'll
yeah.
get it done. We'll be done with it this month. But yeah, what rentals I had. Yeah. Repairs and maintenance, I guess I went over that. Supplies.
When we worked through this with you, did we talk about breaking that down to gravel and?
Yep,
Yep.
and if you look 2 down, there's a new line for gravel, it's got a bunch of zeros.
Got it, okay.
So everybody will need to add the gravel to the other supplies if you want to compare it to the other years.
Right.
That makes sense?
Yep.
Thought it was wise to do that since this
It's a
year
good
we
idea.
seem to be spreading lots of gravel.
Anyway, supplies, we got asphalt patching, that's what I figured in like repair work from a normal year's blowouts. And, say for instance, if we have to, replace a culvert on an asphalt road, stuff like that. This year, the quote on asphalt is 68 a ton. I figured might go up, so I went to 70 and then figured roughly 1,000 tons. Tack oil, if we have any major patching or if we do any overlay, I figure 2 tankers for tack oil. You have to put that down before you pave. Culverts, average culvert is roughly right around that $800. And after this year, this year's floods, I would like to stay on top of replacing culverts so we don't have this problem again.
We're gonna have all new already, right?
We got a lot more to go.
Have you seen, big increase in culverts by any chance? Price?
Price-wise, no.
Okay.
They have to go by their bid.
Okay.
Good thing that bid was before the,
Right, they're locked in on their prices, so.
Okay.
has that excavator paid for itself yet with all the, so that was done? Gary, good purchase on that excavator.
The, on a good day, Jerry was getting 4 to 6 done a day if they were within a mile, you know.
Wow.
If they were in 4 miles, he could just road it and, versus that backhoe, there's no way in heck you could hammer them out like that, so.
So, Mike, with, things are changing so rapidly with this FEMA stuff going on in our thought process. Didn't we talk about 40 or so culverts to be done this year?
Right.
Roughly 40 to 50. Would there be more that we should do this year, and would they be applicable to the FEMA? Can you still request culverts?
Yes, we have until, when they declared the declaration, we have 30 days.
30 days, so.
And there's, just like a couple that I seen yesterday, we have to add them because they got missed. They got marked as a gravel washout, but I suppose the water was over, so you couldn't see.
So should we be aggressive on the numbers that we look at replacing? I'd say super aggressive, but if it looks like something's rusting out.
Right, well, that's one thing, they don't pay for rusted out, but there's some culverts where we had to take them around here back in May, and I was questioning if they were going to accept it or not, and they did, so they've been very good to work with.
Okay.
Well, some of those that were, was up on County Line where they folded and broke, I mean, those are on there as well. I mean, I know you repaired them, but they're not
The
like they
two on
were.
Midway are,
Yeah.
yep, FEMA will pay for them, and then there's them 3 big ones on that Viberg Road. That is, that's a state, that's ER funds.
Also,
Well, I have no idea if these guys are cooperative or.
So far, they've been,
whatever, but if you take them out and show them some examples and get their suggestions, And what you do?
Mhm.
Would they do that? Can they do that?
Yeah, they picked out the top sites, the most expensive sites, and we went out with them. We probably did 10 sites. And, well, they approved them all, and then the one person was there to check it out to make sure that it was feasible for them to pay for something like that. And then there was another person along trying to upsell for FEMA to try to prevent the problem from happening again, type of thing. So
Is that gonna be, who's gonna pay for that cost if they try to?
there is a percentage for,
Okay.
they will pay for some of it. I don't remember the percentage right off the top of my head.
But if it's, a culvert looks like it's too small, you're gonna have problems, put in a bigger culvert, that's kind of.
Well, it's not so much that, it's more or less shaping and.
Sure, Brad.
Understand.
Right.
No, like put a box culvert in instead of a steel culvert? Well, I suppose they'd pay you for the steel, and if we want to put a box culvert in, we can.
I would assume that we don't have that scenario other than on the North County line, but that's a state deal. But anyways, I guess I didn't ask about the box culvert deal. Usually a box culvert is way more expensive, so. Looks like on the North County line, that was there, cost us 72 to do it ourselves, or if we have the box culvert put in, which you'd have to do a water study and all that, you're talking between 150 and 160. So as of now, my plan is to replace it with steel again.
What life expectancy you expect out of those steel culverts?
Just depends on the acidity of the soil.
But
You could get 50 years, you could get 20 years, it just depends on the soil.
But a box culvert.
Box
is
culvert,
a lot longer.
They say
Is it not?
75, but you go out there and 75 to 100, go out there and look at a lot of them old WPA boxes and they look great yet.
They're more expensive, but,
Longevity.
longevity.
I'd like to go back to rentals. That's decreased significantly. Is that part of it because we've got equipment now?
Well, that excavator, every year we were renting that excavator,
Okay.
or a excavator. And the roller, and then we've rented a broom in the past, and we have our own broom, just if we're on a big project.
Mhm.
Like 301 last year, instead of renting one, we asked a neighbor, and we made it right, so.
Sure.
That's the best thing, I think, as long as we can work with the neighbors, trade some equipment back and forth, we'll be all right.
Right. Okay.
Dust control, I see last year didn't spend any, and this year budgeted for 60. Are we gonna keep doing that, or
I
did
got
you not?
0.
Okay, all right,
Where was I?
got it.
Supply.
I think to be fair to Michael, we probably have to say we strongly recommended
We highly encouraged.
that
Yep.
we not do dust control.
Yep.
Sherry and I did in our pre-budgeting discussions.
Yep.
Because
It's a
you see
big
some
savings.
long-term advantage to doing it,
Yeah, there is some long-term advantage of doing it, it's just,
but we just felt there were other priorities.
it's like right now, if we get a dry spell, if we don't get no rain for a month, then it starts getting washboards, well, you go out there and blade it, a high-traffic road like that, well, then you got all them loose pebbles on there, you're gonna have bigger washboards quicker, because there's no moisture there to compact it. That's the downfall. But like, tomorrow would be perfect to send the blades out and hit them roads up, but they seem to be in okay shape right now.
But you don't work tomorrow.
We can. I think I know we have a lot of asphalt work in front of us, but I think we're sitting pretty decent on our road closures right now, so. Paying the overtime, I don't know if it's necessary right now.
How many roads are still closed?
1, 2. There's just a handful of mine. I need to get with Harry and get that map changed up. I did that a couple weeks ago, and I need to get back to with him again.
So we're talking 5 or less?
Right.
Yeah, I feel good because they just fixed my road, so.
Well,
Mine was not first.
There's still a couple with water over them.
Oh, yeah.
There's sitting water, so it's probably gonna be all summer.
And you did a nice job. They really did do a nice job. They worked all day.
On Lesterville Road, up on top of that hill, the big hill on the way to
Yep.
Lesterville, those are still underwater there,
Yep.
so they'll be that way for a while.
Crazy.
Yeah, it just
That's
sits
just a
there.
bowl, there's no way for that water to get out.
I went through there yesterday, and yeah, it was probably 1.5 feet on the road. Back to supplies, I guess, culverts, 800 apiece. I got 30 culverts, roughly 30,000, somewhere in there. Cold mix, 165 a ton, 48 ton, I figured roughly. Riprap, something we normally don't, but I would like to have some riprap on hand for doing culverts and stuff, instead of having to call around every time to find some. It'd be nice to have some. Signs and posts, you never know. I would also like to order more barricades, because right now we're sitting, I don't remember, 60 or 70 of them. I'd like to get up closer to the 100 area, just in case. Salt sand, roughly, it's a 4-to-1 ratio with the salt and the sand. I got 4,200 on the sand because it's way cheaper than the salt. And salt and sand together, 18,000. Base 1, that's that super glue in a jug is what it is for when we grind roads. 70,000, that'd be for 14 totes, because I was figuring like next year with the Midway Road is what I was planning on doing, that 12 miles of the Midway Road, because that's beyond repair.
Now, did you say at one time you considered not putting the base 1 in there, or?
On the treated, if we were going to, so it's been done in the past, we were putting base 1 on and mag water on the dust control roads, which I think we just need to do one or the other. Well, the base 1 is not gonna control the dust, so we would just do the dust control. If we would decide to go back to dust control, we'll just use
What does
one
the base
chemical.
1 do?
It's,
Hold everything together?
it's like super glue.
But
I don't-
you talked about putting it on when you ground the road.
Yep.
And
They'll
is that
blend-
just to stabilize the
They'll blend it
underneath?
in and it'll help stabilize, like the ones that we have done right now, like 303 that does not have it on there right now,
Okay,
but I think it would help.
right.
Okay, gotcha.
Crack sealant, figure 2 loads, that'd be about 60,000. Mastic, 2 loads, that'd be about 60,000. Brings the total for supplies up to 377. Gravel, that is why, if you look at the big number on the budget, this year's budget is 4,379. And then next year I have suggested 4,724. Well, that's the difference is the gravel. Will be, our stock will be depleted pretty good after this year. I figure roughly $7 per ton. I think right now last I looked in the computer, it was like $6.65 or something is what we paid per ton, crushed with the royalties. Fuel 2018, the actual was 135,745. This year's budget was 100,000. If you're next year, you never know with fuel prices, and since 2018 was 135, I don't think we'd be out of line with going with 135 again. Travel, was 5,500 for 19, and in 20, I think 25 would be feasible, 2,500. Utilities look like they're pretty uniform. 2018 was 28,000. 2019 was the approved budget's 28,000. 2020, here, just to cover if anything would go up, we have 30,000 roughly.
How many phone lines do you have out there?
3.
3 separate ones? And fax too as well?
1.
How often do you get a fax?
I suppose a couple times a week.
Really? Okay.
Most of the stuff is email nowadays, but fax is not, well, that would, yeah, with fax line, that'd be 4 lines.
Could you, what do you have, one for your office, one for the shop, or is there a way you could reduce
I have
that number?
one in my office, one in Beth's, and Jim has one.
Is there a way to reduce that, you think?
The phones or the fax?
Well, you know.
We could probably get rid of 1. I can take that back, there'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total if you count the fax. Because in my old office, there's a phone there. Kind of bounce back between both, but we wouldn't need a phone.
Well, we're just, you know, looking at ways to,
Yep.
you know, even 20, 30, 50 bucks a month here, yeah, that really adds up in a few years. And,
Yep.
you know, that's a conversation we had earlier about, you know, some departments that have phone lines they're really not utilizing to the full potential, and if, you know, anywhere we can trim the
Yep.
budget a little bit, look into that, so. And these faxes you get, where are they coming from?
Vendors.
Okay. Would those vendors be able to scan and email you something?
Yeah, they could.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, annual projects, I got the 12 miles of the Midway Road. The gravel and the milling, the whole project would cost $324,000. Chip seal. Picked out 32.5 miles, roughly 22,000 a mile, would be 726,000. Asphalt overlay. We'll see what north of Irene looks like after we get it patched up this year, but if we're gonna mill the Midway Road, I think it'd be nice to overlay that 3-mile stretch north of Irene.
Is that, are you talking grinding it up, or what are you talking?
Just overlaying it.
The Midway Road too, or are you talking about grinding that?
Grinding that.
Yep. Okay.
But overlay that 3 miles north of Irene.
So grind it, chip seal, and then an overlay, or just grind it and then put?
2 separate roads.
Two.
Midway 12,
Okay.
grind, 3 miles overlay.
Okay.
Asphalt.
3 miles for the.
From Irene going
Okay.
north.
Irene north.
The Midway Road, though, so I understand it, you're planning on grinding that up and then putting an overlay mat on top of the grind, or?
No, just grind it up for right now.
And I think that's
Turn it to
gonna be
gravel.
part of our discussion with
Yeah.
future of
The-
roads, and
The task force.
if we grind roads that don't get paved again. I will say it. So that is why we have a task force to talk about that.
I don't know if you guys have been down that Midway Road, but
It's not good.
It's-
It wasn't good last year. I can't imagine what it's like this year.
it's done. We quit patching with asphalt. This year, we will not patch it with asphalt.
No, it's worse than the Utica Road going west out of Utica.
Is that, have you replaced, that's where those culverts were bent up, correct?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, there'll be 3 culverts on that road this year that will, 3 larger ones that we've done.
Now, the one thing that we just did at our last commission meeting this week was to not put in the grinding of the 7 miles that we deferred to next year, but that's now not in here, and I did
Right.
ask Mike, that did change the cost were not 15,500 a mile. Now it's another 1,500 a mile. So it's costing us $7,500, dollars more to have them come grind just those 5 miles.
And there's still a mobilization fee on top of it.
That's because you need 10 miles to get, you buy more, you get a cheaper rate. And so by doing that on Tuesday night, it costs the county $7,500.
Did you have them scheduled?
Yeah, they were planning on coming in, there's not a set date, but I told them not until mid-August, end of August, if not, if they could hold off till September so we could get everything else caught up.
Okay.
So I guess I was disappointed in that change.
We can't cancel it then.
Well, we voted to do that, I
Yeah,
guess.
no.
We didn't have that information, and,
But the
I guess,
previous meeting, we had voted to stay with the plan. And then it was changed again, and I think at that previous meeting, I said, that's not good business for the
well,
county to
you
do that.
you said if you had somebody who was coming, I think, before, I don't know.
Well, I think we need to
voted
discuss
on,
this
and it
again,
was-
maybe,
it
and
was
let's move
decided
on with the
so.
budget.
Yep, would agree. All right, continue, Mike.
What, bring closure to this, we can at the next meeting say we have additional information.
We can.
Right.
We absolutely
So,
can.
put it on the agenda and we'll discuss it.
I'll take care of it.
Emergencies, 2018 actual was 16,104. This year's the approved was 20,000, and, well, that wasn't enough, but
I was gonna say, what really constitutes an emergency?
that's just it,
Yeah.
how do you?
And then it's nice to have that budget in there, but if, there's always a capability of supplementing.
Well, and I look at that, what if we have a bad winter and we use that much more fuel?
Can we pull out of that?
But no.
You can't?
But then I understand you can
So
use that
it's-
fuel, and if you're in budget, it's still in the black, it doesn't matter if there's a minus in there.
Right.
As long as that end total is still in the black.
Okay.
We don't care. I mean, you don't want it to, but things happen.
Right.
But as long as that end budget is still in the black, the state auditor doesn't care.
What kind of fuel storage capacity do we have?
Uh,
Per gallon
We have I believe it's a 10,000 gallon tank
of diesel?
and 3,000 of gas. And then we have 500 and 500 in the 2 remote shops.
So on commercial rate, we've got $30,000 worth of diesel and maybe another 6,000 of gas, so it's 36,000. We could be $72,000 off on our budget just by when you fill or empty those 2 tanks on the 31st of December. So
Right.
that's 80% of what you're projecting for the year, so it's all about what's in the tank when we start and finish.
Right.
And then if you purchase that early, you can lock that price in, right, on fuel?
Yeah,
Even though it's not delivered?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's locked in for the whole year.
For the whole year?
Yep, it's in our, like, back in February, did our supply bids. That's in there. Yeah, 'cause like, as of the end of April, which we've had 1 tanker since, end of April, we had $40,000 spent on fuel.
They start dropping
So it's,
bombs on the streets of Fort Red, or moves.
Oh, the
Yeah,
street.
It would be a good decision to have a price fall.
Yeah,
diesel.
yeah.
Want to
Well,
buy a tank?
a large amount of the world's oil passes through that strait.
All right, bridges.
What's that? Not for diesel.
Ethanol.
Biodiesel.
All right, bridges. Back in April, Sherry and Don and I went through that 2019 budget. And anyways, we had an agreement on Holloway doing the job. We had to pay for the deck on 448 north of 306. They have done the project. We have not got a labor bill, but we did have to pay for the deck, so we'll have to pay for them. If we have funds at the end of the year, we can pay them off, so we don't have to do it next year.
Is that for 445, or which one, which bridge are we talking?
That one was for 448,
448. The one south of 40?
the one north of Old 50.
No, this would have been way south, yeah.
Just north of Old 50, about a half mile.
Okay.
And same bridge south of Vollen, we had to pay for all the materials. We're not having it installed. Labor and materials to install it is $177,352. Boy. Okay, so we have 210,000 for total for replacements. Then I have $150,000 for the emergency / big grants. Grand total comes up to 360,000. And then with the whole emergency relief deal, this year we've got granted 238,000, but it has to get used towards certain bridges. I have the list at the shop. I would like to pick out another bridge. I'm thinking the one south of the gun range on the Utica Road to have replaced, but I have to get quotes. This just happened this week.
Does it have to be a county road or what, or a smaller bridge, or
It has to be one considered in poor condition.
what, Stone Church?
You have to spend, you have to use the dollars.
We got the list of conditioned. It has to come off that top list.
It comes off of the 2018 list. 2017 list is what the list that they sent me is the 2017 list of bridges that are in poor condition.
Yeah, comes off there. Do we want to put in under bridges another category called Stone Church Contingency Fund and put 200, or what did we decide on? 200, 250?
Yeah, I think that'd be really a good idea to put a special fund and designate it for that replacement. It, you know, it shows people that we're working. I think we have, I mean, we all agreed that was a top priority, and
So we shoot at 250 and that's,
That would be like the, at the bottom of the ambulance page where he's got the,
Same thing.
right.
Or he's gonna buy an ambulance every
yeah,
5 years.
yeah. I honestly think, yeah, or, you know, or designated, you know, James River replacement, you know, in case we have another one that something happens sooner, but I think we should do that.
Yep.
I think that's a good idea, Don.
If I had a calculator, but we're looking at chip sealing 32.5 miles out of 250. How many of those 250, I guess, are no longer eligible for chip seal, are either ground up or going to be? And so if we, and you don't have to tell me off the top of your head, but.
Which roads they had picked, is that what you're after?
Well, no, just, I want to make sure we get into the habit of chip sealing a sixth of our roads every year.
You know, that's what our committee's gotta come up with.
you know, I guess, yeah.
That's
yeah.
right, gotta make
That's
that
right.
recommendation.
Right, that's, I guess, like I say, I don't need to know off top, you know, now, but if we, just
Ideally,
keep in mind, I want to look at, you know, what roads were taken out of that would no longer need chip sealing because they're not gonna be hard surface.
Right.
And,
You know, and that's the goal of whittling down your need from 250 to say 200.
Mhm.
And then when you divide it by 6, that's what you have to do every year. And then the next year, you've got to crack seal them every 6 years.
Right. And so I guess what I'm getting at is off the top, I mean, just kind of wag it, this 32.5, are we gonna come in, or do we need to, should we aim higher if we can on chip sealing this year?
Well, honest to God, you know, in a perfect world here, we'd aim for 45 to 50 miles a year.
Well, I think what we don't have here and what we're ignoring is the FEMA stuff. Because the FEMA stuff is gonna affect these numbers dramatically, and it's gonna allow us to do some of those things.
Because we're spending our money now fixing stuff that we're gonna get FEMA money in for, hopefully, this fall.
I
is what-
agree with what you're saying, and maybe we wanna put a category that says every chip sealing separate from supplies to identify that. Maybe that's a good idea. I mean.
And maybe
I
we
can
should
understand.
look at that after, you know, like say, after you get we have something a
Some
little more
direction.
permanent or direction, and then we say, okay, this is the new number of roads that we have, and we're gonna dedicate, you know, no matter what happens, to an extent, certain repairs get put off, but our preventative maintenance gets done. Some of the other projects might not happen,
On
but
the
we're gonna protect the assets
priority
that we
roads.
already have.
Yeah, priority roads.
And
we
that
can't
goes
forget
to
about
the
Bad thing
corridor
about-
system you've
we
talked
did
about,
chip seal
Don,
this
where
year,
that
it puts us farther
have
behind on
enough
that.
where we can
Right.
actually maintain what we have, yeah.
You know, and don't forget about the bridges that have to be, the little bridges that have to be replaced, not just the big ones.
Right, and that's another goal is, you know, we should at least, I think we should at least try to do at least 2 smaller bridges a year, because you look at all the ones that are in poor and then
Well,
Yeah, and
okay condition, you know, well, them okay condition ones are going to become poor here within, who knows? They
And
could-
those should be prioritized on the priority roads that we choose.
exactly, that was, I was gonna say, the
Slight
corridor
inclines
plan.
So
on
it
the
all
front
goes.
and back of each bridge.
Well, really, a
Get an
bridge
orange car with an
replacement,
old
Get
one
an
on
orange
it.
car.
bridge replacement could really influence decisions on corridors too.
Right.
You have 3 bridges that all need to be replaced, and you could go over a mile and no bridges. I mean, that could be the difference of this road and not this one, so.
And that's
Well,
all.
and it's like I said,
Yeah.
there are some of them smaller bridges out there where if it's just a downpour bridge, you know, a bridge that flows from a downpour, we are trying to eliminate them and go to culverts.
Yeah, yep.
Because we have 2 of them that we were supposed to do this year, which I don't know if we'll make that happen, but we're gonna try. Then we had our water studies done and they told us what sizes of culverts to put in there and
So,
Okay.
that's 2.9.
all right.
Are you changing a number or adding?
No, not that,
Oh, okay.
this
So
time, I
not at this
guess.
time.
Continue on.
Yep.
What did you spend $8 on for furniture in 2017? I'm just curious. $8, yeah, look on 2017 under
2017
tangible
equipment,
goods,
yeah.
yeah, that, like maybe one of those folding chairs from Walmart or something. It's about all that's $8.
All I can find out is who it was paid.
No, I don't, it's not worth the time to look up what $8 is spent on, I haven't seen anything like that. It's, that's a,
I don't know,
Probably one of
furniture,
those beaded chair
oh, like a
covers.
bean bag or something?
No, like the one that go on.
furniture and office minor equipment, it was 500, I put it up to 1,000. I'd like to do some rearranging in our break room. I would like to eliminate a wall or two and try to open it up a little bit so it's a little larger in there, and possibly add a few tables. Machinery and auto equipment. This year we had 300,000 in the budget. 2020 I'd like to shoot for 200 because we'll have a $107,000 payment for our new motor grader. We'll have that for 2 more years. And then possible purchase of a used semi and a used belly dump for gravel hauling.
How many semis do we have now?
We have 2.
Okay. And do we have a belly dump now?
We have 1 belly dump, 1 side dump, and a lowboy. And it'd be nice.
But we also got a lot of gravel trucks too.
Right. We have.
I guess my point is we gotta do everything we can to keep our spending down. I mean, could we go? With everything else we're fighting, could we go a year without, use the semis we got, use the belly dump, that we have, use the gravel trucks that we have, and not make these purchases? I mean, that new semi is what, 40 more? What is it?
Well, the last one we bought, we paid 10.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, telling us how much.
I would like to be in the $30,000 range.
Okay. And then with a belly dump, one of those is about 32, isn't it? 40?
I think we paid like 20.
Okay, so 50 plus, and then, so that 50 grand is.
And the only
50,000.
reason I look at doing that is efficiencies. You're hauling 2 to 1. You get 2 loads out of that belly dump versus 1 load with the dump truck, end dump. So I just look at the efficiencies that we could have.
If we do that, are you planning on getting rid of a gravel truck
Nope.
then, or we'd still?
We need them for plowing snow.
And so
I would still have,
Sure.
like right now, when we can, I will run the full fleet because we can get so much done in a day. You get the 7 trucks and that belly dump going, you can cover some ground, especially when you got a long haul.
Yeah, I agree with you, but every piece of equipment we have more fuel, more maintenance, more repair parts, another person running it. And how many gravel trucks do we have? We
have 7.
Okay, so we have 7 of those, and then
We have one belly
dump. I mean, you can get a lot done if you're the focus that day is haul gravel. You can get a lot done with that, as much as it's great to have bigger and bigger stuff. I think with the situation we're in right now, we gotta quit these big purchases as much as we can. And maybe in a few years, maybe we get FEMA money, then that changes it. But for right now, I think these big purchases, we gotta stop, and we have to use what we have. So
Dan,
that's my opinion.
Can I expand
Go
on
ahead,
that
go
question
ahead.
a little bit?
Go ahead.
And I see this too, when we buy used equipment, I got a friend that bought a used truck, and a week later, the engine blew up, I mean, that happens, but maybe you have a list like this, but to make it easier for like the new people, all of us, would it be possible, or maybe you already have it, you go around and you take a picture or 2 of your equipment, and you write down the hours and the mileage of each one of those, and then you can send it to us or whatever. That way, we can kind of have a little heads up to say, oh, no, Mike took this picture 2 years ago, it's got 297,000, and yeah, I can see why he wants that replaced, because it's looked like crap, because when you come in here and I need a new motor grader or I need a new truck, we don't know what you got. We don't know. We don't drive this stuff, so it would. And as quick as it is with this stuff anymore, maybe a half a day to go around, take picture, hours, and then if would that help everybody else too?
You do have like,
Got a
isn't it your
list.
maintenance list? I mean,
Yeah.
you have an inventory with
Yeah.
miles
We
and some of
can
it.
print an inventory list.
And then that way, it would, like you did, that way we'd know if this one at January 1st or whenever you do it, it's got 8,000 hours, and next year we can say, well, Mike, how many has that got on now? It's got 15,000, or it's got 8,100 hours, So,
Yeah, 'cause
So that-
we talked about the equipment, a good deal of the time when we met the three of us. And I guess our conclusion was that the semi would justify itself from the standpoint of being able to keep the motor graders from sitting and waiting for trucks to show up and get more roads done. And since we had so many gravel roads to repair this year, that maybe it was a reasonable request to look at. Now, unfortunately, we probably overspent last year and didn't get the motor grader paid for in the year that we thought we would. Otherwise, we could have done that. And that, that's a fact. And Dan, you're exactly right. It's a big expense, and it's something that's very, very. But there's a lot of things that I think if I've gone to several yards of state or county yards and seen the amount of. I mean, you look at Lincoln County; they've got 30 doors that trucks and semis sit behind them. We've been down to Oklahoma and saw how many trucks that they have in their road, and hauling gravel and getting stuff there is really a vital. Now, we've got money problems, and I'm just saying it's easy to say no to this. It's hard to say yes, but in the long run, we may be making a good decision. I'd say, can we wait on the capital expense until we put the whole budget together, look at the income, look at the expenses, and see where we're at?
Right.
Some of these counties contract their grading and their snowplow out to private individuals, don't they? Clay County does, I think, or they used to anyway.
Not many.
No,
So
they contract out their chip sealing. That's about it.
I think in the 8 county meetings that we go to, I think every county does their own, don't they?
What's that? Gravel hauling and plowing snow and stuff. Yeah.
Well, how many days of the year do you haul gravel? 100 days in the summer?
It just depends on the year.
Yeah, 5 days. Well, you actually work 4 days a week, don't you? In the summer?
Well,
Or are you
still-
working overtime too?
Still 40 hours. Some days some weeks we're working 5 days.
Yeah.
It just depends on what's going on.
I guess, another option is if we got a bunch of gravel to haul, something we've all discussed and done, you brought it up, and is sharing with the other counties. I'm sure one of the other counties has a belly dump, and we're gonna need it, and I agree with Don, we really need it this year, but once we get, this year, can we justify adding and adding and adding? Could we do something where maybe we borrow, we're gonna haul a lot of gravel for the next 2 weeks, let's borrow your semi, and then when they haul, they can borrow ours, and.
Can you rent or lease a semi for a short time to haul gravel like crazy?
I think if you do that 5-6 times, you probably have it paid for.
Yeah, but thinking we don't know. We don't know what it costs. If you lease.
Well, I just look at renting that roller,
If you got to haul gravel, you could rent a side dump or belly dump in a truck, and you could run that thing with 2 or 3 guys 24 hours if you need to haul a lot of gravel. Put 'em on a split shift.
This is the other way I look at buying a semi, and I'm not saying we have to. This is the other way I look at it. So what if we only have 4 guys to haul gravel because we're out doing other things? Or we're paving, I need end dumps paving, and we need to get some gravel hauled. Well, if we only have 4 end dumps hauling gravel, you're not gonna get nothing done. You could send 2 belly dumps, and that's 4 loads with 2 trucks. So your efficiency is still there. That's how I look at it.
I get where you're coming, and I understand.
I look at
especially this
efficiencies.
year, so, and especially this year.
And I see your guys' point too with the dollar amounts, we're gonna have another piece of equipment to maintain, another set of tires. As long as you stay on top of it.
Yeah, how much are tires now? $350 a piece?
You're looking at 4.
18-wheeler? Or well, you got triple axle on that side dump, don't you?
Yep.
Still got that thing that Brian bought. That's kind of worthless for hauling gravel, isn't it, side dump? That's why you need a belly dump, right?
Using a side dump, well, it's just like on Stone Church Road. To do the shoulder repair, worked out perfect. You could windrow it 3 semi-lengths long.
Yeah.
These bridges that are getting replaced, we have to haul all the material away, all the busted up concrete, steel, bridge plank, whatever it be. Do we want to beat the crap out of our truck boxes? No. That's what the side dump is for.
Have you pulled the side belly dump?
Have I personally?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Okay. I have. They're stuck all the time. You better have something to push him out with, or pull him out with. I guarantee you that you'll be stuck more, especially this kind of weather.
Well, it hasn't been stuck yet, but.
I totally understand where you're coming from. Every department that comes here has a justification why their budget needs to be going
Well,
up and up.
it's fine.
And I understand.
I'm not saying we
where
have to
you're
buy it
coming
either. It was just a
Sure.
suggestion.
from. I understand. Why don't you keep going on?
Secondary roads, the 2019 approved was 313, 370, and the 2020, I went off the taxes that would be collected, it'd be 332, 190. So that's where I came up with that number.
That's for secondary road, that's a big jump from 2018.
I'm probably sure that the taxes weren't put in there like you do in this one.
So, yeah, I guess
For your secondary road, you put what we're gonna collect for taxes.
Yep,
I'm sure that's not how that went.
okay.
Right, we went over.
I was just going off of the current is 313, 370, and then.
Yeah, I think that number is the taxes that are collected off the
Right.
unorganized townships.
Correct.
And that does not include the $50,000 opt-out.
Yep.
It does not include the motor vehicle fees that we get for those areas. And every organized township gets about 25,000 in motor vehicle fees too, that the county gets on unorganized behalf. So that's going to be part of our discussion too, on putting those numbers together to give a more accurate picture of the secondary roads, because that will be a hot topic.
So, I guess explain that to me so I understand. That's what we're projecting to spend more on the secondary.
Well, I think in
roads.
20,
Is
like
that-
the 2018 number, maybe
Okay.
I'm hearing this wrong, but the 2018 number was not necessarily the taxes we collected off those.
That was what was
Right.
spent.
That's
Not
what-
That's what
necessarily-
was spent.
So in other words, we spent $200,000 on something else
That's what I'm hearing.
instead of secondary
But-
roads.
Yeah, where did it go? That's,
Well-
Well, it probably went in all these other accounts.
Yeah.
They didn't separate it into
Yeah.
the secondary road.
Right.
That's the
Okay,
thing.
yeah, that makes sense.
think,
They keep track of that separate.
Him to keep separate on every township. Get separate billing records. Didn't we ask Brian to do that? I think so. And I
Yeah,
think-
Brian.
Yeah,
I think
and
he
you-
said he
wanted
was
to know,
doing it.
Mike.
Yeah.
You got it.
Well, if that's the
So-
case, I think that's a really good idea. It's a more accurate picture of what you're
To have
getting.
it
So-
itemized out,
Yeah,
each
okay. So
township
I
on-
understand, and
Well-
that makes perfect sense.
Your
to me.
unorganized
Right.
one.
Yeah.
I think it does make sense. The question I guess I have is,
Well, that would answer a lot of questions for people with wondering, saying,
right, but when we, like your gravel costs, where do we got? $7 a ton, 60,000 tons. So we're gonna have gravel in there twice. Right, because we're gonna have gravel under gravel, and then whatever gravel goes to a secondary road is gonna show up.
well, it'll get charged to them though.
Right.
Yeah.
The
Just so
gravel, the gravel won't.
It will.
It'd be maintenance, won't
Well-
it? Is it not maintenance?
I just wanna make sure.
Right, but,
We're not double
as we enter it into our system, it'll come out of that because it'd be getting charged to the secondary roads.
But you'll have it
And-
separate, because you'll have gravel for secondary road and gravel for the highway, correct?
No.
So,
All of our gravel is in inventory, and then as the guys fill out the time card, it gets charged to that road, and that's, like the unorganized townships, it would show, that would come out of that, I believe is how that works, that would come out of that,
313.
out of the 439 account.
Thank you.
and then when
We
you
could-
do another, not an unorganized one, that'll go out of your gravel, your actual gravel account.
Right.
The,
Or am I saying it?
well, and I struggle here because you guys have a different accounting system, correct?
Yeah.
So they have a totally different, so their codes are a little different
Yeah,
than your codes. So when you send your information to the auditor, everything is like put in different categories. Whereas when I ask Mike, what'd you spend in Central Township? He pulls the roads in Central Township and out comes, this is the gravel, this is this. And I have that information. That is not reflected in these numbers, because I know in 2018, the county spent more than $139,000 on secondary roads.
Right.
So what you're saying with the gravel they put on those roads is probably up here in supplies. And the challenge is we've got two accounting systems. So
And
at
we
what,
have to have ours by state.
See, I think we're shorting ourselves in this budget is what I'm getting at. Because we've got, so the way this reads, if I understand it right, is, okay, the county's gonna buy X amount of tons of gravel. We're gonna buy 60,000 tons of gravel, so we
Yep.
budgeted for 60,000 tons.
yep,
And then we're gonna spend 313,000 on secondary roads. And when the county bills the secondary road, included in that cost is gonna be mileage, gravel, fuel. And so we budgeted, part of this 313 is a gravel cost.
yep, but I think, Joe, when those numbers come here, everything's under gravel. Although when you look at their system, you
Right.
can filter everything. So everything Mike has budgeted up here includes the township roads. So, the question to
So
me
now we're
is, what is
over-budgeting the
getting,
township roads.
well, what is getting reported in that 139,000? So, was that a specific culvert that
Right.
that was allocated to the secondary? Do you see where I'm kind of going with this is, when those two systems talk, we lose some, I don't want to call it accuracy, but we lose some of the accounting code ability. So, I don't know if you can get what I'm trying to say is we
No,
have,
I do. Yeah.
because
I
most
agree
of that gravel will go on a township road, because we don't have that many county gravel
Right.
roads.
Well, 75% of it,
So
unless
we're
we're
over
grinding.
budgeting our township.
So my question is,
Go ahead.
if we're gonna keep having these two codes, why do we have a secondary roads line at all? Why don't we just, we have to make the choice, either we want this to be accurate, so we need to make a whole new set of codes, just like operating expenses down below, which sometimes that step might add too much, complexity to it, and,
All of these account numbers are through legislative audit.
Exactly.
Right, but-
And there's a county book that I have to go by.
Yep.
You're right.
And I don't know if this will work, but when we receive the bill for the gravel, for whoever you, can it be possible to put on there, okay, this comes out of the supplies, this comes out of secondary road? Because this is where these figures are coming from, are from claims, not from
Right.
a report
I,
that we get, it's coming from the claims.
My preference would be to put everything together in this sheet, because the county's responsible for those areas. It is our budget, but for Mike to continue doing the fine details on his end, because he's all set up to do it. And then if we want a report, we can get that report from the highway department, not from Patty. Whereas, I guess that would be mine, and then in that case, secondary roads line would essentially be gone. Because we put it all up here, and so when the public wants to know, what are you spending on secondary roads? Mike can, here it is, we print it out, and that's secondary roads. This is the income we get from them, this is what we're expending, this is over under.
See, and I'm not sure if the reasoning behind this secondary road is for the state auditor to determine how much was being spent out of secondary road.
See, and I
See,
know
and
that.
And I could check with him to make sure if we still have to have it.
Yeah.
And if not, then you can put it back into supplies.
Because I can tell you, 2016, 17, and 18 are not right. Not from what I have been given
No.
on there.
Which that makes sense now, and I didn't even think of that, but yeah. Our accounting system, she'll never,
No.
it could show, we could, on our system, it could show that we spent $28,000 in Central Township, but it'll never show it on here. It'll never take it out of here because there's no bill.
Right.
Because it's all paid for already.
And I can check with the state auditor, I can call him, and then, we can redo this and see what it, and, if I have to have it in there, or maybe some other, I'll have to check with him, so I'm not, because I don't want to be not compliant with my audit next year, when it comes through.
So if we've already budgeted everything we're going to need for secondary roads in operating expenses, 313 should go to zero.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We've
Or at
over-budgeted.
332.
The way I read this, we've over budgeted somewhere.
Yeah, with how this is being tracked.
Whether we call it in our supply side, we over budgeted, or in our secondary road side, we over budgeted.
Yeah.
And so, to me, we've got $313,000 laying on the table that we can spend somewhere.
And I think what, in the past, I'm guessing that number just came off the taxes. Well, secondary roads will put that number in because that's the taxes. Well, there's no basis for that number other than that being the taxes.
Patty, do you know
I'd be curious to see what the 3272 so
the
far this year
actuals on
is.
them? Like 16, 17?
What was that?
Or
What
not the
did
actual,
go
not
in
the actuals, but
to
the
that?
approved.
Right.
What was spent, you mean?
No, what was approved for the budget in them years?
Oh, sure.
Not
Yeah, I can do that.
not the actuals, but the approved.
Right.
I bet it always is just the taxes.
Whatever.
Let's let Mike finish up, try to stay on schedule. Are you guys okay? I think we can
Well,
find
that's
more.
a big
One
deal.
question.
Yeah, it's 300 and some thousand.
You got 20,000 ton on inventory when you started this spring. Two
Okay.
files, 10,000 a file, is that correct? You're
on
gonna
the
buy
east-
60,000, so how much are you really gonna use? Are you gonna use all that?
Next year?
Yeah, this
If
year.
we-
This year.
This year, are we gonna use it all?
And next year, yes.
I hope we don't use it all this year, but I'm saying our pile at Markworks, that started out as a 60,000 ton pile, and I'm figuring that's gonna be about gone when we're done.
Okay.
And I would like to have that back, because normally that would last us 3 years.
Okay.
So we're budgeting pretty heavy for gravel then.
Well, I just look at it, we buy it now, it's one of them deals too, every year, the price could go up,
Yep.
so why not buy big
Yep, but I'm
And then-
not discounting that, Mike, not at all. I'm
and
just
then sit on it, you know?
pointing out that some of that will carry, hopefully some of that will carry over. We don't
Right.
have another washout like we did this year, so. But this 300 is a big deal because that comes off that 4.7. You're down to 4.4.
Right.
Which is essentially our
Two
current
semis.
budget.
Two semis.
Two nice ones, some nice ones too.
Well, or another bridge
Right.
that we could do.
Right.
Or a little more chip seal
Mhm.
kind of thing, so
Yeah.
I think we need, yeah.
So we want to wait for Patty to pull that info then, or what do you guys?
No, I
Did you
think
have anything
just-
else
I
you
mean,
wanted
it's
to
there.
go over?
You did a good job explaining
Great
everything
job, Mike, you did truly. So.
on that, but, and again, after we start doing this task force deal, I think hopefully we'll have a little better direction to commit ourselves to stick with a recurring maintenance plan. That's one of my main goals, is to come out of this and say, these are the roads we were always going to do every 5 to 7 years, always.
All right, that'd be great,
And then make ourselves stick to it.
especially having a team to do that, the task force.
Well, and we did a pretty good job. Everybody's from a different township, and So,
And then don't put it just on you guys, don't put it just on me, it's,
yeah.
Oh, it's still on you, 100%.
it will be, but.
Any other questions for
Yeah,
Mike?
I do have,
Let's go, Joe, and then you're next.
Go ahead, Joe.
okay. You know, we essentially have call it a standard year of projects. You've got stuff you've got to get done on top of the, you know, disaster declaration and any money as that comes in. Of course, we want to spend it and whatnot. Can you get all the work done? Do you have enough people?
As in this year?
No.
My-
I mean, we've got all these, yeah, we want to do this many miles of gravel, we want to do this many miles, whatever. Has anyone,
Like, between,
on paper, can we do it?
on paper, I think we can.
It's the right attitude to have.
My worry of one project that we have to get it done this year, some way, somehow, is all the corn stalk removal, like south of Allen and stuff, that's been put on the back burner, but it's gonna be a lot of loads.
You can burn those.
I gotta go through some steps to make that happen, but yes.
Okay.
Right in the ditch, you can burn them, or you
No.
gotta haul
You
them
gotta
off and burn
pile
them?
them into a field with minimal slope or something like that, right?
Well, there should be a lot of unplanted
I-
fields.
Bail it up for some.
Can't,
some bail. You
Can't,
can't
it's
bail.
hazardous waste.
hazardous.
And the burning thing was, kept getting told no, 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 and then when the FEMA people were down here, they said that there is a possible way to do it, so I got to make a phone call yet, so.
Talk to Clay.
So
Talk to
how
the
many years
landfill
in
in Clay
jail do
County.
you have?
They did it.
Right, but they're on a certified site.
No, they did it in fields, I think.
Uh,
Because that's how I found out about it.
Rod, okay, so
Yeah,
Rod was,
told me about it.
he was stockpiling them, but then he
Were you
was,
able to find some info?
No,
they
no,
wouldn't
no.
let him haul it at the time because it was too muddy. So what Rod was making it sound like, he still has to haul it to the landfill,
Okay.
unless it changed, I don't know.
Well, he told me at the last meeting we had that they changed it like this last year or something.
Okay.
Because they previously stockpiled and hauled it to landfill. And now he said that they gave them permission, they can burn it right in a field.
I think it'd be a good fire department
Yeah.
training drill.
But anyway,
Yeah, because us to haul it all the way to Vermillion, that's,
yeah.
That's a long way.
Gary, you had something?
Yeah, just
Go
one more
ahead.
thing. Like I told Steve before, I got a group of retired people, some state, some city, and they asked me to ask you questions. This is just one of the three here. You got 16 employees and you're working in the summer 4 10-hour days. A couple of them were wondering, could you put 2 or 3 guys working Tuesday through Friday so that you'd have somebody covered on Friday? That would give you, 13 guys, 3 or 2 or whatever, somebody mowing or something. They want to see somebody working not on Friday, but it'd still be a 410s. And the other one is Bonham County, and there's some other counties that got old Army trucks they bought. I actually went to Bonham County and I saw them, and they said they bought them for a song. One they said he bought for $4,000, and they got another 6-wheel drive with belly dumps, and he said they run up down the road. They don't wash them, they use them. Maybe you could rent them, lease them, maybe they could haul for us. Then the other thing is that when you grind up these roads and repave them, are we required by some law to paint lines on them? Or could we save money by not painting them? I mean, there's no paint on a gravel road, but maybe there's some kind of law that says you have to have stripes on an oil
yeah, I
road. Is
think
there
there's safety.
safety? But is it a law?
I believe so.
Can you check for me? Because I'd like to know. Because they're telling me that if, they can drive on a gravel road, there's no lines, and you could save a lot of paint money. So those are the 3 things that they wanted me to ask you.
The striping, is that that agreement, isn't it, with the state that you did?
Yep.
Just did, not that one.
The working the split shift with the guys, we tried that a couple years back. It was,
What, Tuesday through Friday with 2 or
We-
3 guys?
Right. It was Tuesday through Friday and Monday through Thursday, and it wasn't no fun because you needed them guys, and then all of a sudden, they weren't there on that Monday, you know.
Yeah, you'd still have them 3 days for sure.
Right.
You'd have a full crew, 3 out of 4.
You know,
Anyway, that's what they wanted me to ask you, because they were all state and highway and local and city workers too, so.
Any other questions for Mike? Thank you very much, Mike, and we truly appreciate all the hard work and effort you've been putting in. Don, did you have something?
Good job.
So, from the commission, you know, we honestly do appreciate everything, so thank you very much.
You got broken in pretty hard this
Yep.
year, so
Yeah.
you
And
survived.
Make sure you tell your guys, reiterate our appreciation to the guys and how hard they've been working, so, thank you.
Dan's gonna buy them all a beer.
Yeah.
Kind of depends on what happens during the year. Last year, we ran as long as we could because we got a late start. This year, we're late, and what we do later in the season is respray some county roads, and we try to take care of like volunteer trees and ditches, and that, I guess it depends too on if the highway department needs us, then we transfer over there. I think the next item, because everything else is administrative, and I basically just, I don't even really know what to do there. I have no control over it, so I added 4%. Anyhow, going down to publishing's 2,500. I left it at 2,500. I'd like a lot more, but I can work with that. Repairs and maintenance, 5,000. That's a hit and miss thing.
Do you have anything expected?
Well, I got asked that last year. Was 5,000 sound like an awful lot? A month ago, my Kubota transmission cracked. It's in the shop right now. $5,000. And that's what happens with repairs. I mean, it could be, who knows? So right now I'm thinking that's a pretty good number. Supplies, I adjusted that down a little bit to kind of be more realistic with what I've done in the past. And my supplies are pretty much everything we use to run the department that isn't chemical.
So fuel and
Fuel, pumps, tires, hoses, just everything else.
it all adds up.
It really does. Chemicals, I adjusted that down to 22,000. It's another thing that just absolutely fluctuates year to year. Last year, I spent a lot more on mosquitoes than I normally do. This year, I'm expecting a lot more on the mosquito end. And chemical prices, I do it as inexpensive as I can, the mix that I use. But another chemical that I like to use, Milestone, for instance, a 2.5 gallon jug is $800.
Didn't the city take over, the city of Yankton took over?
Yes, sir, they did.
The mosquitoes, so wouldn't that be a big reduction?
We sprayed one time last year with Yankton. Total amount of chemical, I can't remember what we used, 10 gallons, but we are running a lot more in the small towns. They're requesting that weekly spraying. When I first started here, we weren't doing that.
And they reimburse us for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
What percent of the cost, is it the full cost for spraying, the small towns?
We had that contract last time.
Right, the contract is it pays for the man in the vehicle and the cost of chemical. And I try to do everything at cost. It's not a profit center.
No, Makes sense.
to offset that. Same with my herbicide type chemicals. For instance, I just signed a check for $6,000 that goes back into the general fund. So that helps offset those chemicals. I'm expecting some type of grant. They completely changed it this year, so I have no idea what it'll be for the mosquito spraying. But then that helps offset the mosquito chemicals. And then we don't charge, let's see, unorganized townships. We do all the weed spraying, but in organized townships, they do reimburse us for our cost.
Patty, when we get reimbursed, where does that go back in as revenue?
Because it's from the townships?
Or, yeah, or the small
It's-
towns? I mean,
No, because it goes in the general fund, because Jim's budget is in the general fund.
that's what I mean, it just goes back to the general fund.
It's for chemical, it's receipted
I'm just curious how that works.
into chemical application.
Adrian.
Last year, we received 13,864. It's in your revenue.
What page?
101, it's the last page.
Oh.
34814. No, the last page of the general. I'm sorry. There's chemical application, that's where I'm supposed to
Oh,
put
here
that.
it is.
Okay.
Third page, first paragraph, end of the first paragraph.
There you go.
Oh, you're looking at mine? I don't think I've got that detailed in there. It's on the one Patty.
And I will say the money that I get for grants for the mosquito spraying kind of washes because I use that to directly offset the billing for the towns. So I divide it up depending on what they've used percentage-wise, and that's how I bill the town. So, you know, it just makes their spraying burden a lot less what they pay.
Have you prepaid or purchased much of your chemical for the year yet? I know we've seen anywhere from 40 to 80% increases in insecticides and other chemicals.
It increases, I think I'm looking at about 5%.
Okay.
But I've got my herbicides probably about half purchased. Mosquito, I bought 60 gallons, I don't know. I mean, it's, like I say, it's a roll of the dice. As far as the herbicides too, I mean, I really try and time those for when I purchase them. So I may be purchasing some into next year, and that all has to do with how I receive my grant, because I have to make my purchases between specific dates to get credit, because they're paying me a 50/50 type credit.
Sure.
Let's see, I think the next item is travel, which is 1,600. And I just left that as is. My travel, some of it is required to receive grants, and some of it is training. And it moves around the state, so it varies. It may be in Rapid City, Aberdeen. It just moves. Furniture and minor equipment, I'm willing to concede that. I don't even know what that is. I don't have anything on schedule. So if that's scratched off, that'd be fine. Machinery and other equipment, I have $4,000 in there. We're actually sitting pretty good on our all our equipment. We have nice equipment and we take care of it. I have $4,000 in there. I'm I would like to replace a trailer that I use for hauling the Kubota. And it will give us another advantage of, I want to give that to the highway department. They ran the heck out of it for the last 3 months or whatever, and it's something that they can use. The trailer that I have now, it's an older one. It's too light. I have to keep taking the axle off and putting it in the press and straightening it. It's too light for what I use. And the last item on mine is other. I have no idea what that is.
Looks like you haven't spent anything in there. Or I mean,
Well,
you have. Let me go see what that's.
that might be the office. That might be my share of the copier
Okay, let me go see.
and that stuff, I believe.
Any questions for Ms.
Yeah, just
Jim?
while she's checking on that, this is televised for the first time. Can you just tell them how they can get a hold of you to spray if they need something special, or they got a request, or phone numbers and what you do and who you are? And
Well, the way the towns get a hold of me for spraying as far as mosquitoes is they just contact me directly by email.
and that's,
The townships do that.
The townships.
Should contact the townships, I suppose.
Right. If there's any complaints, which this is the season, I recommend going to the county webpage. All the numbers that we need.
and if they don't have internet, there's a lot of people who don't have internet.
Well, they can call us directly at the office. It's 260-4473.
Okay, good, thank you.
What equipment are you buying this year?
I was looking at the possibility of replacing a mosquito fogger. The one that we have is old. That may not happen.
I gotta go meet with Rob.
Okay.
Jim, that was a South Dakota SD/NE.
Oh, okay. The $500 is, what happens is all the counties, school and public lands, game fishing parks donate to a fund. We run the South Dakota, Nebraska Purple Loosestrife project. And it's usually a $500 donation that the county makes. I didn't request it this year because we were doing it a little bit different. But
What is that program? What is
South
it?
Dakota, Nebraska Purple Loosestrife project.
Okay.
It's for controlling purple loosestrife along the river. Me and Clay County, and then we have one person in Nebraska. It's a nonprofit that we run for all the counties along the river in the southeast part of the state.
Which is fine.
Any other questions for Jim? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Next item on the agenda, item number 18.
Jim?
Yes.
Is that folder there, would that be Mike's?
Yes, it is. I don't know where
He's
you
just, I can see.
Oh,
still
it's still
in.
there.
All right, next item on the agenda, item number 18, the coroner, Erica Nichols. Welcome.
You can go on in there, Jim, and see if you want.
Okay, the only changes that I made was increasing the professional budget up $5,000 to $30,000 from $25,000. But I guess there was one other change. I decreased our travel budget by $500.
And that's for autopsies, I assume, or?
Labs, autopsy, yep.
Any questions? Pretty simple, straightforward. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
You want, no questions.
Fairly
Any questions?
straightforward. No.
Joe?
No.
I don't.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You win the award for the quickest one today.
That's awesome.
Yep. All right, the rest of them, is there any more we gotta go through, or are we gonna schedule it again, like conservation and zoning, and what are the other ones we didn't do? Did we do
Well, there's the
E911?
other That you
The
have
other?
to look at and make sure you want any changes.
Should we do, okay,
Well, I
Should we
think
do that now?
because Jill's gonna have to do another meeting,
okay,
because we're gonna have to go line by line,
okay.
or just tell me what you want for changes, and we can do it then.
What, is it,
Because
can
Brian
we,
has to come in, because he's out of the county, so. And
Okay.
if you want Cassandra, I mean, hers
Cass-
is basically the same as
can, I think if they're,
the soil.
I think we should have everyone, I mean, I don't know what the rest of the commission's thoughts are. I think that they should, if they're in charge of a department, they should come in and come here. I don't think that's too much to ask. How do you want to do zoning? One,
I left, like I said, I left the payroll, because I didn't know what you were gonna do.
so what does the board want to do? Do we want to do other departments today? Do we want to do it at another meeting? Or how do we want to proceed?
I'd prefer to do it at another meeting.
I think
but
that,
I'll do it today if everybody wants to.
Another meeting's fine with me, and do we go through the revenues too then at some point?
That is what I do,
Okay.
is a revenue part, and I just gave it to you just to look to see if you compare the revenue to what we actually collect from what the budget for each department.
Okay.
I would like to have, go through that with you, if that would be okay. Just, and there's a lot of good information in here. I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are. Would we want to do another meeting with, who do we have? Register deeds, soil,
Just registered deeds and soil is left,
and soil, and then zoning too?
and then whatever you want
Yeah,
to do for
zoning, and then just do this as well
And then
at
you
another
can do
meeting?
your other, so I
Okay.
can get at least a little,
Okay,
a rough draft of an initiation.
okay. I'm fine with that. Is there anybody who, does that sound good to everybody?
Does to me.
Okay. That'll be the plan. Do you wanna set that up for
It's
us?
gonna have to be in July.
That's fine.
No, we meet on the 3rd, I think it is, correct? Second. So that week, I think, is kind of shot. I mean, really, because we have Thursday and Friday off then. The next week,
Could we
Monday or
accomplish-
Tuesday?
Could we accomplish this by doing the meeting an hour early that day and do this first?
I think it's gonna take more than an hour. I mean, we do it in the morning, I think, but I think,
Well, for me, it doesn't make any difference, but some of the rest of the meeting.
Yeah. As long as I have notice ahead of time, I can usually make it work. I'd be fine with any time the week of 8th through the, 8th through the 10th, the 11th. The 11th will be fine, because I guess I have my James River meetings here in Yankton in July, so I guess I don't have to travel for that. Oh, why don't we just have, okay. A lot of good information in the budget.
Don, does anything jump out at you in the planning and zoning that you remember from 2018 to this year? There was
Did you have a week that?
$15,000 increase in professional services. It went from 36 to 50
what was that for?
for the zoning. There's professional services.
Well, there's lawsuits, and that deductible goes into that.
Okay.
Well, that's where all deductibles go, okay.
And I believe, I don't say, but I thought it went up to 5,000.
Went to 10 now.
10, okay.
So July 8th work for everybody?
I have no idea. Let's bring my calendar. I'm a
I
paper
guess-
girl.
There's a calendar on your
I don't use that only for these meetings.
Google.
I guess if you could just.
Works for me.
If you guys could email
Yeah.
me on what days work, and I'll just pick one that you guys all have the same day and go from there.
Okay.
You said the 8th?
Then if you want to start at
Monday?
9 or in the afternoon, or,
How long do you think it would take us?
I guess that depends on you guys.
We better leave enough time.
Any date of the first 2 weeks work for me,
Okay.
including Sunday.
Everybody, guess email Patty and then she'll get back to
And then
us.
you have to let me know if you want in the morning or in the afternoon.
I'd say morning probably.
At the same time, 9:15 or 9:30?
Sounds like a plan.
9:15,
15's good, earlier the better.
9:05.
The only reason it was 9:15 is because Joe and I had county city planning that
I
goes
can-
until 9, but it was canceled. That's why it was at 9:15.
I can put it at 9.
Okay.
And that was the 8th?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Brian and Cassandra are the only ones to interview,
Okay.
unless you want other people to come back. You know, I can email department heads to be aware if they need to be called down or.
So are we coming to that meeting with changes to everything we heard today, or we'll pick a different date for that?
I suppose you can look at what they said, and what for sure is what we're gonna go through is the other ones. If you wanna change those, if you wanna, if you have questions about them, you know, you can ask.
Let me ask this question. We haven't changed too many things. There are some things that we may want to reduce, but would it be redundant to your workload to have you put everything in that's been done today, send it out to us, and then put in what they propose for those other 2 sections? So then we've got a total, and we'll kind of know from your income what the revenues are, so we'll know where we are on the balanced budget. That makes a lot of, in my mind, it makes a lot of difference on how we look at requests for an ambulance or requests for a truck or requests.
I guess I feel more comfortable going through these others if are any changes that you want to lower or increase, because then I can put them all in, and I can actually show you, excuse me, with the revenue, we'll go through that a little bit and show the resolution page, which shows everything, which shows the total budget for the year and each department.
But then we'll have to have a third meeting.
Or you can do it at the beginning of a regular meeting to approve, you know, any changes. I mean, I can have them all ready if you want to, you know, when we meet, I can have the changes all ready for you. And all you have to do is, and we don't really do, because the changes will be on the annual. And if we have changes to the provisional, I'll put them in and that's advertised. And that's when people can come in if they have a question or if they have an objection to it and stuff like, but the provisional should have what we're gonna have.
You know, guess I didn't request too many changes because I assumed we would look through everything and then go back and say, well, this is out.
Until I know, so I know what the income and expenses are.
How far apart are we?
You know, I may say, we gotta go back to everybody and get 5% of their budget.
Yeah.
Right.
And that may happen, and we have no idea, like you mentioned before, Don, FEMA might come in 3 months, it might come in a year and a half, and we cannot, consider that going forward. If it does, that's gravy, but, and you brought that up earlier, and that's the right way to do that.
I guess, my direction is from you guys, what you want. What do you want to do at the next meeting, what you want me to have for you?
At the next meeting, I think we should go through revenue and these other departments we haven't touched on. And then maybe we could schedule a short period of time, half hour, to just have a discussion on what we saw. Does that sound good? And then we'll have another meeting where it's.
I think we're gonna have to have,
presented
after we see the
Yeah.
revenue and the
gonna
proposed
change
budget, have our discussion, get some direction and feel, and I think everyone's gonna have to go home and get out the red pen, and then we're gonna have to have another.
Because I can right now, I mean, we can look at the other, the next meeting, whatever day. I can put into the provisional form that I send to the state, I will put all those figures in there and have this resolution page ready for you for the next time for July 8th, and have the revenues and what I have to do to balance the county budget. Okay?
I can foresee that Brian, he's gonna have it with him, and that's, you know what?
Yeah.
So there won't be much changes there, but the things that we'll have to look at are Boys and Girls Club, the senior citizens,
Library.
all those other sundry things that may have to get cut.
Discretionary.
Yeah. Could we have Scott or somebody come and do the budget for the government center as well? Are they?
I just
in charge
did
of-
that.
You're the one, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And Jeff usually does it.
Yeah.
Scott doesn't really know.
Okay.
And like I said, on the, we did separate it because some of the payroll, most of it Scott and Dan's come out of the safety center, and just Jeff and Nate's come out of here, so we had it separated. But we get reimbursed from the city for the wages over at the safety center, and it wasn't, it was all together. I put it in one, because I'd asked the state auditor about it, and he said, yeah, as long as we're paying it.
Okay.
Well, we need to separate it because we do get reimbursed for it.
Okay.
So that's why there's nothing in it for this year for the safety center. It's all in the government center, but it'll be changed for next year.
Okay. Anything else we need to discuss?
Is this on yours, Dan?
What's that? That may be mine.
See, if Jeff would have been here, he would have done the budgets.
How's he doing anyway?
Good, I think.
Good. Anything else we need to discuss? Next item, public comment. Does anyone want to make a public comment? Seeing or hearing none, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, everybody.